A very warm good morning to everyone. I'm Santarpana, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the first day of this orientation and capacity building workshop under the WISE Scope Fellowship Program of DST. The WISE Kiran division of DST offers a number of fellowship opportunities to women scientists. The WISE Societal Challenges with Opportunities Scope is one such fellowship for women scientists to provide scientific solutions to emerging societal challenges. As we all know, science and technology applications have a pervasive effect on every aspect of our lives today. It is therefore important that we discuss how best these applications can be used to address challenges in areas like agriculture, health, and climate change, among others. And what better venue for this discussion than BAIF Development Research Foundation, which has a long history of more than 5 decades of working with marginalized communities in more than 15 states of the country. We will learn more about this fellowship and get insights from our esteemed panel of experts today. I'd like to introduce you to this esteemed panel of experts, some of whom have joined us in person and some have joined us virtually today. First, we have with us Dr. Parveen Bansal, who is working as director at Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, Faridkot. He has work experience of more than 28 years at various positions, including 12 years as joint director, 6 years as assistant director in Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Sciences. He was founder head of National Institute of Ayurvedic Pharmaceutical Research, Department of Ayush, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. We also have Dr. Jatinder Kishtwaria ma'am with us. She has joined virtually. Can we please request ma'am to switch on her camera? Madam Kishtwaria is Professor Emeritus at... Ma'am, are you there with us? Jatinder ma'am is Professor Emeritus at ICAR, Chaudhary Shravan Kumar HPKV, Palampur, Himachal Pradesh. Okay. We are also joined by Dr. Kshama Avasthi ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Kshama Avasthi ma'am is a scientist D at WISE Kiran division of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We are also joined by Dr. Rekha Singhal ma'am. Rekha Singhal ma'am is professor and head of Department of Food and Engineering and Technology at the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. We also... Hello ma'am. We also have amongst us today Miss Trupti Shivankar. I'm so sorry, I forgot your. Miss Trupti is Scientist B at Department of Science and Technology, at Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Dr. Jatinder ma'am, I think, has joined us now. Jatinder ma'am is for... Her camera was...
can you switch on your camera, ma'am? Yes, okay. Now you can welcome.
We welcome Dr. Jatinder ma'am. Dr. Jatinder ma'am is Professor Emeritus at ICAR Chaudhry Shravan Kumar HPKV, Palampur, Himachal Pradesh. Ma'am was formerly Director ICAR CIWA Central Institute for Women in Agriculture, Bhubaneswar. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. So to formally welcome everyone, I ask Dr. Alok Juneja sir, Vice President at BAIF Development Research Foundation, okay. Dr. Alok Juneja sir is Vice President, Livestock and Program Development at BAIF Development Research Foundation. Dr. Alok Juneja sir, I request you to please.
Yeah, good morning everyone. So, very warm welcome once again to all of you to this esteemed gathering. BAIF को चुना आपने as a host organization that we are honored, and we are working with Science and Technology Department since long, and I think we are embarking on a journey that celebrates the brilliance of women today in science and technology. And today we'll be discussing significant initiative under wide scope of science and technology. This is, I think, aimed, what I have been told, it is aimed at fostering the seamless transition of what has been developed in laboratories, and that is to be brought to the applications in our everyday lives. Today we are surrounded by some trailblazers and visionaries like Avasthi madam, Rika Singhal ma'am, Bansal sir, and Jatinder Kishtwar madam. They have joined online, I think. They are not just shaping the future of science and technology, but also breaking barriers and paving the way for a more inclusive and diverse scientific community. Happy to note that Wise Scope Fellowship reaffirms commitment to empower women scientists and providing them with the resources, support, and platform they need to thrive in their endeavors. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, speakers, eminent scientists of science and technology of various fields, I think ICR or Science and Technology Department and other women scientists, and nevertheless people from other universities and team of BAIF who have contributed in making this workshop possible today. Your presence here today is a testament to our collective commitment to advancing the cause of women in science and technology. As BAIF is hosting this workshop, so I'll just brief something about BAIF, what we are doing. So BAIF is as Santarpana was telling, this is a more than 5 decade old organization which was conceived and established by late Dr. Manibhaiji Desai in 1967. And since then we are working in various sectors, which includes livestock development, agriculture, crop-based livelihoods, natural resource management, then cutting-edge technologies, various cutting-edge technologies like renewable energy or climate change adaptation, mitigation, and women and development, then health, education, various verticals we are working in. And our founder, he was always saying development with technology is very, very important. So every time latest technology we are taking into consideration, and we are bringing that to the field also. केवल फील्ड लेबोरेटरी में काम कर लिया, कल मेरे ख्याल से आप जाने वाले हैं हमारे सेंट्रल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट में, वहाँ हमने काफ़ी वर्षों से काम किया है। हम ICR के AICRP सेंटर हैं पिछले 4 दशक से। तो ये सब जो भी काम हमने किया है वो केवल रिसर्च के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं किया है। रिसर्च along with field work, whatever we develop, whatever we conceive, whatever is new available in the world. For example, in livestock sector, there was a new concept of sexing of semen, sexing technology. We were the first in the country to bring that technology. Or new technology like genomic selection or genomic selection in plants or in livestock. We are working in these fields. Always we prefer doing something that is related to science and technology. Our aim is basically to have self-employment, gainful self-employment, but strategy is through empowerment and skilling of local people, and then building social capital and collaboration with national and international science and technology institutions. As such, we are present in 15 states of India. We started in Goa this year only. Last year we started in Tamil Nadu. Earlier we were present in 13 states. And we are providing services in around 1 lakh villages every year, and benefiting around 4 million, 40 lakh farmers ko we are benefiting every year. So this is not a small number, and we are contributing to nation's GDP to the tune of 28,000 crores on an annual basis. So livestock and other activities nowadays, whatever emerging areas are there, we are working on that also. I once again welcome you all in this auspicious to this auspicious gathering for having 2 days workshop, and I wish fruitful deliberations will be taking ahead. So I once again welcome everyone, and thank you very much.
We also have Dr. Rajeshri Joshi ma'am on the dais with us. Rajeshri Joshi ma'am is Program Director at BAIF Development Research Foundation. She has been associated with BAIF for almost 2 decades now, and she has experience in multi-sectoral programs here. So with this, I think it is time I would request Alok Juneja sir to welcome our guests with a small token of our appreciation. May I request Poonam ma'am to please help. Juneja sir, may I request you to present Parveen Bansal sir with a small token of appreciation. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. To Kshamavasthi ma'am. May I request Rajeshri Joshi ma'am to please present Rekha Singhal ma'am with a small token of our appreciation.
Ma'am has come all the way from Mumbai, and she was here half of
May I also request Rajeshri ma'am to please present Ms. Trupti with Ms. Sujata is thematic executive of our Women in Development vertical at BAIF. Jatinder ma'am, we will courier our WAPCall gift hamper to you. May I request Rajeshri ma'am to please. Yes ma'am, it is being live streamed.
can you tell to all, have joined someone
Yes, ma'am.
And for this kind of initial remarks and also opening kind of session. I would again like to welcome all of you, and let me tell you, ma'am, and all the scientists. Actually, these are the women scientists who are part of agriculture, engineering, science, medicine, and they have come from across Maharashtra, different parts. There are few scientists who have come from Gujarat also, and there are many more who have joined online, and they are from different parts of India. So it's a unique gathering where we can see a little gender biased, but I think that is the very purpose, because the kind of historical injustice that has been done, and I really appreciate the kind of initiative that DST has taken. And unfortunately today Dr. Vandana Singh, who is head Vice Kiran division at DST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, she could not make it because of March and other engagement, but she is also giving equal leadership for this entire program, which is Vice Kiran. And if you go on website, this Vice Kiran is entirely for women scientists, and I would keep certain comments reserved because Dr. Shama Awasthi, who is scientist at DST, and she has been ably giving leadership for these type of programs, and she is continuously in touch with many of us and really striving that these schemes reach to maximum number of women scientists, and also many women scientists benefit, and not only they benefit, the very objective of this scheme and all, Dr. Shama Awasthi will be narrating, but I am happy ki this kind of orientation was conceptualized. Jatinder ma'am is also there. She is a chairman of experts group, and all of them, I mean, whenever I am part of them, I really feel amazed to know their wit, their talent, and also the vision. So this was being discussed ki why don't we have one kind of orientation for these aspiring vice fellows, vice co-fellows, and also some ongoing fellows. And one, because knowledge is power. We all agree knowledge is power, but lot is not known. I mean, although website is there, there are a lot of things about which we need guidance. And being typical government, sometimes it's becomes very faceless. So it becomes very difficult whom to approach, with whom to discuss. So I think this is a very good opportunity provided for all of us to understand about this scheme. Lot of newer things have been added. This scheme has been revised, and those elements Dr. Shama will be presenting. But it took us lot of time in conceptualizing what this orientation should be, what elements, what thematic areas we should cover. And Vice scope especially is a different type of scheme, fellowship scheme, where I think the fellows are also expected to contribute to the society. And so it should not become just a fundamental and lab-based research. It is a applied research. So I think that's the uniqueness, and that is why BAIF has been chosen, because we are working on ground, and we are working directly with disadvantaged sections who are in need of lot of these solutions, technical solutions, and I think all of you have that power. So we are really looking forward to share lot of things about this scheme, nuances of these schemes, how to apply, where to apply, what are the do's and don'ts, eligibility, inclusion, exclusion, so all of those things. That is the one purpose, next 2 days. And second purpose is also to give some tips. So about certain mistakes that fellows make, why the certain proposal doesn't get eligible or accepted. So I think that also is required, that guidance is also required. So that is second thing. And third thing is, if you have seen the agenda, today we will have in-house sessions by thematic experts, and the purpose is to within those themes also, say for example agriculture, ma'am has come from food technology background, so within those also there are so many newer things, new emerging areas, potential and also issues like climate change was not there 20 years back, but now it is the main issue, main crisis with which we all have to deal with. So I think these it's a stock taking also, and enlightening ourselves what is changing under those themes, those sectors, and then try to apply the organized knowledge that all of you possesses. So I think we do take pride in having so many women scientists joining us online and offline. Thank you for that. I know it was not difficult, it was very difficult for you to plan everything, especially when all your things are not taken care of, but thank you for coming. I think we look forward for this learning journey. Tomorrow's field visit is optional, but I would urge everyone to join in this field visit, which is happening at BAIF Central Research Station, which is Urli Kanchan, just 1 hour drive from Pune. And our team of scientists are also there, and you can all see the problem solving research and innovations taking place at our Urli Kanchan Research Center. So it would be really good if you all also, if you want somebody who could not join today but they are keen on joining, also you can tell some of them, but the number and intimation is very important for from logistics point of view. So looking forward to this entire day's discussion. I will not come between the experts and all of you, and with this I will stop, and we can begin with Dr. Jatinder Kishtwaria. Shama Avasti first, madam. Okay. So I would request Dr. Jatinder ma'am to give opening remarks, and after that I would request Dr. Shama Avasti to take the floor for explaining wise scope fellowship. And there is a session by Dr. Jatinder ma'am on agriculture. She is very eminent scientist, she has worked with ICAR and has many years of experience, but that thematic session will happen afterwards. I would request Jatinder ma'am to give 5 minutes opening remarks and set the context, and then we can proceed with Dr. Shama. Over to you, Jatinder ma'am.
Good morning, Dr. Rajshri Joshi. I'm audible, I hope. I'm audible. Okay, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Sharma, all distinguished delegates, experts, guests, and dear fellows. I thank the organizers from DST and BAIF for inviting me to be part of this very important webinar, which will be useful for the fellows as well as for the DST. It is because it is a two-way communication, and I think we will come to a very fruitful end. I would say that DST Wise Kiran division offers an opportunity. I think my voice is repeating. Okay. Wise Kiran division offers an opportunity to women scientists to submit proposals who have completed their PhD and they are willing to use their expertise to benefit the society. This is one thing. Second, that DST promotes such kind of projects that directly deal with the challenges at grassroots. One thing. Second, it addresses through science and technology interventions, societal component, by developing some viable technology or technique and or even a knowledge product which is possible to be transferred from lab to lab, you see, and can be scaled up, has that scope, and it ultimately benefits the society in its, you can say, economic growth or mitigating some environmental issue or in the overall improvement of the quality of life of the people. That is the main thing. But why we are doing this webinar, the genesis is that in our past experiences, as Madam was also saying, that we could find out some issues because either we found that in the projects, either the science component was very, very dominant and societal was missing, and vice versa. So that was one thing. Second was that as per the mandate, we need to have both the novelty in science, and it should not be the repetition of the science, as well as we have to, it should be transferable so that the results make some impact in the society. So, another observation of the committees and in the review was that there was break in career of the PIs because they have a gap. So there were some issues in the proposal preparation as well as implementation, which I will come back again when I will be making my presentation, that these gaps should be identified, and mainly they were the latest challenges and potential areas were not identified because the fellows had a gap. And sometimes even at national and international, what review has already come up and what is the gap which you are identifying, that was missing. Sometimes we learned that there are very good accredited lab facilities available in India, but students did not know, or they did not know who are the experts in that their particular field of research, what are the missing linkages for upscaling, what is the mainly societal outreach methodologies. That was the most missed out point. So sometimes as simple as that the baseline surveys or mapping was not done initially, and afterwards if you are doing some impact, where is the differential note where you can have the impact analysis. So therefore it's mainly to encourage and to support the young scientists by their hand-holding and by monitoring by the experts, which was very, very essential to get best results for both the budding scientists in their career progression, because they have the sky is the limit for their career progression if they are doing the DST project. Let me tell you, and I will tell you later on the career opportunities available to you, as well as development of the society. So this is the main genesis of today's workshop. I don't think so I should take more time in this, and I think we will continue with the program. And thank you very much, Dr. Joshi, for giving me this opportunity for making opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jatinder ma'am. I also welcome Dr. Malini Balakrishnan ma'am. She has joined us virtually now. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please take please take their seats in the front. I invite Dr. Kshama ma'am. Please introduce the gathering to the Wise Scope Fellowship.
PPT, how can I share a PPT? So, show me where is the live stream going? Resolved because many of our online people are not able to hear, so unless they hear, we should wait, because then there'll be no purpose of reaching out to many more. So I think that will take 4-5 minutes to resolve. Zoom, but mostly are trying in YouTube. Acha, it will take how much time? Okay. It's Twitter, yeah, it was on Twitter. Anyways, put it in the website. Okay. Okay, so Shuprabhat, and a very warm welcome to all of you. I am thrilled to see too many eager faces here. You are our energy. That's why we make such schemes which encourages you also to come out and join science and technology back if you have career break. So before we dive into the heart of today's workshop, I want to take a moment to express sincere appreciation for your interest to join us, whether you are here to learn, to share, or to satisfy your curiosity as well. Your presence enriches this experience for everyone involved. I am Dr. Shama Awasthi from Department of Science and Technology, working for promotion of women in science and technology. And actually our head, Dr. Vandana Singh, was supposed to join with us, but somehow with some other engagements, she could not make it. So I thank to BAIF Pune to organize this workshop, and they have relevant experience for the scheme which we are discussing today, WISE Scope. So let us begin with the presentation. I thought I will speak, but then later I thought that before, if you are listening something, you forget. We have a habit of forgetting what we listen. We should see what we are speaking. So this is the expected outcome, if you are able to see. Yes. The mandate of the objective, actually expected outcome of the program or today's workshop is to make you understand the mandate and objective of the scheme, how to write the proposal when are applying for the fellowship scheme, and what are the existing and emerging challenges, societal challenges, with speakers will be discussing in their domain area as well. So you will come to know what kind of challenges can be addressed through the SNT intervention. The transfer of technology is required nowadays. We are hearing more about startups, entrepreneurships, self-employment. So this is the scheme which can provide you platform to just start and begin with in this journey, along with the academic journey, if you wish to join some academic institutions as well. And this workshop will help you to know more career opportunities after the project implementation also. So this is the content of my presentation today. You will come to know about the WISE Kiran scheme, the WISE Scope program, various societal challenges, overview of these societal challenges, financial support to be given for the project, what is the selection process, difference between other postdoctoral schemes and the WISE Scope, and where and how to apply, and small recap. So let's begin with the first Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi, Women in Science and Technology, Science and Engineering Kiran scheme. In 2014, Department of Science and Technology started program Kiran, which aims to encourage and empower women scientists and technologists. It addresses various issues like re-entry of the women scientists into the career, unemployment, also work on developing ecosystem with policy level intervention. It aimed to provide opportunities in research, technology development, demonstration, self-employment, training, and overseas learning, etc. Now, WISE Scope Fellowship Program is the program under the WISE Kiran scheme. The WISE Scope Fellowship Program has been developed after reviewing. You must be knowing about the WASB scheme of the WISE Kiran division, and that has been redesigned in form of WISE Scope now. So after reviewing, it has been found that few changes are required in the scheme with the experience. So now WISE Scope is here, and it aims to provide opportunity to women scientists and technologists who have completed their PhD and want to utilize their SNT knowledge for the benefit of the society. They must have the PhD degree or equivalent degree, MD, MS, MDS, and they should not be in the regular position, and they may be working in some other temporary assignment as a research associate, as a project associate, as a maybe some other postdoctoral schemes. So they are eligible to apply, and they should consider the project which has the applied part, and the science and technology lab work should be translated to the land work with the field, some kind of field work under this scheme. Now, these are the theme areas which have been identified to support under the scheme. As you see the symbol, these are symbolizing energy, water management, food technology, health area, nutrition, climate change, sustainable development, engineering and technology, and waste management. So the project proposal of WISE scope should aim to develop the viable technology or technique with the possibility of lab to land transfer, scaling up, or adaptation by the society. Here I have listed few of the social problems which can be addressed through the SNT. These all comes under these theme areas which have been identified under WISE scope, like climate change and environmental sustainability, development of, under this you can see the development and renewable energy technologies. With solar you can work on wind energy, you can work on tide energy, geothermal, or any other relevant with your expert or your domain area. Healthcare and disease management, it includes predictive modeling to anticipate and mitigate future health crises, new antibiotics, telemedicine, mobile health apps, maternal health, neonatal health, autism, lifestyle related diseases, communicable, non-communicable diseases. So these are identified, or some of these social problems which can be resolved through SNT, but there may be many more. I have just listed few. So you will have to find out what is relevant for you. You have to see your expertise or interdisciplinary approach, or wherever you want to work, what is the challenges at that level or at that community. So food security, energy security, access to clean water and sanitation, waste management, like you can develop the technologies for waste segregation, recycling, conversion to energy, developing biodegradable materials, etc. Drudgery reduction in rural areas, so you can work on those areas also. Livelihood generation and enhancement, technologies for livelihood enhancement and generation for rural population or underprivileged urban population. Air pollution, assistive technologies for elderly population or other underprivileged section of the society. Agricultural productivity and sustainability. There are many more areas which comes under those thematic areas which have been identified under the scheme you can work on. You see what is your experience, and you can align your expertise in such of the some of the identified theme areas. Now this is the financial support which we provide under the scheme for the project. It has been categorized in few subheads. Fellowship, its basic fellowship amount is 67,000 per month plus HRA, and research grant, it is 2 lakh per year, total 6 lakh for 3 years. It includes consumables, travel and contingency, etc. WISE scope scheme is the only scheme which has the provision of giving some amount of support for field demonstration, because it requires as per the mandate of the scheme. So it has the 1 lakh for total tenure of the project. Equipment support is around 2 lakh for total tenure of the project, and overhead as per norms. So it's around, total cost of the project for 3 years is around 39 lakh plus overhead charges. Now what is the selection process? So let me tell you, this is rigorous process of selection, and there are 3 levels of screening. First obviously is the preliminary screening based on the eligibility criteria, whether you are eligible or not, like you are in the age, and now we have increased the age range. It is every one of you, I think, will come under that age range, 27 years to 60 years. So we support all women scientists within this range. And career break, obviously career break, earlier it was mandatory to have 2 years career break, because the mandate was 2 years you should not work anywhere. So in WASB it was like that, but now in WISE scope, based on the experience, because now most of the women scientists, they would like to prefer to work at any place nearby. Maybe they join some university or some academic institution, they want to join some project, so they do something. So now we are targeting unemployed women scientists who may have temporary assignment but not regular position. And the level 2 and level 3 screening includes the applicant's credential, identified societal challenges, what type of challenges you have identified, scientific methodology proposed, expected beneficiary on the ground by the outcome of the project, and then finally project presentation before the committee. So what is the difference between WISE scope and other postdoctoral schemes? I would say that this is also a postdoctoral fellowship program. Many of you raised their doubts over the time that whether it is considered as a postdoctoral scheme or not, whether the experience counted or not. So this experience counts. You can always represent if any institution is saying that has a doubt on it. There is no doubt that this is a similar postdoctoral experience with the mandate of intervention of S&T for the society. Just project proposals are different, otherwise it is a kind of postdoctoral scheme. It invites S&T technology based proposal to solve various societal problems. It encourages the grassroots level innovation and technology development for the society. It gives the support for field work toward dissemination of knowledge, awareness program, or any other relevant for the community. Interdisciplinary approach. It encourages the engagement with the community, with the stakeholders. And outcome could be in form of paper publication, patents, number or type of population getting benefited, regular employment, also a kind of outcome from the project. Many of you who have been implementing WOSB project, now they gain the position, regular position in various institutions. Product development, app development, device development, it may be the outcome under the scheme. PI with excellent outcome from the project may become entrepreneur. Nowadays, everybody is talking about this. So self-employment, right? We don't have job. If we don't have job, why not to create the job? So if you have excellent outcome from the project, you can become an entrepreneur with the outcome of the scheme. So I'll tell you more on this. Since I talked about entrepreneurship, I have listed few incubation centers also here to just let you know that there are institutions and centers who support to become entrepreneur. Obviously, WISE scope will not support further after the project, but with the outcome you can approach some of the centers that these I have done. So there are various incubation centers for grassroots level innovators and entrepreneurs. These centers are specially designed to support startups and entrepreneurs who are working on solutions that address local, societal and environmental challenges. Often offer rural underserved areas, often in rural and underserved areas. These incubators not only provide the traditional support of mentorship, funding and networking, but also tailored programs that address the unique challenges faced by grassroots researchers. So you can collaborate with them. Now we talked about incubation centers. Now we have grassroots level innovation institutions in India. BAIF Pune is also one of the innovations and institution working on grassroots level innovation. So BAIF Pune, NIF Gujarat, Gyan, Srishti, Seva, RUTAG, Vigyan Ashram, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, you can collaborate with them also. Now, after listening all this, if you are interested to apply for the fellowship program, how to apply and where to apply. So this is the portal where you can go online, dst.gov.in. You can register as a new PI. While clicking on the registration, you may see such kind of, I don't know, is it visible or not? So you may require to fill up these details. After getting registered, you will have such dashboard, and there you select the submit proposal, and then you select the scheme, and then start filling the application. So in application, when you start filling the application, first it will require the personal details, like what is your date of birth, what is your address, etc. So general profile. And while filling all these details, there is a column of highest qualification. Obviously now it is PhD only, so PhD or equivalent, so you will have to submit your evidence also. If you have not received the regular degree, final degree of the PhD, you can submit the provisional degree as well. And last 3 years employment details, what were you working, temporary assignment, whatever you are working. And if you have any ongoing projects, you will require to submit those details as well. Now when you come to fill the project details, there will be requirement of filling the specific challenges. Is it visible? You can see the questions? Okay. Yes, so specific challenges of the society being addressed with the project. So the matter written under the specific challenges of the society being addressed with the project should convince. Always remember when you are filling these project details what to write. Unnecessary writing will not helpful. So when you are filling the detail under this section, you should think that specific challenges of the society being addressed in your proposal should convince the evaluators of the importance of the project and the necessity of addressing the specific societal challenge. So what is the societal challenge which you are addressing and why it needs to be addressed? So that has to be filled up here. The review of the proposed work is critical step in development and approval process, providing valuable feedback to the proposer and helping to ensure that only high quality, viable and impactful projects move forward. It requires deep understanding of the field, critical thinking and an ability to objectively assess the merits and limitations of a proposal. It includes the literature survey. So you should do the rigorous literature survey on the domain, on the area which you are proposing in the proposal. When you are writing about expected deliverables, be specific what will be delivered, when will be delivered, and in what format will be delivered. So this clarity helps in setting realistic expectations and provides a basic to measuring the project success upon completion. Now next, writing about the societal aspect of the proposed work would require a clear articulation of how the project will impact society positively. This section is crucial for demonstrating the broader value of your research beyond the academic or scientific community. It should include societal relevance, direct or indirect impact, engagement and participation. Ethical consideration, if you see that there is requirement, mostly in medical field, there is ethical committee, you need to take some ethical approval. So that should be reflected here also. Dissemination and communication, sustainability and long-term vision. So these parts of the proposal should be mentioned here in this section. Now there are 4 categories have been listed here for the proposal. So relevant category need to be clicked and give small justification or why you are thinking that this comes under this, your proposal comes under this category. So it is like technology development, or your technology, you are going to develop that technology and then apply for the field, or you have the technology, you are just going for the application, or you are going to customize some technology and so on. So there are 4 categories you have to list under which category your proposal comes in, and along with the plan. Now last, you will have to also mention about the scaling up the possibility of your plan. So whatever outcome you are expecting from the project, whether it has the scale up ability, possibility, you have to mention here. So that is also you will have to think before you are planning or writing the proposal. Now here you will have to give the year-wise work plan. And first I forgot to mention, when you are writing objective, 3 years project should have 3 objectives. Many of the times people write 10 objective, 15 objectives, so that is very difficult to understand at the level of experts. As all, I think you also get forget that which objective I have achieved or not. So there should be minimum number for objective, overall objective, but you may have list of activities under that objective. So you think before writing objective for the proposal. Host institution detail, mentor publication detail, and mentor publication detail should reflect some those papers which has some social values also. So mentor should be selected carefully, and we would prefer, I'm saying prefer, mentors should have more period, more than 3-4 years period remain in the institution as a mentor. Because you join and then he's going to retire or she is going to retire, then your project implementation gets impacted. So you prefer, but anyways, if proposal demands, then we can't do anything, but prefer those who have more time in institution. These are list of documents which are required to upload with the application. So it is there in instruction. Lists are available. You go to the website. All instructions and guidelines are there. You read carefully, and before trying to fill application, get these documents ready to upload. So just a recap. So with this presentation, you should see your proposal should have clear and achievable objectives, social relevance and impact, interdisciplinary approach, engagement with stakeholders, engagement with the community whom you are going to impact with your project, scope of sustainability and scalability, consideration of feasibility and risk management, implementation, dissemination plan should also be there in the 3 years tenure of the project, ethics consideration and detailed justification of your budget, what you are proposing. Now, WISE scope is aligned with the national missions. One of the most important national mission is Make in India and Self-Reliant India. And our most of the population lives in the rural areas, and our economy also depends on rural and agriculture sector. So if we try and to do such things and societal projects, I think we will improve the lifestyle along of local people also. We may generate employment with the outcome of the project also later on. And with this, WISE scope is over. So there are other programs in our division. If you are interested, or your colleagues or your other women scientists whom you know wish to apply for PhD, so there is WISE PhD program for PhD if they wish to have PhD degree. WISE PDF program, it's basically focused on the lab research, so basic and applied sciences. WISE IPR, it's a training program for IPR in the area of IPR for women scientists. So please visit these websites given here for more details in these programs. And thank you very much for joining us today. These are the emails given here. You can, if you have any query, you can send your query in these emails. So possibly first carefully read all instructions given in the website. So sometimes they don't read the instruction, they just call or they just email. So that will not serve the purpose. First you try to understand and then reach out to us. So there is a problem, please help us. So we'll definitely try to resolve your problem. Thank you very much for participating today. And thank you online people also joining us today. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Shama. So I'm sure there would be some questions, but we will be, you have question. Okay. Maybe in Dr. Shama, can we take few questions? Maybe 1 or 2 questions. Dr. Shama, can we take 1 or 2 questions? Okay, but I'm sure there would be some questions, but in the interest of time, maybe over tea you can ask certain questions, and towards the end also we'll keep some time for interaction. So that is the thing, and she will be here both the days. So because then it may consume some time, so that is the only purpose. Dr. Shama have found as most hardworking and sincere official. We have been interacting for more than 2 years now, and thank you, Dr. Shama, I think for that session, which was very very educative. And with this, that was about the scheme. Now we will move on to the sectoral presentations, and we have with us some of the thematic experts. And now is a time when I would request Dr. Jatindra to ma'am to share her thoughts and her perceptions and her views about what is changing in agriculture sector, overall scenario of agriculture in India, and what are the pain points or pressing issues in agriculture sector, and where science and technology based solutions can be introduced. So we have 2 sessions before we break for tea. And so over to you, Dr. Jatinda ma'am. And after Dr. Jatinda ma'am, we have a session by Dr. Malini Subramaniam. Malini Balkrishnan. Okay, sorry. So yeah, over to you, Jatinda ma'am, for your session. And you're on mute, ma'am. You can start.
कर दिया सर.
Jatinda ma'am. Jatinda ma'am को फोन करो. यहाँ
See, read the title only. I will quickly go through some important points. What mistakes are generally made? The title says Assessment of Pesticide and Antibiotic Residues in Dairy Products. It's your subject here. And a socio-ecological analysis. See? So the title has both societal as well as the other component. The specific challenge of the society being addressed is that it has both health of the animals and humans. It is linking it with One Health program also. It has scientific interventions for identifications of residues in the milk, if any. That result will be very important for the society. Then standardizing good management practices to the growers of the fodder as well as animal caretakers. That component is also there. And ultimately, organic milk certification is also being proposed to fetch the premium price of the produce. So it has economic benefit also. So very nice. The next slide. Now, these are the objectives, as Shama has also mentioned. Clear-cut 3 objectives. One is CAP, that is knowledge, attitude, and practices of farmers using pesticide use, management practices, antibiotics. Then to evaluate pesticide and antibiotic residues in milk on stated, I will not go into scientific parameters, and also on HI model, the human health system. And thirdly, to come out with a knowledge module which can be given to the farmers so that they improve upon it and they can sustain it. Then review, what is important is what we miss out is on the how do we write the review of literature. You have to see the local work done in your state, then at national level, then at international level. In the last, you have to write, which you miss. Generally it is missed, the critical analysis of the research or the review, which is missing. That is why you are wanting to introduce this kind of societal topic, which is not there in your area or at national level. So this has to be written. Then comes the methodology, clear cut. First is your survey, baseline, CAP, collection of samples from different zones. Then this science part, intervention studies, re-examination of sample after the intervention to revalidate your results. Then analysis of the result. Again, one thing is missing. There is no mention how they will take it further. So that methodology has to be added. Next, please. So this is you have to plan your project year-wise. Like in the first, you will do analysis, baseline surveys through PRA, CAP survey. In second, you will do the sampling and estimation of residue and data compilation and data analysis. On the other side, you have quantifiable outcomes, clear cut in front of each one. So I think it's clear. Next slide, please. In the second year, it is the scientific interventions at the farmers level, where there are milch animals, and you are also sensitizing the farmers, cluster of farmers about what are the good practices. Then resampling, which will result into effectiveness of intervention program. And in the third year, it was mentioned data compilation, data analysis. And the final report is, or the recommendations are ready for farmers, cattle handlers, government, public health sector, veterinary officers, pharmaceutical, extension workers, too many stakeholders, good. But how and who will take it forward? That is missing. So next, please, next slide. So expected deliverables of the project are that the scientist is able to have a baseline data whether the milk is safe or it is not safe as per the FSSAI guidelines. One important finding. Second, food is secure, quality and safety of milk is there, beneficial for consumption. Then you are empowering also through knowledge module which you are preparing for the farmers, what are the good management practices. And lastly, you are resampling and you are doing organic certification of milk and also adding to the economic part. Next slide. And the societal One Health program is added. Next slide, please. Now, these are the category of the project proposals. It had the first category that it is able to prepare a process, and it is able to do validation, second component. It has also prepared a knowledge module. And then for adaptation of technology, only recommendations have been proposed, but how to take it forward when you are not there. So what should have been done more here? Everything is good. What should have been more? It has to be done from the very beginning, and it should not be an afterthought. How? That you could create that group of farmers who were doing this work with you throughout your study for 3 years. They could have been registered as a society, or they could have been a SHG or NGO right in the beginning. So as a scientist also, you could have your own NGO if you want to take it up further. You can become a liaison between government programs of Atma, of Zyka, or even banks also give funding for this kind of work. Or you can have another option. A local person can do the milk collection, which is organically certified, to sell it at a premium price and products as well. Another niche the scientist could have planned for. Then it could have given you a definitely success story, sustainable model which is replicable. So it is important, I think, I would suggest to DST also to have a feedback pro forma of impact of the project as well. And next slide is, please, thank you. Next slide. Yes, this is the last how to write a project for industry where there is. So I will just go into detail. It has covered all the parameters, like it is the markers, compounds for commercially important medicinal plant. And the scientists have followed all the steps and have come up with the quality evaluation of biomolecules of stevia. And then, but it has written upscaling. But how? For upscaling, they need to have 4 more people, like bigger lab, engineer person to have larger scale molecules available, and a co-mentor. So this has to be thought right in the beginning, and they should be part of your programs. Then for industrial linkages, how? The scientist along with the mentor, with the university at the background or the center at the background, should become a legion with the industry and any other mediating agency. And industry can also approach you if you are dealing with industry right from the beginning, that you are working on this, and that fellow has. So stakeholders have to be involved from the very beginning. And this was the part. Thank you. Next one, please. So this is how you can find out mistakes committed and how you can rectify and write a wonderful project, as we are, Shama has also said. So what is technology transfer? It's a big term, but I will be delimiting myself for the transfer of technology or technique or information or knowledge module to the people in the community. So for that, first of all, it's important. These are some criteria which you should keep in mind when you are going to community. One, it should be society. You should have a society inclusive approach. Like you should be able to handle. You should have women, landless, SC, ST tribes, if possible, in your kind of project which you are thinking. Self-help group and FPO models are successful things where you can upgrade your project through them. But what is little slow is access to rural finance, markets, credit, agro processing. These things, 4 things you have to tap when you are going to the field. Group and cooperative approach is definitely better than approaching a single person. So for your inputs or even for your markets, because women would be involved. And if you look up in the last point, that is leadership development, innovation, entrepreneurship, and women-led startups, your project is going to be successful because women take on leadership development excellently, and you can have the training in leadership development from your other persons from it. Then what is lab to lab? Now you have results and you want to take it from lab to lab. What are the modes? The mode is that you can go in for field demonstrations. I saw the funds available for field demonstration in this scheme. You can have field day. You can have direct interactions, focused group discussions, farmers group participation, PRA techniques. Then you want to do the capacity building through training programs, make specific training programs, create master trainers from your group, and then you can have a SHG. No need to reinvent the wheel. SHG will be there, and you can take the help of that SHG. Develop teaching material in simple vernacular language. Can publish your work and write, use media. You have to be vocal for your work. Then you enhance the capacity building skills and knowledge through your trainings, your teaching material. Finally, you have to look up for how many people will be adopting, how you will do scaling up and entrepreneurship development, so that eventually either you increase the income or livelihood or health or quality of life. So next, please.
Jatinder ma'am, as we are running a little
Now,
behind
there
schedule.
are other methods of transfer of technology, that is transfer by people to people action. Now, you can have a well qualified, rather a very good communicator or agent or facilitator in the form of your own RA or from the village itself. You can hire also, so that you don't need to spend so much of time, which is precious for you, but you have a strong link of hand holding between you and your community. So there is another way of technology transfer through innovations, that is people's participation. Right from the project formulation, you go to the field before even you think of planning your project, so that it becomes their need and you are solving their problems. Still marketing, it will be win-win situation by both the parts. And there is another way of doing research, that is you are doing research for development and deployment. In this, you straight away think about entrepreneurship development, production houses, manufacturing, startups, public-private partnerships. All these methods will eventually improve the quality of life of people at the grassroots level. Next, please. Now, scaling up. I have already mentioned a lot about scaling up, but still to, put it back again, is that it should be within the project proposal, within the given time frame. Don't be too ambitious, within your funds, in the form of field visits. I've just said group formations, women collectives, SHG, FPO, or registered societies. But important is networking, collaborations for in-house upscaling, then larger upscaling, enhancing your visibility, tapping communication challenge, being vocal, being heard, and also tapping the business houses. There is lot of fund for multiplication. Then for linkages, Madam has also given you Digital India, Make in India, National Health Mission. Depending upon what is the kind of objectives you are having, you can, like this, we had One Health in the last project. Then Atmanirbhar Bharat. If you are doing work on entrepreneurship, then MSME. For capacity building, PMKVY, Farmers First, One Health, Swachh Bharat. There are endless linkages available. You only have to tap. And then what are the indicators of your successful project? You have to really know and keep it in mind and keep it in your project. That is adoption number. How many became, whether they will become entrepreneur? What is the sustainable success story when you leave it? Can you have a startup? Public-private partnership, increase in income, employment, better health, livelihoods. All this not just saying, but on your pre-survey and post-analysis of data on reliable and valid statistical parameters. That statistics also has to be given in your methodology. It's very important. And as next slide, please.
Ma'am, due to paucity of time, may I
After
request
doing
you to
so much,
please
what
wind up?
about the candidates? They have academic career, they can become entrepreneur, they can have commercialization of patent, don't leave it with you. Technology, send technology to industry, become part of industry. Startups, you can have NGOs, you can become NGO, you can start an NGO, manufacturing unit. You can ask for another project from DST, DVT. You can have licensing with government, industry, and also licensing with industry to transfer the scientific knowledge. So you have to dig up your place. Hello. Bas ho gaya. I'm stopping. So this was my last slide. And last one, can you just show and give it to the scientist? Last slide. Last slide, please. This is the success stories. You just read from the literature, take this, and one of you will be fitting in this. Thank you very much for your time. I went with flow of my lecture. Thank you so much for your patience here.
Thank you, Jatinder ma'am. Our next speaker is yes. Thank you, ma'am. It was a very comprehensive talk. I believe many of us, even those who do not have a background in agriculture, are now familiar with some of the emerging challenges and how to write proposals for wise scope. Our next thematic talk is by Dr. Malini Balakrishnan ma'am. Ma'am is director at Plaksha University in Punjab. Prior to this, she was associated with TERI in New Delhi. Her talk is on water and waste management. Although these are both very broad topics, I request Dr. Malini Balakrishnan ma'am to kindly limit her talk to 20 minutes if possible due to paucity of time. Ma'am.
Dr. Rajshri, should I start?
Yes, ma'am. And you're going to screen your presentation from your side, right? You'll be sharing your presentation from your side. Yes. Are you able to hear us, ma'am? त्यांचा आवाज का नाही येते? Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am able to hear you.
Now, only thing is, ma'am, can you screen your presentation from your side as you have suggested?
I'll share
You're
it.
loud and clear, you're audible, and if you can start screening, that would be useful, ma'am.
Okay. And Dr. Rajshri, how much time do we have?
Ma'am, actually, we have 20 minutes for your presentation, and after that, we'll be taking tea break, ma'am.
Okay. I will try to,
Yeah.
finish it within the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome Dr. Malini Balakrishnan ma'am, and Santarpana has already introduced her, and looking forward to your insightful session, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen.
Your presentation is visible, ma'am. If you could go into the PowerPoint
Yeah.
mode. Can you go into PowerPoint mode, ma'am?
Yeah. Is it visible now?
It's visible, but it should be in PPT mode, ma'am.
It's not in full screen mode. I can see it in full screen mode
okay.
on my.
Okay, fine, I guess. Well, yeah.
All right.
So, काय करायला लागेल?
Okay.
Just one second.
So, all right then.
Ma'am, it should be small screen at your level, and then only it can be big screen at our level. Yeah, you can hide that view option also. You can go into view options. हाँ करा ना त्या screen करता है.
Oh, you are only seeing the small screen.
Dr. Malini, just you can see on the top show taskbar and display settings. Just go to display settings.
One moment. Yeah, show
Just go to display settings, the other one. On the right of that, you have display settings.
She has view options.
Yeah.
Not the taskbar, the other one. Display settings.
I can't see the display settings here.
So there are three things: show taskbar, display settings, and slideshow.
One. And thank you very much for inviting me for this workshop. So I would actually like to thank Dr. Jatinder very much for having set the stage, and Dr. Kshama before that for having told the participants what exactly to look into. And whatever has been said so far in the context of agriculture, more or less holds for the water and waste management aspects also. So the way I have structured my presentation is that I have not tried to look at the disciplines, because I know that all the fellows who will be applying will come from different disciplines. So there are various possibilities for, SNT engagements, depending on whether you have done chemistry or whether you have done electronics or whether you have done computer science. So I have tried to keep it a little generic so that you can find your own problem. And the list I'm going to present here is also not exhaustive. So this is more of a sample so that you get a sense of what is required in this field. So tomorrow is World Water Day, and all of you are aware about the Bangalore water crisis. So we are a highly water-stressed country, and about 85% of the water is used in agriculture. So that is why whatever Dr. Jatinder said becomes very important in terms of the water use as well. So going ahead, when we look at the societal issues, so in terms of societal issues, we have the problems with groundwater. So you would be aware that, the groundwater levels are constantly depleting, the water tables are going down, and the groundwater is also getting polluted. The pollution can come from untreated sewage, it can come from industrial activities, it can also come from agricultural runoffs because you're using a lot of pesticides and fertilizers. All those could also get into your groundwater. The second is your industrial wastewater and the pollution that it creates. So there are discharge norms. There are also technologies for industries to treat their wastewater, and there are also zero liquid discharge norms for certain industries. So technologies are in place for large industries, but in India, we have a very large number of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And some of them are clustered. For there, in those cases, they can have a common effluent treatment plant, for instance, but in many other cases, they are not clustered and they just do not have the capacities to do the wastewater treatment up to a level that it is environmentally acceptable. And in industries, depending upon the kind of work which you are doing and the process which you follow, you can have a very large range of pollutants. And finally, of course, you have the issue of sewage. So in India, almost about 2/3 of our sewage is either untreated or partially treated. We have a large number of sewage treatment plants. They are not adequate to treat the sewage which we are generating. And even the sewage treatment plants which are operational, they are not always compliant as per Central Pollution Control Board. That means that they are not able to treat the wastewater to the level that it is required. So another problem is, as you can see, invariably in water bodies like these where sewage is flowing, it is also mixed with solid waste as well. So right now, the water supply coverage in both rural and urban areas for piped and non-piped water has improved considerably. It's almost 98%. At the same time, the sanitation coverage has also improved considerably, and open defecation is now only 11% compared to almost 67% about, a while ago. So all these indicators have improved, but the problems are still there, and there are gaps. So the wastewater from sewage does not contain just the fecal matter, which is the organics, as well as the nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus, which comes from urine, but it also contains emerging contaminants, which means that, any medication you may be taking, which may be excreted into from your system, any cosmetic products which you are using that gets washed away into the water, all those also enter your sewage. So apart from conventional contaminants, we also have the threat of emerging contaminants in case of sewage. Then apart from this, when you're looking at our water bodies, they are all shrinking. In case of urban areas, even in rural areas, there is a lot of construction going on. And as a result, there is also encroachment. And because of the large population, a lot of the untreated sewage which goes into these water bodies, it also leads to large algal blooms. So what you can see here, and this is a picture from Bangalore. So shrinking water bodies as well as pollution happening. So when we are looking at waste, then in case of waste, we are looking at two different aspects. One is the municipal solid waste. And the municipal solid waste is going to contain both your organic waste, such as your food waste, as well as the other components, such as paper, plastics, glass, etc. Often it is not segregated. This is a picture of a landfill. And here again, like the segregation is done manually by a large number of rag pickers. So when we talked about how to involve the people or how to create something which is beneficial to the underprivileged in the society, These are the kinds of problems also you can think about. So for organic waste, there are technologies such as anaerobic digestion and composting, provided, of course, that it is segregated. For the other components, there are different ways of recycling, and there are different methods which one could adopt. But oftentimes, the municipal solid waste is mixed. Then in that case, how do you handle that? What are the possibilities? So apart from municipal solid waste, we also have industrial waste. And I'm showing you the example of red mud. And red mud basically is from aluminium processing. So the ore, the bauxite processing, it leads to this large waste after you have extracted the aluminium. So you can see that there are literally little hills of this waste, which are just spread over land. It is highly alkaline and it is hazardous. What do you do in that case? What is the kind of management which can be done for such wastes as well? So these contain many resources, like many precious metals, as well as iron. So whether those can be extracted, or maybe you can use this red mud itself. It has catalytic activity. Can it be used as a catalyst, or can it be used for creating some other construction material, or even in terms of creating composites, polymeric composites? All these have been tried and products have been made. But then again, these are all things which are done in a niche and not it has not really been scaled up beyond a point. So when we look at all these issues, then the gaps which one can look at is that you do not often have reliable data. So when I talk about reliable data, how well is a wastewater treatment plant functioning? Do you have regular monitoring of this? Do you know how much water is flowing in? What is the quality of the treated water? If a lake is shrinking, do you know how it has shrunk over a period? What is the quality of the water, on the surface, down at various depths? So how do you collect this kind of data? In case of waste, how much waste is generated? What is the composition? How does it vary? In order for you to be able to even decide how much waste will come and what is the kind of treatment option you need to use. So there are lots of data sets which are available. There is a lot of government data as well. It is not that it is not there, but perhaps not to the level to which you may want in order to be able to see what is the impact of your work. So collecting reliable data is an important aspect. And for that, those of you who are into measurement, making sensors, using sensors, putting them together, all those kinds of activities can be looked at in this domain. The second aspect is effective treatment. Whatever treatment you are planning, say for your sewage, is it effective enough? Can you discharge it? Does it meet the discharge norms? Or if you're, say, in a housing society and you want to use it for horticulture, is the treatment effective enough to be able to meet those standards? So that is the second thing, because as I mentioned earlier, even our sewage treatment plants are often not compliant. So the third point is, instead of just looking at effective treatment, now people are moving towards resource recovery. Sewage is not just a mix of chemicals. It is not just a mix of waste. It has water, which can be recovered and reused. It has nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, which can be used as fertilizers. So these are the kinds of things which are now evolving. In several countries, people have started looking at what they call water resource factories. So it is not just water treatment anymore. And the sludge, which comes from biological treatment, it can then be used further for either generation of biogas or for some other energy use. So essentially trying to look what are the different resources which you can recover from a given waste stream. Then the point of the technologies being affordable is very, very important in the Indian context. So it is not that technologies are not available or resource recovery technologies are not available, but oftentimes they are not really appropriate for our settings or for the kind of wastes we generate or for the amounts of waste we generate or the way we collect our wastes. So what is the kind of affordable, technologies which are applicable to our, systems? For example, if we are looking at a decentralized wastewater treatment plant, it is not always necessary to have a very mechanized system. One can have a hybrid system where there is something which is mechanized and needs energy. At the same time, one can look at things like, plant-based systems, phytoremediation, or constructed wetlands. And of course, the last one is the scale-up potential, which again was mentioned in the previous talk. So when you are looking at thinking of how best to create a technology, think also about how it can be replicated. Is it suitable only for a very specific setting, or it is suitable for a wider setting? Can it be increased in scale, or the same size can be replicated in multiple locations? So I'll just give you one example, and this is the work which was part of my work for the last almost more than 20 years. And this is an example of using an industrial waste, which is sugarcane bagasse, ash, and creating ceramic membranes from it, and then using it for sewage treatment. So in India, we have more than 500 sugar factories. So it is a very typical Indian problem. So they crush the sugarcane. So what you get, the solid residue, is bagasse, which is then used as a fuel in the sugarcane mill boilers. So then you get the ash. Now, depending on how good the combustion is, the ash can have some carbon, which is unburnt, and it will have the oxide fraction. So the oxide fraction is the one you can separate the two by sieving and use the oxide fraction for creating membranes. And this manufacturing process is similar to the way ceramic manufacturing is usually done, either through tape casting or through pressing and sintering. And once this has been designed, this has been tested in a membrane bioreactor, which is basically a technology for treating water, wastewater, and this has been used for treating sewage. And this was done in a campus and also in a school. And then the quality of the treated wastewater was looked into. So the problem essentially came because the sugar mills said that they had this enormous amount of ash, which was occupying their land, and they really did not know what to do with it. And because we were looking at ceramic membranes, and this ash is primarily silica, which has the right properties, we were able to shape it into membrane filters. And membrane bioreactor technology is a fairly advanced technology. And one of the major costs of this technology is because of the membrane filters themselves. By using a locally available waste material, we can try to bring down the cost of this major component. So that was the way in which we worked. So we worked with the sugar industry. We also worked to some extent with the tile manufacturers and those who are in the ceramics industry so that we could close the loop. So as like Dr. Jatinder mentioned, you have to be able to see where you will go beyond the project as well. So part of this work was supported by DST as part of another program. And for that, we are very grateful for the funding that we received. And finally, when you prepare a proposal, firstly, pick any theme that interests you. Today, you're going to hear a lot about various themes. I'm sure there is something which appeals to you, whether it is in the agriculture sector or the water sector or the waste sector or the energy sector, health, whatever it may be. Identify the problem that you wish to solve. And is it a problem? And for this, as was explained earlier in the previous by the previous speaker, you have to be able to go talk to people and figure out whether it is really a problem and identify what is the core issue. What are the S&T solutions already available? If they are available, why are they not being put in place? Why are they not working if they have been put in place? You will understand the gaps here. What is your S&T solution? How will you achieve this S&T solution? Excuse me. So this will give you a sense of the methodology. And why do you think your solution will work? And what could be the potential limitations in your solution? And how can you minimize or avoid the limitations? Please also keep this in mind as you are evolving it. And when you keep these points in mind, in the points which were explained in the proposal, it will be easier for you to fill those as well. So thank you. And I hope I was within the time.
Thank you, Malini ma'am, for that very well structured and clear presentation. Lots of takeaways there for us. We now break for tea. Tea is being served outside, and we will also take a group photo after the tea in the foyer. After tea, we have Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh sir's presentation on engineering and AI. So we will reconvene in 10 minutes. I hope that's all right. 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 10 past 12.
And I'm sure there would be some questions for Malini ma'am and Jatinder ma'am's presentation also. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So, before we break for tea, maybe another 5 minutes we have. So, if there are any specific questions, first to Malini ma'am, because her session had just happened. And thank you, ma'am, for being so brief, precise, and it was very, very well structured, I think. If there are any questions for Malini ma'am, maybe we can raise hand and we can post those questions, and Malini ma'am can respond. And then we can break. Yes. Anyone?
Thank you for the good presentation. I'm a veterinarian by profession, so my main issues are with dung mixing in water, which is ultimately. Can you hear me? Mali ma'am, can you hear me?
Are you able to hear her?
No. Can you please repeat?
Come here.
Yeah.
So my main question is, I'm a veterinarian, and as you know, in rural areas, dung is directly left or channelized into nearby rivers or streams. So are there any potential research topics or research aspects that we can do because as you know, dung has a good amount of parasites which have a zoonotic impact. So if we can do something about that in terms of waste or water management, what are your thoughts about that?
First, I think you have to figure out how to collect all the dung. And once you have collected all the dung, it could be a dispersed kind of generation. And then once you have collected it, how do you treat it? Typically, anaerobic digestion is a common thing which is used. But at the end of it, the parasites and all may or may not be removed. There are groups which are working a lot in anaerobic digestion. So perhaps you could link with them, and see what is the kind of work which they have done already. But to me, it would seem like what, it was explained that, how do you even get all the farmers together? What is the kind of science and technology solution to make sure that all of them maybe dump it in one place so that you can collect it and put it in one place so that, you're able to treat it. Because if it is going to be dispersed, then it is going to go either onto the land or into your water streams. And once you're able to collect and treat, then you can try to look at whether the parasitic, components are taken care of or not. But on the upstream side, should you then also look at, what are the kinds of, interventions you need to do that they do not get those parasitic infections.
Yes.
So that's again something which you could think about.
Thank you.
Previous sessions, question to Jatinder ma'am or maybe Shama ma'am, a quick question. I think they need some fuel.
Hello.
So I have a question from Sama ma'am. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself Shivani, and I have a question regarding the choosing mentors for this
I
particular.
can't hear you. Can you maybe come to the front and, pose your question, please?
So, ma'am, I think this question is to Dr. Shama. This is regarding
okay.
the scheme.
Okay.
In person, so we can discuss, but online people may leave, so we will just focus right now with the online experts. Yes, so we will discuss in person. I am here itself. Any more question from Jatinder ma'am or Malini ma'am on agriculture setup or in water or waste management? So if there are no more question, we can just go for the break.
From online, if there is anybody who wants to pose question, those who have joined.
Yes, yeah.
Those of you who have joined online, do you have any question? You can raise your hand quickly. Maybe we can take one question to Malini ma'am or Jatinder ma'am. Okay, so I don't see any hands raised. So maybe this is a time we break for tea and we'll be back in another 12 minutes. So those of you who have joined online, please have your tea and we will be back at 12:15. Thank you very much, Dr. Malini and Dr. Jatinder, ma'am. And please, thank you for joining. Yeah.
We'll email you the photographs and certificates of participation. So now we have our session on engineering and AI. To take this session, our expert for this session is Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh. Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh is professor at the Department of Computer Science at the Banaras Hindu University. Currently, sir is associated with Delhi University. He has had a long and fruitful association with DST, Government of India. Sir. Your screen.
I think I can't hear you, but I'm not sure whether others can hear you as well.
Hear you. University. He is now associated with the University of Delhi. He's currently on Lien, and he's had a long and fruitful association with the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He will be taking the session on engineering and AI, sir.
So just confirm you can see my slides. Okay,
yes,
and they are changing. They are changing as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being here and for your time. So precisely what I'm going to do is during next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about certain suggestions that I have as being associated with WISE Kiran for a long time and seeing a lot of proposals and looking at what often what often is wrong in the proposal. So what I'm going to tell right now is kind of observations that we had as a committee. So probably we had certain suggestions, and that is what I have tried to do. And most of them may be relevant specifically for engineering and technology, but in general, this is something that will be helpful for others as well, not only people working in engineering technology, but in other disciplines as well. So what I'm going to talk about is something like this. We'll have a quick look at what are the common reasons for rejection of proposals. And we all know that now the funding is highly competitive. So approximately 20 to 30% projects that are received in any division, not only DST but in any other funding agency, hardly 10 to 30% projects are funded. So that is why because the resources are scarce and the proposals have to be really good. So we need to be very careful when we create our proposals. So we'll have a quick look at what may be the common reasons for rejection of the proposal. And then we look at what should be the essential components of a research proposal, and then some of my suggestions that I share primarily on these two lines on what is it that we can do for improved literature survey and topic identification, and also on why should we include PI and mentor profiles as part of proposal and presentations. So if we have a quick look at some of the common reasons that are attributed for rejection of the proposals, we'll find that one of the most common reasons that is often associated is that the proposal lacks novelty, or it doesn't have any novelty. So the point is, when we talk about science and technology, normally no funding agency would like to invest in a proposal which is redoing what is already well known. So if we are working in an area which is very well researched and we do not have a research problem which is adding anything to the existing knowledge, probably this would be the primary reason for rejection. So novelty is probably one of the most important things that most of the funding agencies are looking at. Then sometimes we get the mark, something like objectives are not clearly specified or research questions are not properly identified. So this is another primary reason why proposals are often rejected, and sometimes we have more than one reasons, and they're also attributed in the review comment. Or sometimes we may say that methodology is not clearly spelled out. Okay. So then when we have methodological issues, for example, the methodology is not clearly spelled, or the methodology is not appropriate, or methodology is very old and there are a lot of new advancements and one should be trying for new approaches. So all these could be issues where we have concerns of methodology in the proposal. Or we may have, this is also a reason sometimes we see that proposal looks good, everything is okay, but the PI is not able to defend that. So probably PI doesn't know, and maybe somebody helped in writing the proposal. And sometimes there is also a mismatch between PI and mentor if the mentor things apply in the proposals. So that is also a reason, not being the primary reason, but this could be a supporting reason for rejection of the proposal. And sometimes this could also work the other way. For example, many times we see proposals where the committee is not unanimous in either rejecting or accepting. So what often the committee does is committee looks at who is the mentor, what is the institute, what are the publications of PI, and so on. And if this is slightly above the mark, or this goes in the favor of proposal, most of the times the committee goes for a favorable decision for the proposal. So this could be very helpful if there are some other weaknesses. And this specific scheme, and there are many other schemes where the proposal needs some kind of application orientation, and that is where you may find a comment like no societal relevance or no application. Now, most of the times when we say societal relevance, this is interpreted very broadly, something which is not relevant only for the society, but anything which is relevant for industrial applications is also considered as relevant for the society in most of the committees. Okay. So these are some of the primary reasons why you may have a proposal which is not successful, and maybe there are more than one reasons that are attributed in the review report or in the comments by the expert committee. If we look at components of a research proposal, we all know, essentially what are the major components. We start with a short introduction, like, we try to contextualize what this proposal is about, what the area that we are talking about, what is the broader context, and why what we are talking about is important. And then we define precisely what are the objectives that we have. So this is the kind of statement of what is the research problem that we have and what are we going to do. Sometimes we have multiple objectives. Now, if you have multiple objectives, these objectives should be coherently connected. If we have a proposal which has, let's say, 3 objectives or 4 objectives, and these objectives are completely disconnected, the committee always gives an opinion that the PI is not clear, there are too many objectives, they're not doable, and they're not connected, they're independent proposals, and so on. So if you have more than one objective specified, they have to be clearly connected, and there has to be a coherence between these objectives, and all of them should together form a complete proposal. Now, in a proposal, we also specify a kind of literature survey where we try to state what is the current status, both national as well as international, on the research problem that we are working at, what has been done, what are the research gaps, and why these gaps are important, and why solving these gaps are important. And then once we are clear with what are the objectives and this objective falls within the research gap identified, then we often specify that what is it that we are going to do in terms of applying the method. So what methodology we are going to adopt and what would be the broader timeline. And this is also equally important. We need to clearly specify what is the expected outcome. Because if we do not know the expected outcome, probably this is not going to be a good proposal. So a good proposal should have a very clear specification of what are the objectives, what are the questions that we are trying to solve, what are the problems that we are going to address, and then at the same time, it should also very clearly specify what could be the expected outcome. So these are the two primary things: what are the objectives and what is the expected outcome. And within this context, we specify that how are we going to achieve this objective? What are we going to do in terms of achieving this objective? And finally, at the close of the proposal, we also need to specify a budget. Well, most of the time I have seen budget is never a primary reason for rejection of a proposal, because budget is something that could be revised, that could be curtailed or something. But budget is often not the case. But sometimes you may find a committee member asking that why did you provision for this particular instrument or this particular component? Why are you not doing this, that, and so on? So whatever budget that you specify, you have to be very clearly informed about why did you include that, and that this is the only way to do it, and you should be able to justify the budget that you're specifying. Okay. So primarily, when we're looking at a research proposal, a proposal for extramural grants for funding, we have essentially these components. And if we are weak in any of these components, more specifically, if we are weak in these 3 components: objectives, method, and expected outcomes, then probably it is going to be a very clear case of rejection of the proposal. At least these 3 things are very important, where we clearly specify what are the objectives, what are the expected outcomes, and so what are the deliverables, and what method we are going to adopt. Okay. And we can specify the timeline, and probably sometimes the committee members say during the presentation that don't talk about the literature survey, we know that, and so on. Okay. So because committee members are people working in this area for a long period of time. So most of the times they're already informed about what is the current status. So during the presentation, although you may write in the proposal, but during the presentation, the PI is often requested not to include that, so that the presentation could be very precise and crisp. At any cost, we should clearly introduce what is the context, what is the precise objective that we are looking at, how we are going to achieve this objective, and what is going to be the expected outcome. So just for an example, if we are talking about, let's say, an area of computer science and AI, so we now know that there's a lot of data in social media. So this could be an example where we can write a proposal which is primarily based on AI applications. We can have a computational approach or algorithmic approach to analyze the social media data. And now, so for example, now suppose this is the problem: misogyny detection in social media data. Now, what we can do is we can collect social media data, the text, the memes, images, and so on, and we can apply some computational approach to find out whether the content could be classified as misogynistic or not. Okay. So this is something which is a very straightforward thing to do, and something which is being researched on, and something which has a direct societal application, because this is directly related to our online mental health and well-being. Okay. Now, one may ask that this is a well-researched area, so what is it that I'm going to do new? So probably, you may specify that I'm going to work not only on text, but also on other kind of data. So multimodal data like images, memes, and so on, GIFs, and so on. Or you may say that most of the research is in English, and we would like to work in languages which are India specific, because there's a lot of social media content in Indian languages as well. So these things are something which can convert into a real world application, where any social media post could be automatically flagged that, this is hateful, this is abusive, this is misogynistic, this targets a specific religion, and so on. So all this leads to a kind of application, and what you do primarily is a kind of algorithm development, and which is based on machine learning, deep learning, AI, and so on. So in this context, and also in the broader context, I would like to have certain suggestions primarily on two aspects. One is that, my problem has to be novel. My proposal has to be novel. Objective, there has to be novelty. So objective has to be very clearly specified, and it should be something which has not been well researched and which is not already solved. So if I'm solving a problem which is already solved, I am working on something which is already done. So simply verification of something which is already verified many, many times may not be funded. So that is where we have to be very clear that what is my research problem. And for that purpose, we need to be very clear about what is the relevant literature that exists. And one way to do that is look at the scholarly databases. And I would suggest, so what we do is we have Web of Science, Scopus, Google Scholar, and so on. So what we can do is whatever topic or area that we are working on, we can look into a database to look for the relevant literature. We can go through that. We can be informed what is the current status and what still exists as a research gap. Okay. So why these scholarly databases work? Because, they organize a lot of data about scholarly articles. For example, they have title, keywords, abstract, references, bibliometric information. The point that I'm trying to make here is that when you look for relevant literature, when you look for literature, sir, do not do a normal Google search. Instead of that, what you can do is you can do a scholarly database search. So most of the institutions in India, they have subscription to Web of Science and Scopus. So what you can do is in Web of Science, and Web of Science being the most selective, it indexes all the journals which are there in Web of Science core collection. What you can do is you can specify a topic, and there are multiple ways to search. If you search for something, you specify a period, or you can have more advanced search option. But whatever you do, you get a set of results. Now, if you click on a particular result, you get more details about that particular paper. So what I'm suggesting is that Web of Science, or for that matter, Scopus, could be a better tool to look for relevant literature. This way, you're not being returned literature which is not high quality research article. Similar is the case with Scopus. So in Scopus also we have the similar options. You can do document search, and again you can specify a complex query or a simple query. And Scopus also is subscribed in many institutions of India as part of the central consortiums. Again, if you want to know about a particular paper, and often Web of Science or Scopus, they also point to the original source. Now, one more possibility that you can use is, if you don't have subscription to Web of Science or Scopus, you can use Google Scholar, which is free to use. What you can do is you just say scholar.google.com, you type a topic, you can do a lot of refinements and so on, and you get papers. And you can browse through these papers. Not only this, Google Scholar also provides you with alternate links where you can get free versions either uploaded in ResearchGate, Academia, or some kind of repository and so on. So you can search. So one primary point that I'm making is that while you're trying to identify your research problem, while you're trying to understand the research area, rather than doing Google search, a normal Google search, please use a kind of scholarly database search. This could be a search in Web of Science, this could be a search in Scopus, or this could be a search in Google Scholar. Because this would be more focused, more refined, and your results are only research articles. Now, nowadays, we also have an advantage of using AI tools. So there are a lot of AI tools, particularly the ones that are based on large language models. So now there are tools which can help you in literature survey, in identifying research gaps, even in writing a proposal and so on. So, for example, I'm showing you an example where AI can assist in summarizing and extracting information from literature into a specific area. What you can do is, suppose you have 100 articles and you don't have time to read all of them, but you want to know what is the recent advancement. So what you can do is you download all these 100 articles and use some kind of tool. Let's say there is a tool called popai.pro. So what you can do is, so this is a video. Let me just, so this is a video that you see here. You go to popai.pro. And then here you have an upload file option. You upload the research paper that you have just downloaded, upload it, and will give you a summary. And it normally gives you more than one summary. So on the right side, you see response 1, response 2. So you have more than one summaries. And it also asks your feedback that which is a better summary. Once you select that, you are okay with one particular summary. For example, you vote that, let's say in this case, we select, so just wait for a second. So you select, let's say you select that response 1 is a more appropriate summarization. So you say apply. The moment you apply, you get certain suggestions. What you can do is you can click on any of them and you can get answers for that. And not only that, if you want to know anything more about that, so this is like a kind of question answering. So you can ask more questions, and probably from this reading, so you can type any doubt and probably, the LLM would be able to answer that. So this is like a quicker way of understanding a particular research area. If you are already working in, in a broader domain and there's something new that has happened and you want to go very quickly into that, probably what you can do is you can identify the relevant literature, download that, and then make use of a tool like Pop AI and so, which will give you a kind of extractive or abstractive summary, which can help you in understanding or getting a quick understanding of a particular area. So this is one tool which helps you in summarizing. Similarly, you can also use any of these tools in identifying research gaps. For example, if I want to know that, let's say I'm working in deep learning or I'm working something in material science and so on, and I want to identify what are the current research challenges. So what I can do is I can go to another tool, and many of you may be aware of this, ChatGPT. So what I can do is I can say chat openai.com, and you can see this video. What I can do is I can type a question here. What are current research gaps? Let's say in a topic like generative AI, and within a bracket I specify image. So what it is going to suggest me is that if I'm working in image processing and I'm using deep learning or generative AI, what are the current research challenges? Now you can go further with this. You can click on something, you can identify more research problems and so on. So these AI tools are not only helpful in presenting a summary, but they're also helpful because they are going through a lot of literature on different topics. So what you can do is you can use these tools to identify research gaps as well. Not only this, AI tools can also help you in writing a part or some section of your proposal or research paper. But please be careful here because what you get is a kind of rephrased thing which is already there. It is not very good in terms of content and accuracy. So there may be challenges for that. But if you want to do this again, you can say chat openai.com, and you can say, I have to report a new model for image classification in a scientific journal. What should be the paper outline for it? So you can just do that, and it is going to suggest you an outline that you should have a title, you should have an abstract should have this, methodology could be this, expected outcomes could be this, discussion, and so on. This is something that gives you a kind of skeleton and what could be the core components within that skeleton. Not only this, if you're working in computer science and you are trying to generate some code for solving a problem, you can use these tools even for writing code. This code may not run as it is. You may have to do modifications, but you get at least, you can generate a TensorFlow based code for binary image classification. Now, what you get is a Python code, which you can refine, which you can, update, which you can correct. It may or may not run in its present form, but you get a lot of writing, which you can further refine. So there are now a lot of tools which can be helpful, not only in literature search, in summarizing, in preparing a skeleton, in writing related work, and also in writing code. In addition to this literature survey thing, I think what is also equally important is, as I suggested, many times if there are, if the committee is divided in terms of merits of the proposal, so some members want to support and some members say no. Probably what goes in your favor is what is the PI profile and what is the mentor profile. So what you can do is, in the presentation that you have, probably what you can do is, you can, if you already have your Web of Science profile, within the slides at the end or somewhere towards the end, you can include your Web of Science profile. Or if you do not have your Web of Science profile, you can include your Google Scholar profile. This you could do as an additional slide for your presentation. Even if you don't show that in the regular run, you should have this as an additional slide, which you can show if somebody asks you about yourself, what is the research that you have done, or who is your mentor. So what you can do is you can very quickly show that this is my mentor. So the committee gets an idea that who is the mentor, what is the research area, what is the current problem, whether there is a match or not, and whether the mentor is the correct mentor or not, or for that matter, whether PI has already worked in this area or not. And two other things that you should be informed is about, so we have a lot of declarations which say that bibliometric indicators should not be used for research assessment, but unfortunately that is only said, not done. So in most of the proposals, what happens is, many times committees are looking at what are your publications and what are the impact factors of journals in which you have published. So please be informed about what is the impact factor, and please also be informed that impact factor is something which is issued only by Clarivate Analytics, which is the owner of Web of Science. So the only authentic trademark calculation for impact factor is Web of Science. No journal which is indexed in Web of Science will have an impact factor. So as a result, when we say impact factor is limited only to journals published in Web of Science. So this is how you do calculation. I'm not going into that. And other than that, many times some committee member may ask you to give your index. What is your H index, or what is your I-10 index, or what is your I-20 index? So please be informed about what is your H index, how do we calculate H index, your H index, your mentor's H index, and also I-10 and I-20 indices. They are very, very important. And you get I-10, I indices directly calculated as part of Google Scholar profile. So if you have a Google Scholar profile, you can see your H index, you can see your I-10 index. Okay? So this is something that you should be informed. And the third and last point that I want to emphasize is on the fact that any proposal that you make, it should have all the relevant details. But when I say all the relevant details, it should have only the details that are relevant. That is why I say all but only the relevant details should be there. A coherent, focused proposal. Many times you may see in a proposal that the committee members write that the proposal is not focused. Now, when you say it is not focused, that means you're not clear about your objectives, and you're not clear about what method applies to solve that particular problem. And that is where you should have all the relevant details, and do not include unnecessary information just to make your proposal bigger. So proposal should be limited to the word limit that is specified, and it should contain only the relevant details. And similarly, budget heads need to be very clearly identified. All the cost mentioned should be correct estimates, because if you write that you want a particular equipment, but the estimated cost of that equipment is unrealistic, that reflects on your expertise very poorly. So that is where it may go wrong. So that is where you have to very clear that what is the component that you're looking for and what is the estimated cost. And similarly, routine components like contingency and travel, do not put a very high figure in that, because this often backfires. And when you do the third thing, when you are called for presenting your proposal, please be very focused and to the point. Have limited number of slides, because the committees have to evaluate a large number of proposals, and maybe you get 6 slides or 7 slides or 5 slides or 8 slides or something like that. and maybe 8 to 10 minutes. And it is your duty to sell yourself, to tell that what I'm going to do is something very relevant, very important for the country to be, for the country to see, for something to be done in that specific research area. So this is you who have to make a mark on the proposal's relevance, importance, and so on. And it is also relevant here to mention that many times when you're presenting a proposal, the committees expect that you have already done the literature survey. So if you write in your timeline that once I get a money, I'm going to put 12 months of literature survey, that is a poor reflection on your preparedness. So you can put something 3 months or something for literature survey, but in the timeline, do not put a lot of time on literature survey, because a committee expects that you have done at least. See, when you submit a proposal and when you go for presentation, there's a gap of about, at least 6 months. Many times it is more than that. So it is expected that during this time, you may have gone through some literature. So you should be informed about what literature you have surveyed. And if you have already done literature survey, that gives you a big plus in terms of your presentation. Okay. So this is all that I wanted to share in terms of suggestions. Just to conclude, a good proposal is always self-contained. It should contain everything that is required, to be to the point, and it must contain all the relevant details and nothing else, only the relevant details. And second point that I wanted to make is that in our process of looking for literature survey, for identifying research problem, for identifying research gaps, we should make use of scholarly databases, or we can also make use of newer AI tools, but this has to be an informed use. If you blindly follow what these tools are giving you, you may end up in serious problems. The third thing that I want to emphasize is that metrics and evaluations are going to be there. So whether we like impact factor, whether we like this, that measure H index or not, but they are there for a long time. They are going to stay, because there is a global shift across the world from trust-based funding, performance-based funding, and many times the peer review committees also take into account what is the bibliometric data that you have. So what is your H index, in which journals you have published, what are their impact factors, whether they're the best journals or not. So, this is very important, and brands are already competitive, and in the time to come, they are going to be further more competitive. And that is where we have to be very crisp, focused, and we should be very clearly informed that what is it that we are doing and why it is important and how this should be done. So this is all that I wanted to share. I would be happy to answer any questions or to have any comments for clarifications. Thank you very much. If you want to know more about me, the research that I do, or if you have any further follow-up question, you can go to this page and you can find all the links for me, my email, mobile number, and so on. So thank you very much. Any questions at this point?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that very detailed, insightful talk. Your hands-on tips, I'm sure, has made the process of proposal development much easy for a lot of aspiring fellows here. Any questions for Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, sir? We have a question.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. Actually, I would like to ask, what is the minimum H index we need to consider?
You said minimum age?
H index for the research scholar.
Okay, minimum H index. See, that varies across discipline, because, H index is something which is dependent on your publication and citation profile. And publication behaviors, as we know, they vary across disciplines. For example, in biological sciences, in material science, in medical sciences, the number of publications are much more, and as a result, there's more citation activity. And as a result, the impact factors and H index values would be higher. But for a starting researcher, see, I would give you a rule of thumb. If you apply for a postdoctoral position in any US university, most of the time what they're looking at is what is your H index. And if your H index is below 7 or 8, in most of the disciplines, they're not going to shortlist your application. If you're applying for an assistant professor position, something like 8 to 10. If you're applying for associate professor, something like 15 or so. If you're applying for professor, something like 20 or higher. So that varies across disciplines and that varies across countries as well. I think in case of India, for a scheme like this, anything like 3 to 4 would also work, because if you have published something that is like a demonstration of your capability, so it shows that you have the competence to work in the area. So anything like 3 or 4, and similarly, if you have a profile for your mentor, if mentor is there in the scheme, that would also help the committee if they are not very clear about the proposal. So if they are divided that whether we should support or not, so maybe sometimes a committee member says that no, candidate is very good, area is very good, she's working with a very good mentor, let's support her. Okay. So that is how many times proposals are accepted. So that is where including profiles could be very helpful.
One more question, like what if the mentor's H index is lower and the PI's H index is higher? In that case, will it be accepted or not?
Well, that is very, very rare.
Actually, in my case, it is happening. That's why I just wanted to know.
Yeah, so that may reflect poorly, or probably what you can do is you can skip that at all.
Okay, actually,
I think that may not be a good idea to have a mentor who is...
Because of the family reason or something, I had to choose one institute. So, and also I had to choose one mentor. So, in that case, I think that's why I wanted to know that what is the scenario.
See, the point is, it may go against you in the sense that if your proposal is very sound and you're very clear what you're doing and you have the facility in the institution, I think it should be okay. But if there is a doubt about any of these things, probably what the committee may be looking at is that which institution you're working, with whom you're working. And that is where, if the committee is not satisfied with the guide or with the institution, the committee may not consider the proposal favorably. So that may be a challenge.
Okay. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. If there are any more questions, you can type it in the Q&A or in the chat. With this, we come to the end of this session. Our next session is on food technology. And to introduce us to the emerging challenges in this sector, I invite Dr. Rekha Singhal ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Address the kind of proposals that we have for funding under this scheme. I have just chosen this title. I think there is some disturbance here in the screen. The title which was given to me, and this is you have a program which is given to you, and the title that has been given is exactly the same that I have included. And I'm not going to talk on what Professor Vivek has just spoken about, because that is across the discipline. So what I have tried to do is to focus on the discipline as such of the food technology, and then look at the concepts or look at the areas that have been indicated in the topic. So first of all, what is the current scenario of food processing industry in India? See, food processing is a very lucrative business because our very survival depends on food. So and we are blessed with a lot of agro produce. So actually this industry accounts for 32% of country's total food market, and it ranks 5th in terms of production, consumption, exports, and expected growth. We contribute just about 1.5% to the processed food trade, and most of it is in the unorganized sector. However, this sector gives a lot of employment, and you will also see that our exports have been increasing. So in about 2021, we exported processed foods worth 39 million USD dollars. The industry has been seeing a steady growth of about 8.3%, and it is projected to reach a very high value, about $482 billion by 2025, in a couple of years. And if you look at the various categories of processed foods, we will find that they are all different. Like dairy products are different from cereal-based products. Cereal-based products are different from plantation products like spices, tea, coffee, cocoa. And their technologies are different. Their post-harvest processing is completely different. And each of these areas grow by at different rates. You can also see that it is not just the commodity as such, but even within the commodity, there are a lot of variations. For example, we have thousands of varieties of rices, and you will see that basmati rice is actually very popular. So even the trade which grows is different for basmati and for non-basmati. And same thing can happen for other agro produce as well. Now, from our perspective, when we are looking for a problem, we have to look at a produce which has not really been worked upon and which you think can fetch you some income. This is something which I thought I should be able to tell you. Now, why should you enter into the food business? So if you look at it, you see that there have been lot of farmer suicides. We can produce a lot of materials thanks to the agricultural technologies and engineering which is there. So there is a mass production. But unless this production is converted into the products, most of it actually could deteriorate, and therefore post-harvest processing or the food technology is completely different from agricultural engineering. And actually it comes somewhere in it is intermediate between agriculture and consumer. So from the farm to plate, that we say, that bridge is through the processing technology. And actually there were issues like farmer suicides, and especially women were majorly affected. Then there are other parallel sectors which are happening along with the food. For example, horticulture, fisheries, dairy, and there can also be combinations, which can make food production more profitable as well as more sustainable. Then there are also shift in the consumption pattern. If you look at the green revolution, it was essentially developed to take care of the calories. But now people have realized that, we are very, very deficient in proteins. Actually about 80%, in fact more than 80% of us minimum are deficient in protein, grossly deficient in protein, and we are not even aware of it. But now there is a realization that is happening, and people are shifting to from cereals to protein-rich foods. So this again is one area which is ripe for innovation and fodder for your thought. Then there are many supporting schemes which are there. This is of course one of the best ones, but there are many others. And then you have diverse resource base. So we are so blessed that we have such a vast variety of agro produce, and we can have a variety of food products or raw materials for processing. Now, if you look at the industrial food product development, on which I believe your proposals would be based, you will see for the product acceptance, there are challenges. One are the technical constraints and financial considerations on one side. But these contribute to society. These contribute to the time. The time and opportunity for product launching. So once you're ready with the product, it doesn't mean that it will reach us. There is a time required before it actually reaches the consumers like you and me. Then there are social values, and however a food may be, consumers are human beings. They cannot be forced into consuming. So there are consumer individual needs and there are individual expectations. So this is the human factor when it comes to food is actually sometimes much more important than the technology and the finances. You may be giving a product at a very low price, affordable price, but if the consumer doesn't like it, you do whatever you want, the consumer is not going to take it. So there is a very important angle which also is a field of study. Now, if you look at the technological challenges, I'm focusing on this because it will again be an input for the proposals and which could be considered when writing proposals. First and foremost, when we purchase any food product, we want them to be safe. Now, a food is subjected to lot of spoilage organisms which need not be pathogenic, and pathogenic organisms which can harm our health, but they need not be spoilage organisms. Further, there could be lot of contaminants which could come, pesticides, heavy metals, and many others, and even adulteration. So we also need to know from where we are getting our product. So blockchain, where computational sciences become important. If I'm having a plate of, say, pizza or any other product with 10 different commodities, I need to know from where my individual ingredients have come from. So there is a lot of opportunity where you can have blockchain technology and food technology coming together. Apart from that, when we go for commercialization, there are very high standards of hygiene required, and sometimes we can't really do it manually. So can you have automated cleaning systems, or can you develop robots so that the cleaning can be done appropriately? Now, we are all aware, we purchase commodities day in and day out, rather almost every day. But we never get consistent quality of raw materials. And when it is at the level of a consumer, it is fine, we can adjust. But when it is at an industry, there is a requirement for consistent quality of raw materials and ingredients, so that you can get good quality, shelf life, and that too under adverse climatic conditions. What do we mean by adverse? Temperature in Nagpur is 45 degrees centigrade. Temperature in, say, Himachal Pradesh may be 10 degrees centigrade. If the product is manufactured, it should have the stability under adverse conditions of not only temperature but also the humidity. Then there are huge scale-up challenges as far as food processing is concerned, and for this you need to have an understanding of engineering operations such as mixing, heat transfer. You need to select the right equipments. Actually, this slide, I don't know what to do with this. It's हे खाली गेलेला आहे, ते थोडासा हे कमी करता येईल का? जाऊ द्या, okay, no problems. Oh, it's fine. So there are some scale-up challenges, and we need to consider these as well. The slides will be here, and anybody who is interested can have an access. Now, these are steps. When you apply for a research proposal, there is a research phase. And then there would be a developmental phase. So first is posing the research problem based on many criteria like formulation, then you have efficacy, product stability, then you have developmental phase, and then you have a production phase. So the SCOPE project, which was earlier WAS-B, looks at research phase to the production phase, and it has to go through the development phase. And in each of the phases, there are objectives or there are expectations that need to be met while the project is being carried out. Now, just to give you an idea, if it is a freeze-dried product, so there are a lot of challenges during scale-up. We just cannot say that, okay, I have developed a product in the lab and now I can directly go to the factory and from, say, 100 grams, I can straight away make 100 kgs. It doesn't happen that way. Why? Because during the scaling up, you will find lot of challenges, particularly heating, cooling curves. There is a uniformity of temperature distribution, and many others. I won't explain too much into it, but I'm just trying to prove a point that in any kind of a processing, when we look at, there are lots of scale-up challenges, and for this, an engineering input is essential. Now, I have summarized some do's and don'ts for scaling up. Some of you who would like to commercialize your products, you have to have a component of scale-up. So whatever has worked at lab scale may not necessarily work at the commercial scale. So you need to adjust your formula according to the scale up. Maybe you have to alter your mode of delivery of your ingredient. Instead of mixing in the wet ingredient, you may have to mix it with the dry ingredient. You will also have to factor in kill stage for scaling up. That means you want to inhibit undesirable microbes and enzymes. So again, that has to be throughout the product. It cannot be only in selective regions. Or you may have to consider the impact of large quantities while heating and cooling. That means there can be gaps, hot spots could be there, or there may be spots which have not been heated at all. So this is something where you need to work on. And you have to consider production requirements and future needs when you make equipment decision. So today you may be small, you may be wanting to make only 100 kg. Tomorrow you may be wanting to make 1000 kg. So your equipment designs, that also is an area where you could consider, and your design should be compatible. And most importantly, whatever you do, the compliance with food safety and regulations is a priority. And in our country, our whole and sole regulator is FSSAI. What are the things that one should not do if you want an effective scale up? You have to, you don't assume that sourcing strategy will be the same. Today I am purchasing my ingredient from one supplier, but I may not get it again. So tomorrow I may have to go to another one. Day after tomorrow I may have to go to a third one. So that variations could also be there. You cannot ignore the complexities of mixing. Even if you are making a simple masala, if you are making 100 kg of say pav bhaji mix and you are having 10 different masalas, it is even the simple mixing, it is not as easy. So you cannot, it's a very simple operation, but it is not very simple. You cannot rely on trial and error to optimize your process. You cannot ignore the impacts of scaling up on the personnel safety. For example, whoever is processing, there are people who are working, so occupational hazards would be there. So if there are any such concerns, those also have to be factored in. And sometimes during scale up, you should not compromise on the yield loss. You say, okay, I have lost 10% of the yield. No, even 10% is huge. Can you try to minimize it? So these are some considerations when you go for scale up. Now, there was a point which was said for dissemination of knowledge from the source. I know it's a very small slide. I tried to make it big, but it was not possible, but you could have a look. So there are some critical factors and there are some less critical factors, or they are near critical factors, and they are all associated with how the knowledge can be transmitted from the manufacturer to the consumers, to our prospective consumers. And these include things like culture, it includes distance, it includes the team, then there are many others, frequency of knowledge use, technology and tools, and many other things, motivation. So the source, so from you are the source, and you are also, and your friend may be the receiver. But between the source and the receiver, there are so many layers which are there, and we need to understand this. If we undo it with understanding, it is possible to take care. There are other challenges. For example, today's youngsters, if you see, there is nothing called brand loyalty, and if unlike other products, like where one size fits all, that does not happen with food. Today you want a strawberry ice cream. Tomorrow you say, no, I don't want strawberry. I want some another flavor. So there is a continuous innovation possibilities are there. But to do this, there is shortage of skilled workforce, there is intense competition and price pressure. You want the best product at the lowest cost. So how do you meet this? We should not forget our environment, because we exist because our environment is fine. So environment sustainability issues with respect to greenhouse gas, water use, waste generation, all this needs to be considered when you are giving a proposal for this funding and also for scale up. Then even the regulatory policies keep changing. There is a constant change in policies. And when it comes to foods, you have to indicate the labeling. The labeling has to be, it's a very important parameter. It should convey, it should be as per the FSSAI norms. And it also has to take into account the limits for contaminants that has been set and also the compositional details. Apart from this, entering into food is not a very easy thing unless you are familiar with many things. For example, there could be linkages between weather anomaly, food production, and even political violence. For example, adverse weather could induce agro loss, and this could lead to aspects which are indicated in the dotted boxes. For example, hunger, then which hunger itself could lead to maldistribution and corruption, migration, and these could actually food price shock. Suddenly, we all know onions which are available at 20 rupees kg, they are not even available at 100 rupees kg. So these kind of shocks which are there, and loss of state revenue. So these are all interconnected. we should also understand that innovation is constantly emerging, and COVID actually triggered the innovation. But these innovations did not end with COVID. Even post-COVID, these innovations continue. And what was in fact, not just COVID, whenever we have had wars, it has always triggered innovations. So during COVID, we all know that there was disrupted supply chain, and that led to an opportunity for developing immune boosting foods, and that generated business for different kinds of bioactivities. So that was the trigger, but it continues today, and again there is a scope for it. Business for non-perishable and processed foods. Then new habits and taste products. Like for example, tastes which are, we were not traditional, like dosa for example. We always had a filling of potatoes, but now people have noodle dosa, Szechuan dosa, this dosa, that dosa, pizza with, that chole bhature kind of filling. So these kind of things are always there. Now let me come quickly to the linkages in the food business, which again can be a part of your project proposal. So you have both upstream requirements and downstream. Upstream means what we are getting from the agricultural sector, whether it is raw materials, whether it would be linkages with the farms, storage and transport facilities, and of course workforce. And what is downstream? Using these aspects which we have, what are we going for? So for example, state-of-the-art processing technique, quality testing, because you need to assure quality assurance. For that you need a lab. Then sale of the product. So marketing is a very important component, and skilled workforce in sales and handling. And therefore, you need to have backward linkage and forward linkage. Backward linkages are channels through which information, material and money can flow, and forward linkage will be the distribution chain. So we are right in between agriculture and consumers. Now key initiatives, I won't read this slide much, but I would like to tell you that there are many initiatives from the government which have been taken. We have mega parks, Pradhan Mantri, Kisan Sampada Yojana, then we have many other reforms, food standards are there, investment facilities are there, you can see Nivesh Bandhu portal, then you have schemes for creation of infrastructure for agro-processing, many of them are there and you can have a look. This is a model you can see for mega food park. I'm sure many of you are familiar. So you can see that you have collection centers, field collection centers indicated by CC, and you have farmer groups, self-help groups and individual farmers. They come together and you have primary processing centers. A group of primary processing centers can come into a mega food park, which becomes a central processing center, and which could actually be meet the domestic needs or even the export needs. There are some mandatory requirements. Of course, this may be going a bit too much, but before you think of applying for a proposal, you need to be mentally ready that tomorrow, okay, not today, but after 2 years, I want to set up a business or I want to set up an entrepreneurship. There are plenty of requirements or documents which need to be, you should need to be prepared. For instance, permanent account number, then you have proof of payment, ownership proof, then no objection certificate from fire department and medical certificate of self, your employees and workforce, and many others, city police, water testing. So these are areas again which one needs to be prepared. So one can think on those lines as well. Now, as I mentioned, there are plenty of women-oriented schemes from Government of India. And one of them you can see over here is Udyogini, and then you have this PMF-ME. Jatinder ma'am had already spoken about it, and there are many others, Annapurna, Bharatiya Mahila Bank Business Loan, and you can see even Stree Shakti Yojana, Sindh Mahila Shakti Scheme, plenty of them you can see, they are all there for you to harness. Now finally, if you see what are the challenges, now you have done everything, but unless you market your product, it's not going to serve the purpose. So there are challenges in marketing, and you need innovative marketing as well. So you have to ask questions. What is it like to do business with us? Then what unique value does our business provide to the consumer? What do the consumers want? What additional services can you provide to the consumer? Now, apart from that, there are other issues like enforcement of plastic ban. People had grown so used to plastic. So this has actually affected some kind of businesses. Then pervasive presence of e-commerce, sometimes when we are beginning, we may not have access to it. We may not have. So sometimes how to overcome that or use it to our advantage. Sourcing ingredients and supply chain, very crucial. As I told you today, if my entire business is centered around procuring ingredients from one source and it is not available, how do I get another supply chain? So these are some concerns. And then now you see many people have become vegan. So you want, so that has created a business opportunity, and if you create a product, you should be able to market it accordingly. And again, now how can these challenges be overcome? So heavy investment in R&D is required, and it is here that the scope WISE scheme scope comes in, program comes in. You have to adopt sustainable practices, collaborate with suppliers and partners, embrace new technologies and automation. You have to ensure that your employees are trained, and after training you are able to retain them. If they are trained and they skip you and they go to the next one, then it becomes problem. So personnel is very important, and you have to also keep upgrading yourself through skill development programs. So this, I think ma'am had already spoken about DST WISE Scope program, and it aims to provide opportunity to women scientists. I'm just repeating it. And it promotes projects which deal with challenges at grassroots through science and technology interventions. And I think this was there, so I will not repeat it. Now, this is something which Vivek sir just spoke about, but I have added a few more points. So just some key points while submitting proposals. It should be based on science and society and not a research proposal. You should be able to carry it out using locally available resources and fulfill the unmet need or a limited need. Should be economically viable and eco-friendly. You develop a fantastic product, but beyond the pocket, so it will not happen. You need to be aware of the competitive products and how the proposed one scores over them. So from the scientific perspective, literature survey is very, very important. But from the business perspective, knowing who are your prospective competitors and how you will develop your product to score over them, that is also, I think, a very important aspect. They should be the products, it's not that we are manufacturing today and are being consumed immediately. So there should be having a shelf life. You should understand the science behind the product development, so that if there are any bottlenecks, you can actually overcome them. Scale up has to be a part of it, and it should be you should have knowledge on machinery, packaging, so that you understand them. Quality assurance parameters, you have to have scientifically validated quality assurance parameters, and they have to be done, they have to be indicated. And because it is food, if the color is not acceptable, the color is the first thing which communicates the product to the consumer. So if the color is not good, the consumer is not going to taste it. If the color is good and if it doesn't taste on your tongue, they will never ever come back. So it should be pleasant to the eyes and tongue. And also it should generate the least waste, and you have to attempt to minimize them or to use them productively. So I think with this, some insights into the food technology area, and combining it with whatever inputs Vivek sir has given to write your proposal, I hope that you will be able to you will be able to draft your proposal well. And I thank you for your time and attention. And I had attended one program and I had liked this slide where it was mentioned that attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. So thank you for your generosity, but it's a borrowed slide from someone else. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'd like to leave in about 5-10 minutes. Yeah, please go ahead. You can come. Yeah, I can hear you, so no problem.
Actually, I just want to understand a few things.
Yeah.
Like you have mentioned that the extraction process or the food formulation should be like sustainable.
Yes.
So I just want to understand, like there are some bioactive compounds for, let's say, resveratrol.
Okay.
This is a compound which we can extract from grapes, and also we can extract from some sort of wild weed, which are available in northern part of our India.
Okay.
And in this case, resveratrol is like around 50 to 100 microgram in case of grapes per gram, and for the weed it's like 200 to 300 microgram. So what my question is, this compound is available in a higher concentration in case of the wild weed, but consumers are not ready to accept this kind of compounds. In that, like, for, especially the source, they are not, they don't want to accept that source. It's like they're not believing the source whether they are safe or not. So in that thing, in that cases, how we can proceed?
This comes under the area of consumer education.
Yeah.
And when you have a consumer education, you need to show an MS profile that this is the resveratrol from wine, white grapes, and this is the resveratrol from wild wheat. So consumers are smart. Once you give them full proof scientific data, they will come back to it. I'm sure about it. And when you talk about sustainability, even in the wheat, where exactly is this resveratrol located? Is it in the bran or is it in the whole wheat? If it is in the bran, you are actually contributing to utilization of a byproduct of wheat milling industry. Apart from that, it would be good to use the bran directly if it is concentrated in the bran. What I think is, it may be concentrated in the bran.
Ma'am, it's not wheat. I was talking about weed. Yeah.
Wilt.
Yeah.
So that is not an edible source at all. If it is not an edible source, forget about getting it to any
food application.
Yes, because there could be possibilities of other contaminants, co-contaminants which could get extracted, and that could be hazardous to human health. I thought you were talking about wheat.
No, ma'am. I am talking about the forest, wild part. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Anyone else? So I think there are no more questions. So I thank you once again.
Plenty of food for thought, I think, from that talk. Now we move on to the next session, which is on health. And I invite Dr. Parveen Bansal sir to give the talk on health and emerging challenges in the area of health and well-being, sir.
सुबह से साइंस की बातें कर करके सब लोग ऊब गए हैं, तो हम थोड़ी साइंस से हटके थोड़ी बात करेंगे। मेरे को शमा जी ने जो जिम्मेवारी दी है, अच्छा एवरीबडी इज़ कंफर्टेबल विद हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश? ओके, नहीं आ रही? अभी आ रही है आपको? अभी अच्छा, तो उससे पहले कि मैं अपनी फॉर्मल टॉक शुरू करूं, आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू ऑर्गेनाइजर्स, स्पेशली राजश्री मैम, शमा मैम, फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू बी विद ऑल ऑफ यू. So I was told to focus on health. Basically, it is different. It is a bit different area because it belongs to human health. It belongs to animal health, plant health, health of earth. So overall, one health, which is the definition given by WHO right now. हमारे पास टाइम बहुत शॉर्ट है. मैं थोड़ा सा आपको स्किप कर करके ना आपको कुछ चीज़ें दिखाना चाहता हूँ. आप देखिए और यू ट्राई टू इंट्रोस्पेक्ट. जब भी मुझे साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में हेल्थ से रिलेटेड चैलेंजेस की बात याद आती है, तो सबसे पहले मुझे ये चीज़ स्ट्राइक करती है. एक मैरी मेलन नाम की एक लेडी थी. शी वॉज बॉर्न इन 1883 एंड शी शिफ्टेड टू सम अदर कंट्री एट द एज ऑफ 15 years. Then she was domestic help in so many houses. She used to cook food for so many houses. So in 1906, at the age of about 34 or 35, right? So she was serving as a cook with some rich man. Where? New York में. ठीक है, तो वो उस पे काम कर रही थी. तो within 7 to 8 days of her starting her new assignment, what happened? All the people they carried typhoid. सबको टाइफाइड हो गया. ठीक है, 11 मेंबर थे घर के, 11 के 11 मेंबर को टाइफाइड हो गया। उसके बाद उसको वहाँ से जॉब से निकाल दिया, शी शिफ्ट टू सम अदर प्लेस, वहाँ पे भी ऐसे ही हुआ। फिर उसने अपना नाम चेंज करके कहीं और ज्वाइन कर लिया। अगेन शी वॉज कॉट कि ये वही लेडी है। सो व्हाट हैपेंड एट लास्ट, शी वॉज क्वारंटाइंड for 26 years. Can you imagine? She was quarantined for 26 years in an island, and she died there without any family member, without any friend, without any public use. ठीक है, वो क्यों? क्योंकि she was a healthy carrier of Salmonella typhi. Salmonella typhi की कोई इम्यूनाइजेशन नहीं हुई थी, कोई तब तक वैक्सीन नहीं बनी थी, तो शी हैड टू सफ़र। तो आज हम बहुत सारे एथिकल वैल्यूज़ की बात करते हैं, हम बायोएथिक्स की बात करते हैं, कोर्स जनरेट कर दिया हमने, बायोएथिक्स में कोर्स होना चाहिए, ये होना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए, ठीक है। लेकिन ये कब का है? 1906 की बात है, 1906 की बात है कि दिस हैपेंड एंड दिस लेडी डाइड। ओके, टुडे अभी ये इसके इतने सारे कार्टून्स बने, इस लेडी के इतने सारे पोस्टर्स बने अखबारों में, आप नेट पे जाके देखिएगा, ठीक है, यू विल फाइंड समथिंग। टाइफाइड मैरी, शी वाज गिवन द मोस्ट डेंजरस लेडी ऑफ द कंट्री, ठीक है, तो टाइफाइड मैरी का नाम दिया। वो आप देख रहे हैं उसमें, वो अपने जो पैन है उसके अंदर वो दिखा रहे हैं कि हाउ शी इज़ पुटिंग स्कल्स इन दैट। तो मतलब उसका खाना बनाना, इट वॉज लाइक दैट कि शी इज़ पुटिंग स्कल्स इन दैट पैन, राइट। ये मैं WHO की साइट दिखाता हूँ आपको, ये परसों की है। तो 5 मार्च 2024 में ये नया डिजीज़ आउटब्रेक हुआ, ठीक है। फिर हम February 24 की बात कर लें, फरवरी, ठीक है। फरवरी में कितने आ गए? 6-7। जनवरी में, उसके बाद मैंने लिए नहीं, ठीक है, टाइम नहीं था। सो 2 महीने के अंदर कितनी आउटब्रेक्स दिखा दी मैंने आपको? 15। 1906 में भी हम चैलेंजेस को देख रहे थे, आज भी हम चैलेंजेस को ही देख रहे हैं। क्यों देख रहे हैं? हम हेल्थ के चैलेंजेस को आज से 125 साल पहले जहां हम खड़े थे, आज भी हम वहीं खड़े हैं। 125 साल से हम वो चीज़ें देख ही नहीं पा रहे कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए, है ना। क्या हम सारी ज़िंदगी या फॉर नेक्स्ट 100 ईयर्स या हम नेक्स्ट 200 साल हम इन्हीं चीज़ों के ऊपर लगे रहेंगे क्या? वी नीड टू इंट्रोस्पेक्ट, वी नीड टू सी अवर सेल्व्स कि हम कहाँ हैं। मैं आपको ये नेट पे पढ़ी हैं सारी चीज़ें, बहुत सारी चीज़ें नेट पे पढ़ी हैं, ठीक है। हज़ारों चैलेंजेस हैं, S&T चैलेंजेस हज़ारों हैं हेल्थ सेक्टर में, ठीक है। डेली एक आपको चैलेंज मिलेगा, है ना। ये मैंने इतने सारे आपको दिखा रहा हूँ जो बहुत मेजर हैं। इसमें वो चैलेंजेस हैं जो आपको और हमको टैकल करने हैं, इसमें वो चैलेंजेस भी हैं जो गवर्नमेंट को और पॉलिसी मेकर्स को देखने हैं, ठीक है। सो वी नीड टू सेग्रीगेट दोज चैलेंजेस। What challenges are to be taken up by the government and private industry, academia, researchers, we people? तो हम लोगों को इनको सेग्रीगेट करने की एक तो ज़रूरत है ना। अब मैं बड़ा जो एक चैलेंज है ना वो इस पे ऊपर आगे फोकस करूंगा, बीच में आपको थोड़ा सा इग्नोरेंस टुवर्ड्स स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ एंशिएंट सिस्टम ऑफ हेल्थ एंड इट्स कॉन्सेप्ट्स, ये मैं आपको धीरे धीरे दिखाता हूँ। पेंडेमिक्स की हमारी बात हो गई है। एक्सेस टू हेल्थ केयर, एक्सेस टू हेल्थ केयर इज ए बिग चैलेंज। ये पॉइंट्स, इनकम, जियोग्राफी, एजुकेशन, ठीक है, ये बहुत एक मेजर उसके अंदर वो है जिसमें हम थोड़ा बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। अभी 2024-25 के बजट में 90,000 करोड़ के लगभग इन्होंने एलोकेट किया है टू मीट दीज डिमांड्स। healthcare costs, financial sustainability, government has to look after, chronic diseases में, इसमें हमारा रोल है in addressing the prevention, early detection and management. ये रोल हम लोगों का है एक, लेकिन chronic disease इतनी सारी हैं, लिस्ट है बहुत बड़ी, ठीक है. There is a tsunami, ये 2024 का फरवरी 28 फरवरी का वो है, a tsunami of chronic diseases challenges confronts health sector. इतना ज़्यादा बाढ़ आ गई है S&T challenges की जिसका कोई हिसाब नहीं. मेंटल हेल्थ बहुत बड़ी समस्या हो बन के सामने आ रही है. मेंटल और रिप्रोडक्टिव हेल्थ, मेंटल हेल्थ बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ी समस्या है. कोविड के बाद इसकी जो इंटेंसिटी है वो और भी बढ़ गई है. इट हैज़ इंक्रीज टू द ट्यून ऑफ मोर देन 30%. ये देखिए यूके, साउथ अफ्रीका, ब्राज़ील, बहुत सारे कंट्रीज़ का है कि लॉकडाउन ने कितना इफेक्ट किया है. 35% लोग पागल हो गए हैं बिल्कुल. उनके पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, उनके पास मैन पावर नहीं है, उनके पास मेडिसिन नहीं है. हाउ टू टैकल दैट? बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं इसके लिए. मेंटल हेल्थ केयर, ये देखो ये 24 का है. अमेरिकन साइकोलॉजिकल एसोसिएशन बोल रही है कि बंदे ही नहीं है, मैन पावर ही नहीं है. हेल्थ केयर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारा काम नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट का काम है ना, उन लोगों को करना है. हाँ, हम हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए हम लोग क्या कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं कि क्या बेस्ट हो सकता है, हम लोग अपनी सजेशंस वो कर सकते हैं. वी कैन वर्क ऑन दैट, है ना, स्टेट टू स्टेट, सिटी टू सिटी और डिस्ट्रिक्ट टू डिस्ट्रिक्ट. क्या बेस्ट पॉसिबल चीज़ें हो सकती हैं हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए विच कुड मीट द डिमांड्स ऑफ द पब्लिक, विच कुड रीच टू एवरी पर्सन, इलिटरेट, different ethnicity, poor, educated, everybody. So that we can suggest always. Health information technology, बहुत सारी बातें होती हैं सारा दिन 24 घंटे. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, है ना. तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हम कहाँ पे हैं? वी हैव फेल्ड इन दैट वे. हम लोग एक टूल के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट हो जाते हैं. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सब कुछ कर देगा. नो, हम लोगों को 2 साल तक पता नहीं चला कि ये कोविड की क्या होगा, कहाँ होगा. सब लोगों ने भुगता है, मतलब इट्स नॉट माई, डाटा स्पीक्स. आप नेट पे जाओ, हजारों लाखों. सो इट इज़ नॉट लाइक दैट. हम लोगों की एपिडेमियोलॉजिकल सर्वेलेंस है वो कहीं नहीं है. बहुत सारी पॉलिसीज़ हैं जो हम लोग उस चीज़ को टेक ओवर नहीं कर पाए. सो दैट इज़ अ बिग चैलेंज. हम लोग ब्लाइंडली किसी की चीज़ के ऊपर, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज ए टूल दैट वी हैव टू यूज इट विद अवर ओन कॉमन सेंस. वो आपने बनाई है, आपसे ऊपर नहीं है. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आप लोगों ने डेवलप की है, आपसे ऊपर नहीं है. सो यू हैव टू यूज इट एंड देन इम्प्रोवाइज इन योर ओन वे. ये छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स हैं. तो अच्छा चलो, इन्वायरमेंट सोशल डिटर्मिनेंट्स हैं इसमें. यहाँ हम पॉल्यूशन, क्लाइमेट चेंज, एक्सेस टू क्लीन वाटर, सैनिटेशन, जैसे कुछ स्पीकर्स ने पहले बताया है, पॉवर्टी, एजुकेशन, हाउसिंग, इन चीज़ों पे हम लोग कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं. बाकी पॉलिसी डिज़ाइनिंग में हम लोग गवर्नमेंट की हेल्प कर सकते हैं, ठीक है. बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट कौन है? गवर्नमेंट हम लोग ही हैं. वी हैव टू फॉर्मुलेट द पॉलिसीज़. आप लोग इधर बैठे हैं, कल आप पॉलिसी मेकर्स में बैठे होंगे, आप लोगों ने पॉलिसी डिज़ाइन करनी है. तो ये आपका कैलिबर है, आपकी ट्रेनिंग का पार्ट है. हाउ यू फॉर्मुलेट दोज पॉलिसीज एंड इन व्हाट वे, है ना. तो मैं जो यहाँ पे मैं फोकस करना चाह रहा हूँ कि हम, जो मैं बता रहा था कि 125 साल से हम पीछे क्यों हैं, हम S&T चैलेंजेस को टैकल क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, हमारी कमी क्या है. आयुर्वेदा का नाम तो सुना सबने, मेरे ख्याल प्रेजेंटेशंस में भी 3-4 बार आ चुका पहले, है ना. आयुर्वेदा, दैट वाज द ओनली मेडिकल साइंस विच existed 5,000 years back. All these sciences दे केम, एंटर्ड एंड रिप्लेस्ड। ठीक है, तो ये एक ऐसी साइंस थी जो 5000 साल पहले थी, 10,000 साल पहले थी। वो अलग बात है कि वो रिफाइंड फॉर्म में नहीं थी। आज आप हर चीज़ का वो कलर मांगते हो, उसकी ऐसे वैल्यू मांगते हो, उसका हर सारा कुछ मांगते हैं, है ना। लेकिन क्या तब लोग जिंदा नहीं थे? क्या तब लोग नहीं रहते थे? रहते थे, एवरीबॉडी एग्जिस्टेड। तो ऐसी बात नहीं है। हम लोग, मैं जो फोकस करना चाहता हूँ ना, कि हम लोग इग्नोरेंट हैं टुवर्ड्स स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ एंशिएंट सिस्टम ऑफ हेल्थ एंड इट्स कंसेप्ट्स। तो मैं आप लोगों को, आप लोग ऐसे मेरी बात नहीं मानोगे, मैं आपको मनाने के लिए कुछ कुछ चीज़ें बताना चाहता हूँ, शेयर करना चाहता हूँ आपके साथ। तो आप देखिए और सोचिए उसके बारे में, है ना। हल्दी वाला दूध कितने लोगों ने पिया कोविड में? पिया, सबने पिया, है ना। हर बंदा हल्दी वाला दूध बना बना के पी रहा था। और पूरे वर्ल्ड में प्रोडक्ट्स इसके, कुल्फियाँ बन गई, आइसक्रीम बन गई, चॉकलेट बन गई, एवरी प्रोडक्ट प्रिवेल्ड। क्यों बन गए? क्योंकि पीपल वर कन्विंस्ड अबाउट दैट। लोगों को लगा कि यस, दिस कैन सेव अस। दुनिया भर की लोगों ने टेनोस्पोरा कॉर्डिफोलिया गिलोय लगा लगा के पी के उसका सारी खत्म कर दी। पूरे इंडिया की गिलो खत्म होने वाली हो गई। लोगों ने काट काट के फ्रिजों में रख दी, भर दी, उबाल के सुबह से शाम। जैसे चाइना में बड़ा मग लेके बैठ जाते हैं, सुबह ही 1 किलो का, 1 लीटर का, और पीते रहते हैं। तो ऐसे लोगों ने उसको पिया है। क्यों पिया है? बिकॉज दे हैड टू बिलीव, कि क्या हो गया, अच्छा इसमें इफेक्ट आ रहा है। तो चलिए आगे चलते हैं। आर्टिमिसिनिन का नाम सुना है आप लोगों ने? आर्टिमिसिनिन, ओके। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में वियतनाम ने चाइना से हेल्प मांगी कि हमारे जो सोल्जर्स हैं वो मलेरिया से ज़्यादा मर रहे हैं और गोलियों से कम मर रहे हैं। सो दे रिक्वेस्टेड चाइना दैट प्लीज हेल्प अस इन डेवलपिंग सम एंटी मलेरियल ड्रग, राइट। सो चाइना एक्सीडेड टू देयर रिक्वेस्ट। दे पुट अप one person, they made a group of people, they could not coordinate and work. Then they made one lady head of this project and asked her to work. What she did, इससे पहले क्या था? इससे पहले पूरे वर्ल्ड में 2,40,000 एक्सट्रैक्ट्स बन के और उनकी एंटी मलेरियल एक्टिविटी चेक हो चुकी थी एंड दे फेल्ड। ठीक है, इस लेडी के पास जब ये प्रोजेक्ट आया, इस लेडी ने क्या किया, वो आसपास के वहाँ के सारे विलेजेस में गई, सारी लेडीज़ के पास गई। ठीक है, वो पूछती थी कि आपको जब फीवर हो जाता है तो आप क्या लेते हैं। ठीक है, उसने प्रिस्क्रिप्शंस बनाई। कितनी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन बनाई उसने? मोर देन 2000। उसके बाद उसने सेग्रीगेट किया उसको, जैसे हम डाटा को एनालाइज करते हैं। 640 उसमें से प्रिस्क्रिप्शन निकाल ली उसने। ठीक है, उसके बाद उन प्रिस्क्रिप्शंस को फिर उसने दोबारा से सेग्रीगेट किया। उसने देखा कि इसमें से देखती हूँ कि कौन सी चीज़ ऐसी है जो रिपीटेडली यूज हो रही है। शी फाउंड वन प्लांट which was repeated in more than 50% of prescriptions, and that was Artemisia annua. Artemisia annua एक ऐसा प्लांट था जो उन सारी प्रिस्क्रिप्शंस में से 50% ज़्यादा प्रिस्क्रिप्शंस में से मिला। देन शी स्टार्टेड वर्किंग ऑन दैट आर्टेमिसिया एनुआ। उसने एक्सट्रैक्ट बना लिए, रैट्स पे स्टडी की, मंकीज पे की, डॉग्स पे, उसने सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करने शुरू कर दिए। शी कुड नॉट सक्सीड मच। अब कहानी में जो मोड़ आता है वो मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूँ। शी वॉज सिटिंग इन ए लाइब्रेरी and she caught hold of a document which was 1700 years old. ये 1970 की बात है, तो 1700 साल पुराना एक उसको डॉक्यूमेंट मिला। ठीक है, रिटन बाय दिस पर्सन गे होंग। ठीक है, तो वो उसको देखने लगी। शी फाउंड दैट देयर वाज अ मेंशन ऑफ दिस प्लांट। उसमें प्लांट का मेंशन था और उसने उसको कहा कि इसको हाउ टू गेट फीवर डाउन विद दिस प्लांट। ट्रेडिशनल चाइनीज मेडिसिन के अंदर प्लांट यूज़ कर रहे थे, तो उसने कहा कि वाटर के अंदर अगर इसके उसको रब करेंगे लीव्स को तो ये बुखार को ठीक कर देता है। Immediately she went out of the library, she got into her lab, she asked her team to prepare a cold extraction. कोल्ड एक्सट्रैक्शन के लिए उसने बोला, नॉर्मली ट्रेडिशनल चाइनीज मेडिसिन में हॉट एक्सट्रैक्शन बनाते हैं सारे प्लांट्स की और उनकी स्टडीज करते हैं। कोल्ड एक्सट्रैक्शन उसने किया, एंटी मलेरियल एक्टिविटी आ गई उसकी, ठीक है। एंड शी इज नो अदर देन टू हियोजो, नोबेल लॉरिएट। 2015 का नोबेल प्राइज इस लेडी को मिला है। कहाँ से मिला उसको? 1700 साल पुराना एक डॉक्यूमेंट उठाया, देखा उसने और उसकी कंसेप्ट को उसने ड्राइव करके शी गॉट नोबेल प्राइज, ठीक है। तो हम लोग सिर्फ गूगल स्कॉलर, स्कोपस, वेब ऑफ साइंस यहाँ तक रिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं रहना है, ठीक है। ये हमारे बनाए हुए टूल है, हमने बनाया है इनको। जो पुरानी चीज़ें हैं, ठीक है, उनके ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। ये एक चीज़ थी कि हम ओल्ड टेक्स्ट को देखना भूल गए हैं। हमारा ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे लिए, हम कैसे इसको आगे लेके आए। नेक्स्ट और बताना चाहता हूँ, हम जो एंशिएंट सिस्टम है उसकी स्ट्रेंथ को भूल गए हैं, ठीक है, और ट्रेडिशंस जो हमारी थी उनको हम भूल गए हैं। वो मैं आपको बताता हूँ कैसे भूल गए हैं। 2016 में ऑटोफेगी पे नोबेल प्राइज मिला। ऑटोफेगी में भी सब लोग शायद समझते हैं, ऑटोफेगी मीन्स हमारी बॉडी के अंदर सेल्स हैं। जब कोई आपदा आती है या बॉडी के अंदर कोई बहुत सारे सेल्स हैं विच आर नॉट नीडेड, ठीक है, तो बॉडी स्टार्ट्स, द सेल्स स्टार्ट ईटिंग देयर ओन ऑर्गेनल्स एंड दे सेट द थिंग्स राइट। अगर ऑटोफेगी नहीं होगी तो बहुत सारी बीमारियां होंगी, ठीक है। तो इतना डिटेल में हम नहीं जाएंगे, मैं आपको सिर्फ इसके आगे ये दिस जेंटलमैन वाज अवार्डेड नोबेल प्राइज इन 2016, ठीक है। ये ऑटोफेगी है, ठीक है। ऑटोफेगी जनरेट कैसे होती है? हाउ ऑटोफेगी इज जनरेटेड? ऑटोफेगी इज फ्रेंड टू अस, इट इज फ्रेंड टू अवर हेल्थ। हाउ ऑटोफेगी इज जनरेटेड? फास्टिंग। फास्टिंग ट्रिगर करती है ऑटोफेगी को, ठीक है, एंड ऑटोफेगी क्लियर्स योर बॉडी ऑफ द डिजीजेस, ठीक है। ये नेचर का आर्टिकल है, ये तो पुराना है, मैं आपको और बहुत नए दिखाता हूँ। ये 2024 का 20 फरवरी 2024, ठीक है। ये हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स की कटिंग है 23 फरवरी 2024 की। ये 23 जनवरी 2024 का है, ये भी 2024 का। ये सारे फास्टिंग के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं और हम बैठे हैं यहाँ हाथ पे हाथ धर के। ये सारे के सारे फॉरेन ऑथर्स हैं और काम कर रहे हैं, फास्टिंग के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। तो हम लोग अपनी स्ट्रेंथ्स को भूल गए हैं। फास्टिंग हमारे अंदर भरे हुए थे, एकादशी का व्रत, नवरात्रे का व्रत, डिफरेंट कास्ट क्रीड में, ठीक है। मुस्लिम्स के लिए अलग से रोज़ा बना, लेंट बना, ठीक है, सरदारों में चलिया बना, हिंदूज में नवरात्रे, बहुत सारे फास्टिंग के हमारे चीज़ें हैं जो हमारे एंशिएंट हमारे जो बुजुर्ग थे उन्होंने बोला कि हाँ इन चीज़ों को अप्लाई करो, ठीक है। वो ड्रावा देते थे, हाँ कि चांद को देख के रोटी खानी है, ऐसे करके वो खाना है। तो वो उसका एक पर्पज़ था कि आप लोग उसको अप्लाई करो अपनी लाइफ में, ठीक है। सो दैट वाज द पर्पज़, बट इट वाज हैविंग ए साइंटिफिक वैल्यू विच वाज गुड टू हेल्थ, ठीक है। तो मैं आपको ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि उपवास के लिए, उपवास मीन्स फास्टिंग, ये आयुर्वेदा में 5000 साल पहले लिखा है कि आप फास्टिंग से आपकी उम्र बढ़ेगी, आप निरोग रहेंगे, ठीक है। तो जो चीज़ें आज 2024 में हम लोग ऐसे ऐसे तालियां मार रहे हैं, वो 5000 साल पहले हमारे आयुर्वेदा के जो वेद हैं उसमें लिखा हुआ है क्लियर कट। एकादशी का व्रत, है ना, एकादशी 11वें दिन, क्यों 11वें दिन व्रत रखते थे? बिकॉज लूनर वेव्स दे हैव ओन इफेक्ट ऑन द बॉडी। आप एक चीज सोचिए कि लूनर वेव्स की इंटेंसिटी से ज्वार भाटा आ जाता है समुद्र में, ठीक है। सी लेवल, वाटर सी लेवल गोज सो हाई just depending on the effect of the this lunar wave, lunar rays, ठीक है, लूनर लाइट के ऊपर, लूनर साइकिल के ऊपर। तो हमारी बॉडी के अंदर 60 से 70% पानी है। हमारे पे कैसे एक्ट होता है आप लोग अच्छे से समझ सकते हैं, मैं नहीं समझाऊंगा, आप उस पे जाना, नेट पे जाना और लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं उसके ऊपर ध्यान देना। बहुत सारा काम कर रहे हैं, हजारों पेपर हैं, आप देखना आराम से। उसके बाद एक और बताना चाहता हूं आपको मैं, नोबेल प्राइज 2017 का, 15 का हो गया, 16 का हो गया, 17 का बताता हूं आपको, ठीक है। 17 का नोबेल प्राइज जो मिला है वो किस चीज पे मिला है, डिटेल नहीं करेंगे, थोड़ा मैं और आगे जाता हूं। सर्केडियन रिदम्स, ठीक है। आपको नींद क्यों आती है? वाई डू वी गेट स्लीप? बिकॉज ऑफ मेलाटोनिन सेक्रीशन, ठीक है। मेलाटोनिन सेक्रीशन, इन्होंने कहा है कि जो इन लोगों को नोबेल प्राइज मिला है वो कह रहे हैं कि इतने बजे जो जीन्स हैं वो एक्टिवेट हो जाती हैं और मेलाटोनिन सेक्रीशन शुरू हो जाती है और आपको नींद आनी शुरू हो जाती है, ठीक है। और सुबह इतने बजे वो जीन है जो शट ऑफ हो जाती है, मेलाटोनिन होनी बंद हो जाती है, आपकी नींद खुल जाती है, ठीक है। सो दिस इज मॉडर्न कंसेप्ट। ये आयुर्वेदा का जो क्लॉक है, ये सर्केडियन क्लॉक है हमारा, जो हमारी साइंस ने बनाया है अभी, कि मेलाटोनिन शुरू हो जाती है 7:30 बजे 10, ठीक है। यहाँ सिक्रीशन स्टॉप्स, यहाँ शुरू होगी 9 बजे, मेलाटोनिन बननी शुरू होगी, नींद आ गई, सो गए। डीप स्लीप 2 बजे, तभी सब लोग चोरी करते हैं 2 बजे के आसपास, ठीक है। तो 2 बजे डीप स्लीप होती है, 4 बजे लोएस्ट बॉडी टेम्परेचर। सो व्हाट आई मीन इज दिस इज सर्केडियन क्लॉक मेड बाय वी पीपल, टूडेज पीपल। और ये जो सर्केडियन क्लॉक है ये आयुर्वेदा ने बनाया है। कब? बार बार नहीं बोलूंगा मैं। तो ये वाला सर्केडियन क्लॉक है जो इट टोटली सुपर इम्पोजेज विद द फाइंडिंग्स ऑफ टूडेज क्लॉक, ठीक है। सो हाउ वंडरफुल इट इज। और उसके बाद इतना दिनचर्या, ऋतुचर्या, है ना, सारे लोग, कोई किसी ने कोट नहीं पहना, अकेला मैं पहन के खड़ा हूं आज, देखो, है ना। क्यों नहीं पहन रहे? क्योंकि गर्मी लग रही है ना। सर्दी होती है सब कोट पहन के खड़े होते हैं, मुझे ऑड नहीं लगता, अब मुझे ऑड लग रहा है अब कि मैं कोट पहन के खड़ा हूं, है ना। तो ऋतुचर्या, दिनचर्या, सारी चीजें हमारी फिक्स थी पहले, ठीक है। जो आयुर्वेदा के हिसाब से हर चीज दिनचर्या के हिसाब से और ऋतुचर्या के हिसाब से फिक्स थी। तो वो सारी चीजें आज की डेट में सारी की सारी चीजें बाहर आ रही हैं थ्रू ये नेचर रिव्यू। मैं सारे आपको ना नेचर के दिखा रहा हूँ, आपको लगेगा कि कोई पेड जर्नल के सर उठा के रेफरेंस ले आए, तो नेचर के जर्नल के रेफरेंस लेके आ रहा हूँ कि आपको कोई डाउट ना हो। नेचर रिव्यूज हेमेटोलॉजी, नेचर न्यूरोसाइंस, नेचर रिव्यूज, नेचर, लैंसेट, नेचर न्यूरोसाइंस। सो जो आज हम मॉडर्न साइंस में बातें कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, इट इज वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड इन आयुर्वेदिक टेक्स्ट, ठीक है। और बताता हूं आपको, ये प्रकृति, आपको पता है क्या होती है? एक आदमी की नेचर होती है ना, वो प्रकृति होती है, ठीक है। आयुर्वेदा में कोई भी चीज जो मेंशन्ड है ना, इट्स एज पर प्रकृति। वात पित्त कफ, 3 प्रकृति होती हैं, उसके बाद उनकी सब डिविजन है, वात पित्त, पित्त कफज, कफ वात, है ना। तो 6 बना देते हैं वो, तो 3 तो मेन है। तो प्रकृति को कोई नहीं मानता था पहले। उसके बाद जब ये स्टडी हुई, है ना, ये स्टडी, साइंटिफिक रिपोर्ट्स, उसके बाद तो बहुत सारी स्टडीज हो गई, ठीक है। इन्होंने प्रकृति वाले अलग अलग लोगों को ले लिया, उनकी जीन्स को मैपिंग कर दिया। क्या मिला है उनको? तीनों प्रकृति के लोगों में सिर्फ 50 न्यूक्लियोटाइड्स का डिफरेंस है, बाकी सारी सेम है जीन। 50 न्यूक्लियोटाइड्स डिफरेंट हैं, एंड दैट डिफाइंस प्रकृति। आज हम जो पर्सनलाइज्ड मेडिसिन की बात कर रहे हैं, पर्सनलाइज्ड मेडिसिन, वो यही है। प्रकृति ऑलरेडी डिफाइंड है। आप आयुर्वेदा के टेक्स्ट में जाएंगे, इतने आज भी फादर ऑफ मेडिसिन किसको बोलते हैं? फादर ऑफ मेडिसिन, फादर ऑफ सर्जरी। क्यों बोलते हैं? तो उसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं है। हम लोग सिर्फ पीछे हैं किस चीज में? एविडेंसेस क्रिएट नहीं किए हमने। सो दैट इज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज इन मेडिकल साइंस, दैट वी नीड टू प्रोड्यूस साइंटिफिक एविडेंसेस। खिचड़ी सबने खाई है ना? खिचड़ी सबने खाई है ना? अब आपको इसकी इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताता हूँ। खिचड़ी हजारों सालों से खा रहे हैं। ये चीज़ें कि इसमें अमाइनो एसिड्स पूरे होते हैं, ठीक है, 20 के 20 अमाइनो एसिड्स बनते हैं, है ना? वो कब पता चले? ठहरो, मैं आपको इडली सांभर, मक्की की रोटी, ये सब कंसेप्ट सेम है। अब पहला अमाइनो एसिड कब डिस्कवर हुआ? 1806 में। थ्रियोनिन एसेंशियल अमाइनो एसिड है, ये कब डिस्कवर हुआ? 1935 में। और प्रोटीन कॉम्प्लीमेंटेशन थ्योरी है जो 1971 में आई है। कितने साल पहले? 29 साल वो जोड़ लो और 24, 53 ईयर्स बैक ओनली। तो आप कितने सालों से खिचड़ी खा रहे हैं? खिचड़ी किसने बना दी? जो एंशिएंट लोग थे उनको सब कुछ पता था, दे न्यू एवरीथिंग। उनको प्रोटीन कॉम्प्लीमेंटेशन का पहले से पता था। और हम 1971 में कह रहे हैं कि हाँ ये कॉम्प्लीमेंट करती है, इसलिए हम खिचड़ी बढ़िया है। और उसके बाद देखो मार्केटिंग खिचड़ी ग्लोबली, ठीक है, फॉर्चून वालों ने कितनी खिचड़ियाँ बना दी देखो, है ना? खिचड़ी सुपर फूड बन गया उसके बाद, ठीक है। उसके बाद देखो अर्बन खिचड़ी वो बन गया, इतने बड़े बड़े इसके वो खुल गए, हैं जी। दाल हल्दीराम ने बना दिया, 2 मिनट का खाना, दाल खिचड़ी। ये देखो 10 तरह की खिचड़ी, चल चल खिचड़ी, ये चल चल भोसले, इस पे गाना शुरू हो गया, है ना? तो सारी उसमें फूड मिनिस्ट्री से खिचड़ी नेशनल डिश बन गई, है ना? इसको डिक्लेयर करेंगे। अब मैं एंड पे आता हूँ कि वन हेल्थ का कंसेप्ट आ गया है। तो WHO बस 4-5 मिनट और। वन हेल्थ का WHO का कंसेप्ट है जो वो ये कह रहा है कि हमें सारी साइंसेस को इंटेग्रेट करना है ना? गवर्नमेंट वांट्स टू मर्ज एलोपैथी, होम्योपैथी, आयुर्वेदा। 2030 तक ये लॉन्च कर देंगे कि सारी साइंसेस इनको मर्ज कर दो, है ना? करंट सिचुएशन, राइट टाइम फॉर आयुर्वेदा टू बिकम पॉपुलर। ये कब का है? 2021 का। कोविड के बाद सबको समझ आ गया, कोविड के बाद सबको समझ आ गया कि ये भी कोई साइंस है ना? अच्छा चलिए छोड़ो आप। WHO कहता हमने यहाँ पे ग्लोबल ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन सेंटर बनाना है। 2022 में उन्होंने गुजरात में ग्लोबल ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन सेंटर का उद्घाटन कर दिया। ये देखिए, ग्लोबल सेंटर फॉर ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन इन इंडिया। ये देखिए जी आप, ये देखिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने इसमें सिर्फ ये गोल सेट किए कि हमें जो चीज़ें हैं उनको साइंटिफिक एविडेंस क्रिएट करके उसको डिजिटाइज करना है, सो दैट जो हमारे पहले हम लूज़ कर चुके हैं सारी चीज़ें वो हम दोबारा से लूज़ ना करें, हमारी जो पैथी है वो आगे जाए, है ना? और ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन में एक ट्रस्ट क्रिएट होना चाहिए, ठीक है जी। तो बाकी की तो चलो कोई बात नहीं, ये इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ थी। ये सब ये मैं आपको दिखाना चाह रहा था। ये ICMR ने 2023 में रिसर्च इन इंटीग्रेटेड मेडिसिन विल ब्लेंड मॉडर्न मेडिसिन, ICMR ने अपनी कहानी शुरू कर दी। इसके बाद आप देखिए DBT ने MOU साइन कर लिया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष के साथ 2022 में। उसके बाद DST वाज वेरी स्मार्ट, दे स्टार्टेड इट इन 2018, Department of Science and Technology, so they are forerunners and they started this scheme Ayurvedic Biology Program, ठीक है, जो इन्हीं concepts पे काम करता है। So DST is the forerunner in that, that they have already started this program. कैसे होगा ये सारी चीज़ें? हमें एक बहुत अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूट्स की, टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंस्टीट्यूट्स की ज़रूरत है जहाँ पे हमारी सारी ज़रूरतें पूरी हों. ठीक है, ये एक मॉडल इंस्टीट्यूट बना है. ठीक है, ये वाला फर्स्ट हेल्थ इनोवेशन लिविंग लैब ओपन्स इन हंटर. ये बाहर के कंट्री में खुली है, 2023 में अभी खुली है. ठीक है, तो इन्होंने एक अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सारी चीज़ें वो बनाई हैं जो इन सारी चीज़ों को मीट करेंगी. ठीक है, और बहुत सारी कहानियाँ थी सुनाने की, मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है. तो ये जो बेंच टू बेड साइड वाले थे, ये सारी आप देख लो. बस मैडम मेरे को घूर रही हैं, तो मैं आप लोगों से माफ़ी चाहता हूँ. थैंक यू वेरी मच. Those who have learned to collaborate and improvise most efficiently have prevailed. ठीक है, तो जो लोग इंटेग्रेट करेंगे वो बच जाएंगे, वो आगे बढ़ जाएंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच. एनी क्वेश्चन?
Any questions?
भूख लग रही है सबको. क्वेश्चन if you have any question you can just email or whatever. जी मैम बताइए. जी बताइए. जी मैम मैं उधर आ जाता हूँ. हाँ जी बताइए. ठीक है. यस आई विल जस्ट आंसर योर क्वेश्चन. कहाँ से हैं आप? पुणे से. सेंट्रल काउंसिल फॉर रिसर्च इन आयुर्वेदा साइंसेज करके एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है विच इज़ अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष. दे हैव 40 सेंटर्स ऑल ओवर इंडिया. पुणे ऑल्सो दे हैव 1 सेंटर. ठीक है, तो आप वहाँ पे जाके उनसे बात करिए कि मेरे पास ऐसे ऐसे आई वांट टू वर्क ऑन दैट. ठीक है, वो अपने उनकी फंडिंग भी है, वो फंडिंग भी देती है CCRS. तो आप कोई कोलैबोरेटिव प्रोजेक्ट वहाँ बना के उनसे बात कर सकते हैं. दे विल गेट यू बैक. फिर भी अगर आपका कुछ नहीं सॉल्व होता, गेट माई ईमेल फ्रॉम मैम, आई विल ट्राई टू हेल्प यू. हाँ कोई बात नहीं, कुछ भी, एनीथिंग. बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है मैम, बहुत सारा काम चल रहा है. हमें फोकस करने की ज़रूरत है सिर्फ सबको कि हम थोड़ा सा इस तरफ को ध्यान दें. ठीक है, हम सिर्फ उसमें घुसे रहते हैं, वो बहुत सारी हाई फाई चीज़ें. बस वो हम इतनी सारी कमेटीज़ में देख रहे हैं कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट ढंग का आता ही नहीं है. एंटी कैंसर एक्टिविटी के पीछे पड़े हुए लोग. हर बंदा प्लांट उठा लेगा, एंटी कैंसर एक्टिविटी करूँगा मैं. ठीक है, मैं नैनो पार्टिकल बनाऊँगा. नैनो पार्टिकल के 100 में से 50 प्रोजेक्ट तो नैनो पार्टिकल के आते हैं. बताइए कितने नैनो पार्टिकल बनाएंगे? ठीक है, एंटी कैंसर एक्टिविटी के पीछे पड़े रहते हैं लोग. जब भी कोई एंटी कैंसर एक्टिविटी करना बुरा नहीं है, बट कोई लीड तो हो आपके पास. ठीक है, कि एंटी कैंसर एक्टिविटी है. जैसे अभी हम बात कर रहे थे, रेस्वेराट्रोल की बात कर रहे थे मैडम, है ना, कि ग्रेप्स में से मिल गया और एक वीड में से मिल गया. इफ इट इज एन आइसोलेटेड कंपाउंड रेस्वेराट्रोल doesn't make any difference, it could be from anywhere. ठीक है, हमने कुनीन है, कुनीन हमें सिंकोना ग्रैंडिस से मिली. ठीक है, हमने उसको लिया, एंटी मलेरियल काम कर रही थी सिंकोना ग्रैंडिस, कुनीन हमने डेवलप कर लिया. तो अब वो प्लांट से थोड़ा एक्सट्रैक्ट कर रहे हैं, अब हम सिंथेटिक बना रहे हैं और बेच रहे हैं सब लोग. तो 120 एंटी कैंसर ड्रग्स हैं आज मार्केट में, उसमें से 95 जो एंटी कैंसर मॉलिक्यूल हैं वो प्लांट्स से ड्राइव हुए हैं, प्लांट्स से ड्राइव हुए हैं. ठीक है, लेकिन लोग नए नए पता नहीं कहाँ से लेके आते हैं प्लांट जिसका कोई रेलिवेंस नहीं है. तो दैट रियली क्रिएट्स प्रॉब्लम. उसमें जेन्युइनिटी खत्म हो जाती है. थैंक यू वेरी मच
सर फॉर दैट वेरी एंगेजिंग सेशन. Some of our online attendees have also said that the session was very informative and it was excellent. So maybe we will now break for lunch. We will resume at 2:45. So online, those who have joined us, you can also join us, rejoin us at 2:45 for the remaining sessions. Thank you all. See you again in the post-lunch session. Lunch is being served in the dining hall. Welcome back to the post-lunch session. We have a few interesting sessions lined up for you. So first, and for the most difficult session, I would say, in the post-lunch hour, is Dr. Vittal Kothale sir. He is Chief Thematic Program Executive at BAIF, and he will be taking the session on crop-based farming systems. We've already heard some aspects of agriculture-related challenges from Jatinder Kishwaria ma'am in the morning session. And to introduce us to some of the more challenging work being done in this area, I now invite Dr. Kothale sir to the podium.
Hello, hello, hello.
Good afternoon all. As mentioned, this is being a post-lunch session, so I will try to keep your interest on during my presentation. So I will be talking on, is it okay? Sound is okay? Okay. So I will be talking on the topic that is crop-based farming systems. So these are the some of the background information which you are aware of, that as Indian agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy, and around 18% of the country's GDP goes through agriculture. And these are some of the challenges. However, we are having different programs in agriculture, but there are key challenges which are hindering the progress in some of the areas in agriculture. So first of all, it is a small and fragmented land holding. So you know, around 85% farmers of our country are small and marginal, and due to that they are not able to undertake progressive farming techniques. Then second is water scarcity. We are aware we are deficit in water as per our requirement, and the huge population is not able to face the required water quantity. Soil degradation is another issue. Wherever there is a higher rainfall and there is no green cover, soil is being eroded and there is a lot of soil degradation. Then lack of access to the market. Being a very small and marginal farmer, they don't have access to take their produce to the market, and they are not getting economic benefit as per their expectations. Food security is another issue, because our human population is increasing day by day, and we are challenges in meeting the food requirement of the our increasing population, and government of India is promoting that there should be access to each and everybody for the affordable food. Then climate change, we are now realizing the effect of climate change. Sudden there is change in temperature, then erratic rainfall. There is shifting of the seasons also. The Kharif Rabi season is getting delayed due to delayed monsoon, delayed winter. So a lot of challenges are there. Then pest and disease occurrences, new pests are coming up. Like in maize, one of the important economic crop, the fall armyworm is very serious pest, and which is affecting the overall maize productivity. So there are many like that. Labor is another issue, because young generation is not interested to spoil their hands with the soil, and they are not interested. So new generation agriculture is required for them. And high cost of production. The input cost is increasing day by day, and there is a very less productivity as well as net income to the farmer. So there are many technology gaps also. So because farmer don't have access to all those advanced technologies, and for that it is very much essential to have their access to these advanced technologies. Considering all this background, our research program should have all these components which I'm going to tell you. So first of all, develop the technology for the farmers to enhance their productivity and nutritional quality also, because since many years we are focusing on the yield pattern only. How much yield is it getting, the new varieties, how much yield is there, but nobody is talking about the quality aspects in that. So now the day has come to we should talk about nutritional quality also, and it will happen through intensification and diversification in the agriculture. So for example, the topics like crop productivity and nutritional enhancement through new crops or varieties, then crop management practices. So nowadays everybody is talking about regenerative agriculture, sustainable agriculture, organic farming. So many different names are there. So integrated nutrient management is the major aspect we should look into, and we should find out new agro techniques which can increase the per unit productivity of the farmers, and post harvest management. The value chain development is one of the important aspects we should look into. And another thing is that ecosystem services, because we should work environment friendly and so that we can enrich our ecosystem, well-being of the human being and ecosystem. So assessment of existing ecosystem and enhancement of those, that is also another aspect. Another one is management of soil health. Due to this high use of pesticide, then fertilizers and water, our soils has now become dead. As we are calling soil is a live entity, but it is not happening right now. So we have to make soil as a live entity by introducing various microbial culture, soil improvement, biological interventions. Then there are some problem soils. We have to identify what are the problems. So reclamation techniques to improve the soil health, as well as introduction of stress tolerant varieties. These are some of the aspects we should look into the management of the soil health. Then dissemination and outreach. This is very important aspect. Unless and until our research go to the farmers, the technology will not be useful for them. And so that this is another aspect. We should go for publication and dissemination through various means. And another is important thing is that partnership with research institutions to collaborate with each other for technology aspects and other aspects. These are some of the examples on which BAIF is working. Crop improvement is one of the important aspects to enhance the productivity. And as BAIF is engaged with livestock development since last many decades, so green fodder production is one of the important aspect in dairy management. So since inception, we are the partner with ICR on forage research and development. And under crop improvement program, with our mandate crops like maize, lucerne, hybrid napier and bajra, we could able to produce 4 varieties of bajra which are dual purpose. Farmer can get green fodder for 1 or 2 cuts, and they can leave the same crop for grain production. So dual purpose varieties we have produced like BAIF bajra 1, 5 and 6. And these varieties are very popular among the farmers. And another is bajra napier hybrid. So this is a perennial one, continuously giving green fodder to the farmers for 4-5 years, and very high biomass yield up to 300 tons per hectare per year. So through this crop improvement program, the breeding traits we should look into what type of material is required by the farmers. As far as fodder is concerned, biomass yield is the major parameter for breeding work. As far as the food crops, the quality and nutritional aspects are the major components. Then another techniques, this improved variety as well as improved production technology. These are the another aspect. So both should go hand in hand. And for that, these are some of the examples as far as we are working in fodder production technologies. So fodder based cropping sequence is one of the important aspect. It is also very good remuneration to the farmers when they go for the commercial fodder production. Integrated nutrient management and weed management is another aspect. Then I have mentioned that dual purpose crops are more favored by the farmers. So cutting management at what stage we should cut the crop for the second cut is also very important. Then combination of different annuals and perennials. Then seed priming is a very simple technique. You can increase the productivity by 20-25%. These are the techniques we can adopt in our research program. Then when there is no fodder, lean time fodder availability is through fodder trees and these bushes. So these type of legume blocks and silage can be prepared. Then coming to another aspect, agrobiodiversity conservation. This is one of the very emerging areas across the globe, because conserving the biodiversity is a very important aspect to go for environment friendly. And BAIF is working since last 1 decade on this agrobiodiversity conservation, and we are contributing to SDGs through this program. So why indigenous seed? Because these varieties are resistant to pests and diseases. They are climate resilient, highly nutritious. The one drawback is they are low yielders as compared to the improved varieties. But under this climate change scenario, there is a risk mitigation by cultivation of this indigenous type of varieties. They are, as I have mentioned, it is a nutritionally rich varieties. It provides livelihood to the farming community, especially in the tribal areas. And this seed sovereignty is another component. They don't have to depend on the market seed. And with this, we have our, we call it as a 5C approach. So 5C is conservation of these resources, promote farmer to cultivate these resources, these varieties. We should promote consumption by urban and rural people so that it can be promoted. Then commercialization through branding and marketing also another aspect, because unless and until farmer gets some remuneration, they are not going to conserve these resources. So remuneration of farmer is also important aspect for commercialization, and capacity building of the farmers and the research workers and social workers in these aspects. So here you can see these are the nutritional gardens. Then some millet improvement program is there. So this is the, you might have heard about Padma Shri Raibai Popere. So she is engaged with one of the community group. They are earning lakhs of rupees through production of Nutri-Garden kits and distributing to the farmers. Then we have village level community seed banks to provide good quality seed to the farmers. And many value added products also we have prepared and promoted in the market. So these are some of the participatory research program we can undertake with this aspect of agrobiodiversity conservation. So we call it blending community knowledge with scientific tools, because this community has a lot of traditional knowledge and we need to scientifically validate. For example, there are many rice varieties, and few of the rice varieties they are calling we are using during the bone fracture, we are using during delivery weaknesses. So we try to find out why they are telling like this. So we have nutritionally analyzed all these varieties, what they are claiming, and we found that they are rich in iron and calcium. So such type of traditional knowledge we need to scientifically validate and respect this traditional knowledge. So this program started with mapping the resources, because there are region specific different diversities there. Then purity maintenance, because since ages farmers are cultivating, due to introduction of new varieties there is mixture. So purity maintenance and participatory variety selection, participation of the community to identify which are the real landrace, which is the farmer variety. Then we should take a few varieties to the seed production level to make available to the farmers for cultivation. And seed storage is the another aspect on which we can have some research programs. So here I would like to say that we have worked with IIT Bombay. So this is a small seed storage unit. So without electricity, very small electricity or solar energy, we can preserve seed for 1 year without losing the viability. So this type of prototype we have studied for 2 years. So such type of concept we can adopt. Then we have established this gene bank at our Urudi Kanchan. Tomorrow we are going to visit, I can show you. And such type of community seed banks we have established. And this is the community participation in varietal selection program. They are acting like a breeders. Some of our farmers, they have developed their own varieties through these breeding techniques. So coming to another area, this is a spineless cactus. Now it is emerging as the one of the important crop in desert or arid regions of the country. We call it as a green gold. So this is a spineless cactus. Normally spiny cactus is we can see naturally available. So this is a, we call it as a 5F. 5F means it has a food value. Fruits are very useful, has a lot of medicinal properties. It is very good for fodder for animals during the lean time. Very good biogas can be generated out of that, and we can go up to bio-CNG. Then the liquid coming out to biogas is a very good biofertilizer. And fashion is the bio-leather. So all these 5 F's we can get from a single crop, so that we call it as a green gold, or it's a kalparuksha, like coconut. And another benefit is that besides this, it has a very good carbon sequestration potential as compared to other species. So these are some of the important aspects of spineless cactus. And we are working on this area since last 7-8 years. So these are some of the areas on which we have worked. We have collection of around 100 accessions of cactus. Then we have standardized propagation and production technology. Then evaluate all these material for nutritional quality and all aspects. Then exploit its potential as a bioenergy, biogas, and as a fruit. And we have established these demonstrations on farmers field also in 5 states, in arid regions of the country. And now Government of India under their watershed program is also promoting cactus on the wasteland, because we have a lot of wasteland available in the country. So this is a crop which can be grown where other crop struggle to grow. Very worst type of soil we can undertake under this plantation. And we are having partnership with ICARDA, which is the global agency promoting cactus across the globe. So you can see various products are there. So from this cactus bio-leather you can see such type of articles. Vegan leather we can call it. These are different products. This is the cactus arboretum. And you can see this is a very good fodder for animal. Then another important aspect is sustainable agriculture. So as I have mentioned, there are many names like regenerative, organic or natural farming. But here the important aspect is our soil organic carbon level has gone down. We have to restore it again through various organic farming practices. So through one of our study, you can see over a period of 7-6 years, we can able to increase very small amount of organic carbon. So to enhance it, we are working on various aspects like plant bacterial interactions, then biofertilizer and biocontrol kit. Then we are working on biochar. Biochar can be prepared out of crop residues, cotton stalk or anybody which are not useful, waste material. It is having around 30% organic carbon, and it enrich the soil with carbon, and it works like a soil conditioner. So it enhances the moisture holding capacity of the soil. And another aspect is IRESA. Our other colleagues are going to speak on this. So these are the some of the aspects through which we can enhance the soil health. Then this is another topic. As I have mentioned, young generation is now coming to do agricultural practices. So these are the some of the new generation agriculture we can call it. So hydroponics and aeroponics. So we have studied different structures of hydroponics and aeroponics, and there is need to have a commercially viable model of hydroponic or aeroponics, which is currently not available anywhere. There are very small unit, but they are at research level only. So this is one of the important research area on which we can work together, or we can identify this topic. So here we have grown strawberry as well as some leafy vegetables under aeroponics, and this fodder production under hydroponics. So aeroponics is an improved system of hydroponics, so where we have control on the water and fertilizers. And for this networking and collaboration with different research institutions is required. So you can hear n number of organizations are here, including ICR, CSIR, and some state agriculture universities and international institutions. So jointly we can develop proposal and we can work on these aspects. Thank you. I maintain my time.
Yeah, very much on time. And thank you, Dr. Kauthale. He is hardcore scientist and also practitioner. Tomorrow you will be visiting Central Research Station, Urli Kanchan, BAIF, and you will see some of the actual action research that our team is involved in. So if there are any specific questions, 1 or 2, we can take, and then we can move to next presentation. So yeah, so I think we could relate with some of these ideas, project ideas, because these are typical action research or applied research thematic areas. Yes, sir? You want to ask something? No, no? Okay. Any question? Or little heavy after lunch?
Most of the things I am going to show you tomorrow in the field.
Yeah. Okay, so if there are any online viewers are also there, if you have any specific questions, maybe you can put it in a question answer or chat, and we will try to take those questions towards the end of today. That I would request to put it in a chat or question and answer section. So thank you, Dr. Kautale. Okay. So with this, we are moving to next session now. It's on renewable and green and bioenergy, and this is also one important area which is emerging lot of scope for science and technology applications. I would request my colleague Mayur Sarode and after him Mahesh Lade. Both of them are thickly involved in a session in the work related to this. So request Mayur to stick to 15 minutes, please. Yeah.
Sarode, I am working in BAIF since last 3 years, and I am working in the renewable energy space from around 12 years or something. Yeah. So my today's topic is green and clean energy technology applications. So I will give some little bit sectorial overview. So India is the third largest country who is a consumer of energy, and our peak demand is around 223 gigawatt. 1 gigawatt means around 1000 megawatt, and 1 megawatt is around 1000 kilowatt. So this is humongous. And in financial year 21-22, India has imported around 212 million metric ton of crude oil, and which cost around $120 billion, and 31.02 billion cubic meter of LNG worth of $13.5 billion. So these numbers are humongous. What we need to do is we have to search for the local resources and involve the local communities where these can be the resource, and we can generate various things like for energy, electricity, gas and everything. Demand is huge. It's just to make means demand is already there. We just need to crack the economics, and so that things can be possible and local employment generation can be there. So this is just installed capacity of renewables in gigawatt. So you can see like solar power is a maximum around 73 gigawatt, that is 40%, wind power 25%, large hydro 25%, and rest others are small. Okay, so why this is so? The one of the important reason is all these are the big plants and involve the big companies. No small farmer or no small community can install such kind of big player. So even in renewable, where it is said that it is a decentralized source of electricity, but still electricity or energy, but still there is a concentration by the people who are already large. Okay, so just some numbers. So if you can see for operating 1 megawatt of plant, how much manpower is required for different kinds of electricity. So in thermal power plant, let's say it's around 1 to 1.5 full-time equivalent. So 1 to 1.5 people will be required per megawatt. It's just an operational point of view, it comes out through one study. For solar power plant, it's just 0.1 to 0.2. Biogas based power plant 0.2 to 0.5. Natural gas fired power plant 0.5 to 0.6, and biomass based power plant 0.6 to 1.2. So what is the conclusion? Where there is a supply chain involvement, the number is more, like thermal power plant and biomass based power plant. In solar, there is no particular supply chain management. Initially it is there, but operating point of view there is no. So here some point are yet to think. If we want to promote the sustainable energy and generation of employment, then which renewable sources has to be focused, and what is the current situation? So biomass based power plant, there are very few, even just they can be measured in hands, and there is no policy support. So a lot of things are there. So my point is all these things should be considered while doing the research. Whatever research we are doing, so who will be the ultimate beneficiary of the research? So just for the example, this one is there, and then again everybody is saying the decentralized renewable energy, so it has to be a focus where it literally has a potential, like in BAIF we have seen while working in many areas. So it has a potential to solve like employment generation, wealth distribution. This is one of the important point, because we don't have to just create labors or just giving work as a labor. Means as per my point of view, it's not a employment generation, it's just a labor creation. If we really want to have the empowered villager or a farmer or a worker, then wealth distribution should be there. So the business should be owned by the community, maybe farmer or farmer community, any kind of things. But the wealth can be distributed only when there is ownership. Otherwise, there will not be. So this is very clear. That's why in BAIF also, wherever we do the projects, we try to do like ownership is for the benefits of the community. Then again, the knowledge dissemination, reduction in wastage of resources, all those things can be achieved in the DRE. So some potential opportunities for the application of science and technology. So DRE application is always there, because a lot of things has to be done till now in case of efficiency increment or technology adoption, or even a dissemination, or a simplistic technology where people can afford and people can adopt it. So that is required in both electricity and gas generation. Then technology intervention for cost effective rural supply chain. So here I will give one example, like we have done one project like where we have collected the agriculture residue and converted it into the briquette. Briquette was for the industrial application. So on paper it was really good, some renewable energy is there, somebody is using, DRE is there, all those good things were there, but still actually when we have done it, so there were a lot of problems, and those were involved particularly in a supply chain management, because there is a density issue. So lot of innovations are required. Can we have the briquette or pallet manufacturing at the farm level? People are doing in the outside world. Means there is just a tractor and all machinery where directly agriculture residue can be picked up and the briquette can be formed. There are innovations, but those are for the large farms, like in the 100 acres or 1,000 acres, because they people have those kind of lands. Here we have just 1 acre, 2 acre, 5 acre. So what should be the innovation for small and marginal farmer, where these things can be possible at farm level and not at the industry level? If this can be possible at the farm level, wealth distribution will be there, no doubt. Then small scale testing facility, like simple thing, calorific value. So it requires typical lab setup, which is hardly possible in rural setup. So people just sell it based on their judgment. So like one typical example in livestock sector also, when there was no weighing scale, so even the sale of goats and all those were just by seeing the how healthy animal is, and just a rate was got fixed. But when we introduced the weighing scale for the livestock, it was a good like it was the income has increased for the goat rearing people. So same some little statistic parameter required, like to measure calorific value. Nowadays nobody is measuring at the ground level. Only this thing can be possible at the industry level. So in industry they are measuring, but not at the farmer level, and people are taking benefit of this, because there is no quality measurement equipment. Nobody will trust, and they just give the rate as per their what can say, the judgment. So these things are required. Then post harvest treatments for increasing the shelf life of agriculture product. So solutions are there, but still they are dependent on the normal our fossil energy. So things are required, like innovations is required, where this can be shifted to renewable energy, and where the areas where there is no electricity supply, or even in many villages there are electricity, but at the farm level there is no electricity, or maybe the daytime, the night time electricity only, there is no 3-phase supply, only single phase supply. So a lot of issues. So when we want to innovate or some technology, so these things has to be considered in case of renewable energy, wherever the people are using, so whether they can use it at that level. So why can't I use the renewable energy and different source, like solar is one of the we can say the common, or like it's a wherever we need electricity we can use it, but still it is little bit costly. So can we have the energy resource from the other sources, like agro residue or anything which is available in the rural area, and where the formation of energy will be there using the local resources. So in solar energy also most of the products are coming from outside, so the benefits is going to the larger society and not to the rural society. So can we think something on that? So these are some examples from BAIF project. So we have installed solar-based RO water system. Then that means the water was distributed through the water ATM. So somebody has to just take a coin or just a card, and they can swipe and they can get water. So such kind of things are also important. It's look like it's not that much innovation from maybe a research point of view or publication point of view, but in society it's an innovation, and people are needing it. Then the normal solar based Xerox or machine or something, so printer machine, Xerox machine, so those are the livelihood opportunities for some participants. Then the Silai machine, even the small refrigerator, DC based refrigerator, even this is the one important point, like refrigerator systems are there, but if we want to make them on a solar energy, then the problem is there. So the person who has invented the DC refrigerator, that is the important thing from a rural perspective also. So this thing comes from the application point of view and not just on the technology point of view. So what my user is actually required, so based on that my technology can be invented. So this is the perfect example for that. Then even the cold storage solutions we have implemented at some locations. Even the battery operated spray pump, solar insect trap. So these are the small innovations, but required by the community. Then IRISA, we called it, that's an improved biogas plant, so we called it as IRISA, Integrated Renewable Energy and Sustainable Agriculture. So where we are focused on the slurry handling mechanism. So our biogas model is normal one, but we have worked on the slurry handling mechanism where solid and liquid part can be separated through a mesh, and it is a gravity based mesh, so no electricity is required. Otherwise in general for the big plants electricity is needed. And here the liquid part can be used as a liquid fertilizer, liquid organic fertilizer, and solid part can be used as a vermicompost, or even if some value addition can be done, then it can be converted into bioprom, that is phosphate rich organic manure. So these kind of things are also we have invented, and around I think more than 2000 locations we have done the installations. Then even solar dryer technology, so where a lot of things can be dried and it can be supplied to the customer, so food wastage can be stored here, so it is a helpful technology. So a lot of things, these are just some examples, a lot of things are there. So just I got it from reference, lab to land approach and the societal benefits. So lot of things are there, like it can be converted into documentation, the technical backup, validation, value addition, popularization. Then again the documentation, then database development. This is also important because just one example, like in agrovoltaics, maybe some people have heard about it. So installing the solar panel at a height of around 8 to 10 feet and having agriculture below it. So it's a dual use of land. So in this case people are working on it, but the what crops has to be taken and what are the package of practices for taking crops underneath the solar panel. So this thing has to be invented, a lot of research is required. So database of all the people who are doing research on this particular area, so that collection is important. And also linking all this thing with the R&D and the land, where so all experiments like BAIF in agro biodiversity, you may have heard about it, Kim. We are preserving some varieties in lab and we are also preserving some varieties on ground. So both things are equally important because people should know the importance and also they should know the practice, otherwise the knowledge will get wasted. So same lab to land approach, so that is required. Value additions and also popularization. So some models are commercially viable, some are not. So different business models are there. I will come to in the next slide. Yeah, so scaling up opportunities. So here I would like to emphasize one point ki it's not always possible that every technology possible it can be scale up as a profitable business. So some are not, some are there. So some technology can be profitably scale up using the normal, like we can say the private limited way, but some technology are not. So particularly in waste to energy sector, there are a lot of technology which are not commercially viable, but still it has to be done because we don't have any option. We have a target of net zero. Net zero means net zero. So there is no, if it is not commercially viable, we will not do it. That is not an option. So every research has its potential benefit if it is done on the right approach. So all business models are there in the world. So any technology can be scaled up. Initial promotional efforts can be there from the state and national government. Many technology have done this. Even the solar energy, there was a era in 2012 or something where policy was introduced in 2009, and from 2012 it got means people have adopted it. So there government has given 30% GST, 30% subsidy, but right now government is taking around 13.5% GST. So it's a plus 42% is there. So this has shown it's a promotional efforts by the government to adopt the technology, and the technology will rise. It will increase its efficiency because of the researchers, because of the practitioner. Bankable business idea should be generated. So this doesn't mean only the profitable business model. Again, bankable means the some idea which can be scale up using already existed policy or the support from the government. So if 2-3 government policy can be packed up, and it can be demonstrated where the product can be sold. So just one example, if somebody is doing some working in the post-harvest technology, then one product I have just heard they are using different schemes, like agriculture infrastructure scheme is there, interest subsidy scheme is there. So a lot of things are there for the rural people which can be availed and deliverable. So here one of the important point is it's always good to have the presentation where all these things are available, but the important thing is how people will get those things. So there has to be some media where this thing can be made available for the rural people. So some research is required for that. What are the business model, various business model which are easily adoptable by the people with a limited knowledge and limited access to the banking. So all those things are required. More information can be given, but due to less of time I will go ahead. Then financing support for the carbon finance that can be availed. Nowadays it is getting popularized, so if possible that can be thought of. Then subsidies, as I already mentioned, subsidies from the different government department that has to be explored. So it's not just renewable energy, so just we should have only MNRE in the point of view. A lot of other ministries as there. So according to the context, support can be taken. I know people have already taken the support. So some like that holistic understanding of the government policy should be there apart from single department. Possible linkages required. So one of the thing I would like to mention, with research, if some ground level organization can be connected, it can be a good example. Like even now in BAIF we have given fellowship to IIT Bombay, Sitara department, where people are working on, means they were doing their own MTech program, but when we entered, we taught them what are the problems in the society, and according to the availability of the expertise available in that particular department and the interest of student, some problem statement can be selected, and then the particular fellow or a student can work on that. So what we observed in this particular scenario, the output was really good compared to other fellows, because it was a ground connected system and a ground connected knowledge. So such kind of collaborations is, I think, very much fruitful. Then appropriate technology developer, where we can say the jugaad or the, so that works out many times. So those are also required. Partners for providing true feedback from the society. This is very much important. Otherwise, many people are in that particular schema where their product is really good, but true feedback and working on that feedback is very much important. Finalization of technology, then the association of appropriate business partner or impact funder. Again, the same model. I am linking to for-profit or not-for-profit model, so that can be thought of. National level alliances for pushing any technology. So that is also required, because government don't have their own knowledge. They has to get knowledge from their partners, stakeholders within the country. So this can be thought of. Means BAIF is doing a lot in that. Whereas government departments where support is required. So that can be the possible linkages. Yeah. Thank you.
Is the need for appropriate technology, and introduce us all to appropriate technologies and farm mechanization, we have with us Mr. Mahesh Lade. Mahesh has been working with appropriate technologies at BAIF for quite some time now. Mahesh is a thematic program executive at BAIF. Mahesh.
Very simple presentation because my topic is again an appropriate technology, and most of the time we misunderstood what is appropriate technology and so in solar panel basically we are using UV coated polycarbonate sheets. Yes, sir. So basically conduction, these are the conduction dryer, not the solar dryer. So these are thermal conduction dryer. So we just need only thermal energy, not the solar. So we are filtering the UV rays, and so that the nutrition and color and all other things can be remain intact. So my topic is, I am coming to my topic. My name is Mahesh Lade, as explained by Santarpan. I am working with BAIF on basically for technology development and its field applications. So my topic is appropriate technology. So most of the time we misunderstood what is appropriate technology. So I thought my session is post lunch, so there should be some interaction between you and me, so that I can feel कि आप लोग सब लोग जाग रहे या सो रहे या बोर हो रहे. So I prepare one slide for that interaction basically. So this is one lady like sitting over us. So she has a back pain issue and उसको डेली काम करना पड़ता है झाड़ू लगाने का. So for her what can be an appropriate solution? So you guys can suggest कि what will be the appropriate solution for her? A big झाड़ू पीछे मैम, राइट. सो वो शायद मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन में पहले भी दिख गया था, लेकिन लेट इट बी. सो दिस इज हर टूल राइट नाउ. अभी उसके लिए अप्रोप्रिएट सॉल्यूशंस कैन बी वो जो जहाँ पे झाड़ू लगा सकती है वहाँ पे फर्श लगा दो, वैक्यूम क्लीनर दे दो, या फिर उसका जो झाड़ू है उसको एक सिंपल दंडी लगा दो. हाँ, सो इसमें क्या है कि द दंडी लगाना इज अप्रोप्रिएट सॉल्यूशन बिकॉज providing vacuum cleaner or वो फर्श लगाना is not an appropriate solution or not costly, economically viable. So whenever we are working with tribal families, now we look after all these aspects. कि if we are doing one intervention in one village or with one household, it can be replicated with all the available possibilities, like जितने भी उस एरिया में या फिर उस ब्लॉक में villages है, households है, उनके पास replicate हो सके. And that replicability मतलब not necessary कि BAIF will replicate all these things. So things has to be replicated on its own. Like sometime it can be replicated by the participants only. They can pay the cost for the replication, or sometime replication can be done through other organization like BAIF or through some government institutes. So while defining the appropriate technology, we have to understand what is the role of technology. So basically technology acts as a catalyst in socio-economic development, and the technology inequality can lead regional imbalances. Like अभी हम जो डिवाइड देख रहे हैं अर्बन और रूरल जो विलेजेस है हमारे और अर्बन एरियाज में, उसका डिवाइड वी कैन सी वेरी इजीली, लाइक इन एजुकेशन, हेल्थ और बाकी सेक्टर्स में. इन अर्बन एरिया यू कैन सी द प्रोडक्ट्स लाइक एमवे, बट इन the basic health infrastructure like PHCs and basic health infrastructures are not available. So these gaps can be filled with the help of technology. Limited technology access की वजह से ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती है. If you are transferring the technology, basically BAIF uses this methodology, like effective technology transfer methodologies नहीं है हमारे पास. बहुत सारी technologies ready है. Whenever we visit to universities, labs and रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स, वी फाउंड कि उनके पास बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज ऑलरेडी रेडी है, मतलब शेल्फ में पड़ी है, लेकिन दे आर नॉट ऑन द फील्ड. दे हैव डेमोस्ट्रेटेड इन देयर कैंपस वेरी वेल एंड दे आर वर्किंग वेरी वेल एट देयर कैंपस, बट दे आर नॉट रेप्लिकेटेड ऑन द फील्ड. सो यहाँ पे इश्यूज क्या है? सो बेसिकली प्रोसेस क्या होता है टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट का? देयर इज अ डेवलपमेंट, डेमोस्ट्रेशन. सो बेसिकली डेमोस्ट्रेशन आजकल होता ही नहीं, देयर इज एडवर्टीजमेंट. मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट होती है, फिर उसका एडवर्टीजमेंट होता है, उसको ही हम डेमोस्ट्रेशन बोल सकते हैं. देन डिप्लॉयमेंट एंड एडॉप्शन. सो ये प्रोसेस है. लेकिन अभी क्या है, ये कमर्शियल टेक्नोलॉजीज़ के केस में चलता है. लाइक देयर इज़ मोबाइल फ़ोन. So if you have Android, then Apple phone will come and they will say कि our phone is better. अगर पुणे में आप if you come from FC Road, there are huge holdings on which only single picture is there, like एक बच्चे का पिक्चर होगा या किसी चीज़ का, और वो बहुत बड़ा पिक्चर है, उस पर बताते कि हमारे फोटोज पिक्सलाइट नहीं होते. सो दे आर एडवर्टाइजिंग देयर फोन इन दैट वे. सो दे आर क्रिएटिंग वर्चुअल नीड्स. बट वो तो रूरल एरिया में हम उस तरह से नहीं कर सकते कि टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप की, एडवर्टीज़ की और फिर उसको सेल किया और पैसे कमा के ख़त्म. सो दिस विल डिस्ट्रॉय द रूरल इकोनॉमी एंड देयर लाइफ ऑल्सो. सो यहाँ पे गैप्स कहाँ पे है? सो वी आइडेंटिफाइड कि इन दिस एरिया लाइक बेसिकली ये सारे जो हमारी प्रोसेस है इसमें हर जगह पे आपको गैप देखने को मिलेगा. सो देयर इज गैप इन टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट. टेक्नोलॉजीज आर डेवलप्ड एट रिमोट लोकेशन जहाँ पे उनको पता नहीं होता कि एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम क्या है. दैट दे आर डेवलपिंग टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर देयर ओन हैप्पीनेस और ओन सेक. दूसरा होता है कि डेमोस्ट्रेशन. वो डेमोस्ट्रेशन करती ही नहीं, दे आर एडवर्टाइजिंग देयर टेक्नोलॉजी कि हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे सुपीरियर है थ्रू अदर टेक्नोलॉजी और कैसे परफेक्ट है. डिप्लॉयमेंट के केस में वही होता है कि वो एजेंट्स को डिप्लॉय करते हैं कि बेसिकली आपको मैं एक सिंपल केस बताना चाहूँगा. पेस्टिसाइड्स का केस है. किसी भी पेस्टिसाइड या फर्टिलाइजर के शॉप में जाओगे तो दे हैव ह्यूज मार्जिन्स ऑन द पेस्टिसाइड फर्टिलाइजर सेल. और उसके ऊपर अगर उनको टारगेट रहता है कि अगर आपने 1 करोड़ का सेल किया तो आपको गोवा टूर मिलेगा, 2 करोड़ का सेल किया तो फॉरेन टूर मिलेगा. मतलब इस तरह से दे हैव टारगेट. सो डिप्लॉयमेंट इन दैट वे हैपनिंग ऑन द फील्ड एंड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट एडाप्टेशन होता है. मतलब इसी तरह से रूरल एरिया में बेसिकली टेक्नोलॉजी डिप्लॉयमेंट एंड एडाप्टेशन हो रहा है अभी तो. सो उसको अवॉइड करना है तो क्या है बेसिकली हमें टेक्नोलॉजीज वी हैव टू डेवलप इन लाइक सच अ वे दीज आर डिज़ाइन फॉर अदर 90%. मतलब जो 10% लोग हैं उनके लिए नहीं, जो अदर 90% है जो अभी उनके लिए हमें टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करनी चाहिए. टेक्नोलॉजीज हैज़ टू बी इनोवेटिव एंड अफोर्डेबल. मतलब बहुत बार हम टेक्नोलॉजीज तो बना लेते हैं लेकिन वो अफोर्डेबल नहीं होती या फिर इनोवेटिव नहीं होती. वो सस्टेनेबल होनी चाहिए, एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली होनी चाहिए. अगर आप एप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी बोल रहे हैं तो दैट हैज़ टू बी एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली. नहीं तो पता चला कि टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत अच्छी है, इनकम भी बहुत अच्छा मिल रहा है लेकिन एनवायरमेंट को बहुत डैमेज कर रहा है. तो वो शायद हमें जब हम काम कर रहे हैं तो वो हमें थोड़ा ध्यान में रखना चाहिए. फोकस ऑन रिलेवेंट टेक्नोलॉजी विथ ऑप्टिमल यूज़ ऑफ रिसोर्सेज. मतलब कोई टेक्नोलॉजी आप बना रहे हो उस एरिया के लिए लेकिन उस एरिया में वो रिसोर्सेज बहुत कम मात्रा में है और उस टेक्नोलॉजी को आप प्रमोट करते जा रहे हो तो दे विल कंज्यूम ऑल द रिसोर्सेज. मतलब जैसे हम सोलर पंप प्रमोट करते हैं, सो वी आर प्रमोटिंग ड्रिप इरिगेशन विथ इट. बिकॉज एक बार फार्मर को इलेक्ट्रिसिटी फ्री मिल गया, दे विल सारा पानी निकाल लेंगे ज़मीन से क्योंकि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज़ फ्री. सो विथ सोलर पंप यू हैव टू एंश्योर द ड्रिप इरिगेशन बिकॉज ऑप्टिमल यूज़ ऑफ वाटर यू हैव टू एंश्योर. नहीं तो फिर वो तो पूरा पानी निकाल के दे विल ड्राई आउट ऑल द ग्राउंड वाटर. सो ऑप्टिमल यूज़ ऑफ रिसोर्सेज बहुत आपको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा एंड यू हैव टू फॉलो द बॉटम अप अप्रोच. सो बॉटम अप अप्रोच क्या होता है बेसिकली? फर्स्ट यू हैव टू गो टू द कम्युनिटी. आपको अगर किसी चीज़ में कोई टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करना है, बहुत बार हम लैब में बैठ के टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में सोचते हैं या फिर किसी ऑफिस में या फिर कंपनी में बैठ के. तो इंस्टेड ऑफ दैट यू गो टू द कम्युनिटी फॉर हुम वी आर डेवलपिंग टेक्नोलॉजी. सो आइडेंटिफाई देयर नीड्स कि क्या नीड्स है उनके एंड देन यू स्टार्ट द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. देन यू डेमोस्ट्रेट द टेक्नोलॉजी. उनके साथ में आप डेमोस्ट्रेट करो टेक्नोलॉजी को. आफ्टर दैट यू डिप्लॉय, कुछ डिप्लॉयमेंट भी करो लेकिन साथ में यू कलेक्ट फीडबैक आफ्टर द डेमोस्ट्रेशन. सो on the feedback, on the basis of that feedback you can improve your technology, you can improve the minute things in your technology that can be beneficial. So uske mein kuch aage example I will quote the examples of same thing आगे. सो टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर में क्या ध्यान में रखना चाहिए? इट हैज़ टू बी बाय डायरेक्शनल. मतलब जो फीडबैक वाला चीज़ बताया वो होना चाहिए, बाय डायरेक्शनल होना चाहिए. सारे जो स्टेक होल्डर्स है बेसिकली अभी स्टेक होल्डर का पार्टिसिपेशन हम कैसे इंश्योर कर सकते हैं? सो आई विल कोट एन एग्जांपल ऑफ BAIF. वी आर वर्किंग ऑन फील्ड कि वी आर इंस्टॉलिंग सोलर एंड बायोगैस ऑन फील्ड. सो बेसिकली जो सोलर का इंस्टॉलेशन है, दो सोलर दो इज इट्स असेंबल थिंग एंड बायोगैस इज ऑल्सो असेंबल थिंग. बट हम क्या करते हैं कि फील्ड के जिस गांव में सपोज हम एक गांव में सोलर या बायोगैस का इंस्टॉलेशन कर रहे हैं, उसी गांव के लड़कों को हम सेलेक्ट करते हैं, ITI पास आउट लड़कों को, एंड वी एम्पैनल विद देम विद द वेंडर and we ask vendor to pay the charges for the installation. First of all we ask the vendor to train that locally selected person and give the appropriate toolkit to the for the installation. एंड जो भी इंस्टॉलेशन है वो थ्रू लोकली सिलेक्टेड पर्सन के थ्रू ही होना चाहिए, हम वो मैंडेट करते हैं. सो उससे क्या होता है कि लोकल लोगों का पार्टिसिपेंट इंश्योर होता है. अगर आप सपोज इसमें एक एग्जांपल और कोट करता हूँ कि हमारा एक यवतमाल, महाराष्ट्र में यवतमाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट है. सो वहाँ पे एक सोलर पंप बंद पड़ गया था सडनली, एंड वी गॉट अ कॉल कि देयर इज़ अ सोलर पंप एंड इट इज़ नॉट वर्किंग. इट वाज कॉस्टिंग नियर अबाउट 5 लाख रुपीज़. सो वी कुड अफोर्ड कि यहाँ से पुणे से हमने एक विलेज एक जो सोलर पंप प्रोवाइडर था उसको हमने भेजा फील्ड पे, एंड ही फाउंड कि वो जो वायर था वो रैट ने कट किया था. सो 10 रुपये का वो सेलो टेप लगाया और वापस आ गया. सो to have that 10 rupees repair, it cost us near about 20,000 rupees, क्योंकि उसका जाना आना, होटल का स्टे, फूड का, और वहाँ पे लोकल गाड़ी करना पड़ा, ये सारा खर्चा मिला के नियर अबाउट 20,000 रुपीज़. सो यू हैव टू इंश्योर द, मतलब अगर वहाँ पे लोकली ट्रेन पर्सन होता तो वो 20 रुपीज़ में काम हो जाता इंस्टेड ऑफ 20,000 रुपीज़. सो दैट इज़ द इम्पॉर्टेंट, लाइक यू हैव टू इंश्योर द पार्टिसिपेंट ऑफ स्टेक होल्डर. बहुत बार हम इंडिजिनियस नॉलेज को अंडर एस्टिमेट कर देते हैं जब टेक्नोलॉजी डिप्लॉय करते हैं. तो वी हैव टू इंश्योर द इंक्लूजन ऑफ इंडिजिनियस नॉलेज एंड देयर इनोवेशंस आल्सो. मयूर ने बोला कि जुगाड़ कुछ, तो जुगाड़ इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बहुत बार बहुत सी टेक्नोलॉजीज चलती नहीं है, बट विथ सिंपल जुगाड़ इट दे वर्क्स. वी हैव ऑब्जर्व ऑन फील्ड आल्सो, लाइक हमने जितना भी आज तक काम किया दैट इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ देयर नॉलेज. मतलब हमारा कुछ भी नहीं, जस्ट वी कलेक्ट नॉलेज फ्रॉम देम एंड वी डेवलप द प्रोडक्ट अकॉर्डिंग टू देयर नॉलेज एंड वी डिप्लॉय इट ऑन द फील्ड. सो बेसिकली डिसेंट्रलाइज मॉडल होना चाहिए. इसका भी आई विल कोट एन एग्जांपल फॉर टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर. एम्पावरमेंट थ्रू स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड लिंकेजेस. सो आई विल कोट एन एग्जांपल कि ये हमारा एक किट था, सोलर लाइट का किट. सो वी यूज टू प्रोक्योर दिस किट फ्रॉम अ वेंडर. अभी इसमें हमें पता है कि बैटरी एंड सोलर पैनल एंड एलईडी लाइट मेकिंग इज़ अ ह्यूज इन्वेस्टमेंट बिजनेस. सो इंस्टेड ऑफ दैट वी यूज टू प्रोक्योर दीज किट्स फ्रॉम द वेंडर, डिफरेंट वेंडर्स. We selected local ladies, those can come at one location and can assemble these lights. So ये लाइट का कॉस्ट था नियर अबाउट 400 रुपीज़ पर लैम्प, 400-500 रुपीज़ पर लैम्प. सो वो लोकली असेंबल करती थी, उसमें से उनको 60 रुपीज़ पर लैम्प असेंबली का मिलता था, और उन्हीं के फैमिली के मेंबर जाके डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते थे स्कूल्स में. सो ये इस तरह का ये लाइट दिखता था और ये स्कूल्स में जाता था, और इस तरह का उसका यूसेज था. सो इसमें क्या हुआ, बेसिकली सोलर पंप का एग्जांपल आई कोटेड विथ यू, बट सोलर पंप वाज कॉस्टिंग 5 लाख रुपीज़ एंड वी कुड अफोर्ड कि 20,000 का एक पर्सन हम यहाँ से भेज सके फील्ड पे उसको रिपेयर करने के लिए. थिंक कि ये 400 रुपये का या 500 रुपये का लैंप आपका फील्ड पे ख़राब हो गया उस ट्राइबल फैमिली के पास में, व्हाट ही विल डू? आपको पता होगा क्या करेगा वो, मतलब 500 रुपये का लैंप ख़राब हो गया, क्या करेगा? उसको फेंक देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि लोकल रिपेयर सर्विसेज आर नॉट अवेलेबल फॉर सच things. So we trained the assembly thing to the local villagers, and they were providing repair services after post distribution, post installation and post service. So it मतलब इसके वजह से क्या हुआ कि उसका viability ensure हुआ. So these are like उनका स्किल डेवलपमेंट हुआ, लोकल लोगों को सर्विसेज मिला, इनकम जनरेशन हुआ, और हमारा प्रोडक्ट वायबल बना. अभी एक और एग्जांपल देता हूँ भाई, बायोगैस का मयूर ने कोटेड वन एग्जांपल ऑफ आयरिसा. ये आयरिसा हमने क्यों, व्हाई वी नेम इट आयरिसा? आयरिसा इज इंटीग्रेटेड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी एंड सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर. ये बायोगैस का ही नाम है, बायोगैस को ही हम आयरिसा बोलते हैं, बाइफ में कोई बायोगैस नहीं बोलता. अभी ऐसा क्यों, तो बहुत से लोगों को, फार्मर को लगता था कि बायोगैस सर वो तो बंद पड़ता है. सो वी थॉट कि लेट्स नॉट कॉल इट एज बायोगैस, क्योंकि लोगों को पता है कि बायोगैस बंद पड़ सकता है. सो हमने उसको आयरिसा बोलना शुरू किया, अलग नाम से बोलना शुरू किया. अभी when we decide कि we have to start working with the small scale biogas, then directly काम शुरू करने से पहले we started finding कि what are the issues with the conventional biogas, वो क्यों बंद पड़ रहा है. So there were few issues, like there were no income out of biogas, only savings on the LPG. हाँ, so वो एक इशू था. दूसरा इशू था कि इनकम कम था, इसके लिए ROI भी कम था. तीसरा इशू था कि बायोगैस कहाँ पे लगता है. बेसिकली बायोगैस लगता है आपके किचन के पास में, और उसका स्लरी किचन के पास में गिरता है और गंदा चीज़ दिखता है. कितना भी गरीब फार्मर हो ना, वो कोई भी अपने घर के सामने ऐसे गंदगी नहीं चाहेगा. सो दैट वाज द अनदर इशू. एंड अनदर वन मोर इशू वाज ड्रजरी, मतलब वो सारी जो स्लरी गिर रही है नीचे, उसको क्लीन करने में, भरने में बहुत सारी ड्रजरी, बहुत सारी मेहनत कर पड़ती थी, और मेनली वो महिलाएं करती थी. तो बेसिकली क्या है, घर में जब सेविंग होता है तो वो पुरुष को पता नहीं चलता कि ये कोई काम की चीज़ नहीं, सेविंग्स तो उसको समझ में नहीं आती है. महिलाओं की ड्रजरी तो बहुत बार पुरुष इग्नोर कर देते हैं, मतलब जो जेंट्स होते हैं फैमिली के, कि वो अभी तो लकड़ी तोड़ के ला रही है, खाना बन रहा है, शी इज़ इनहेलिंग द स्मोक, दैट इज़ नॉट एन इशू ऑफ मेल, सो ही इज़ नॉट वरिंग अबाउट इट. और उसको लकड़ी तोड़ के लाना पड़ रहा है जंगल से, जंगल में बाकी खतरे हैं, तो ही इज़ ऑल्सो नॉट वरिंग अबाउट दोज डेंजर्स। सो उसको तो पता है कि पहले भी खाना बन रहा था, अभी भी खाना बन रहा है बायोगैस के बाद, तो क्यों बायोगैस ये झंझट क्यों करने का है। सो वी एडेड द स्लरी फिल्टर आउट टू इट। एंड व्हाट स्लरी फिल्टर डज कि स्लरी फिल्टर वो सॉलिड लिक्विड सेपरेट करता है। सॉलिड लिक्विड सेपरेट होने की वजह से लिक्विड फार्मर्स कैन डायरेक्टली यूज इन देयर फार्म फील्ड्स एंड सॉलिड कैन बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू वैल्यू एडेड फर्टिलाइजर्स। सो कुछ जगह पे हमने फॉस्फेट रिच ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर के एंटरप्राइजेस एस्टेब्लिश किए हैं। सो जिसके वजह से जो फार्मर इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है उसको नियर अबाउट 15 to 17,000 पर एनम एक्स्ट्रा इनकम मिल रहा है विथ सेविंग्स ऑफ ऑन फर्टिलाइजर कॉस्ट। सो ये हमने एक तरह का प्रोग्राम डिज़ाइन किया और घर के पास में अभी सॉलिड लिक्विड सेपरेट होने की वजह से सॉलिड जल्दी ड्राई हो रहा है, लिक्विड आप फार्म में डायरेक्टली ट्रांसपोर्ट कर पा रहे हो। ये पिक्चर में आप देख पा रहे हो कि यहाँ पे कोई भी गंदी चीज़ फैली नहीं है। थर्ड पिक्चर में, पहले दो पिक्चर में वो जमा कर रहे हैं ड्रम में या फिर घर के साथ पास में फैली है। सो वो दैट ब्लू कलर इज़ अ फिल्टर and to make that filter simple we invested near about 4 to 5 years of and near about 4 scientists were working on that। अभी हम लोगों को बताते तो लोग बोलते इसमें क्या है, ये तो सिर्फ आपने वेजिटेबल कैरिंग क्रेट लिया, इसमें क्या इन्वेशन है। सो वो सिंपल करने के लिए ही टाइम लगा, वो डिफिकल्ट करने के लिए तो इजीली सॉल्यूशंस वेयर अवेलेबल इन मार्केट। सो आपको कोई चीज़ सिंपल करनी है ना तो यू हैव टू इन्वेस्ट मोर योर टाइम रिसोर्सेस एंड ऑल, क्योंकि वो लोगों को फैमिलियर करना था हमें और उनके डे टू डे लाइफ में क्या चीज़ उनको फैमिलियर थी। तो वेजिटेबल कैरिंग क्रेट दे वेयर फैमिलियर टू देम, फिश कैरिंग क्रेट वेयर फैमिलियर टू देम। सो वी थॉट कि लेट्स नो मतलब वो स्क्रू प्रेस और बाकी मैकेनिकल डिवाइस यूज़ करने के बजाय लेट्स यूज़ ग्रेविटी। सो ग्रेविटी को हमने यूज़ किया। इसके अंदर एक तरह का वेश मिल्डिंग होता है, मेश की वजह से वो ग्रेविटी की वजह से सेपरेट होता है, सिंपल मैकेनिज्म। अभी इसमें क्या यूसेज है, तो यूसेज आर लाइक दिस कि पहले बस आपको स्लरी मिलता था, अभी आपको केक मिल रहा है, वर्मी कंपोस्ट बन रहा है, आपका ड्रिप इरिगेशन के थ्रू आपका क्रॉप अच्छा बन रहा है, एनिमल्स के लिए आपको अच्छा खाना मिल रहा है, एंड यू आर गेटिंग कार्बन क्रेडिट्स, यू आर गेटिंग गैस आउट ऑफ इट, एंड यू आर गेटिंग फर्टिलाइजर, यू आर गेटिंग, you can prepare a phosphate rich organic manure if 100 biogas are in cluster। सो वो चीज़ है। आगे एक टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट का एक और एग्जांपल देता हूँ। मयूर ने बैटरी ऑपरेटेड स्प्रे पंप का बताया था। सो व्हाई वी प्रमोटेड दिस बैटरी ऑपरेटेड स्प्रे पंप। एक्चुअली बहुत बार क्या होता है कि BAIF का लिमिटेशन है कि BAIF इज़ नॉट एन कंपनी, सो वी आर एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सो हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें प्रोड्यूस करके सेल नहीं कर सकते, बट वी आर क्लोजली वर्किंग विद द कंपनीज, इंडस्ट्रीज एंड डेवलपर्स। सो वी एक्ट एज अ ब्रिज बिटवीन द कम्युनिटी एंड डेवलपर, मतलब जो टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपर है उनके बीच में। आप में से भी अगर कोई टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपर होंगे तो यू कैन लुक एट अस लाइक अ ब्रिज। So you can get a field experience from us and you can develop a technology according to that. So right now we are working with Tata Steel. So they are looking at us as a bridge between community and they are developing some farming technologies. सो इसमें क्या है कि पहले फार्मर्स पेट्रोल या डीजल पंप यूज़ करते थे, केरोसिन ऑपरेटेड पंप यूज़ करते थे फॉर पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रेइंग, जिसका कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है। केरोसिन और डीजल का कॉस्ट बढ़ गया, वो इकोनॉमिकली वायबल नहीं हो रहा है। सो वी थॉट कि लेट्स इंट्रोड्यूस अ बैटरी ऑपरेटेड स्प्रे पंप। सो वी अप्रोच पडगिलवार कंपनी इन पुणे एंड इनिशियल पंप्स वेर सप्लाइड बाय देम। सो इट वॉज हैविंग अ LED लीड एसिड बैटरी। सो लीड एसिड बैटरी में क्या इशू होता है, इफ़ इट इज़ नॉट यूज कंटिन्यूसली, लाइक चार्जिंग डिस्चार्जिंग साइकिल अगर उसका कंटिन्यूस नहीं है, सो बैटरी विल बिकम डिफंक आफ्टर सर्टन पीरियड लाइक 6-7 मंथ। अगर उसका कंटिन्यूस यूज़ नहीं हुआ तो पड़ा रहेगा, तो डिफंक हो जाएगा। और पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रेइंग ये साल में 2 बार का ही एक्टिविटी है, तो 6 महीना तो आपका पंप पक्का पड़ा रहने वाला है। सो जब हम फील्ड पे गए तो बहुत सारे लोगों के पंप पहली बार में ही ख़राब हो गए। बोल रहे थे कि सर पंप का बैटरी ख़राब हो गया। तो हमने बोला बैटरी कितने में डाला। सो फार्मर वॉज रिप्लाइंग कि सर 1700 रुपये में डाला एंड पंप वॉज कॉस्टिंग 1900 रुपीज़। सो मैंने बोला ये कैसे हो गया, 1700 रुपये का बैटरी और 1900 रुपये का पंप, मतलब ये तो 2 बैटरी लिया तो पंप से भी महंगा पड़ रहा है। तो उसको फार्मर को भी पता नहीं था एक्चुअल कॉस्ट, और वो किसी लोकल यहाँ से रिपेयर किया। तो वी थॉट कि बैटरी का लाइफ बढ़ाना चाहिए। सो वी स्टार्टेड प्रोवाइडिंग DC LED लैम्प एंड मोबाइल चार्जिंग फैसिलिटी विद द बैटरी ऑपरेटर स्प्रे पंप। 2 मिनट है क्या, मुझे 5 मिनट लगेंगे, ठीक है। तो हमने उसके साथ बैटरी एक LED लाइट दिया और मोबाइल चार्जिंग दिया, और अभी FM भी दिया है। सो अभी क्या हो रहा है कि वो एज ए इन्वर्टर घर में यूज़ हो रहा है। जब लाइट जाती है तो लोग घर में इन्वर्टर करके यूज़ कर रहे हैं, और जब स्प्रेइंग का काम होता है तो खेत में भी यूज़ हो रहा है। तो यूज़ भी बढ़ गया, बैटरी का लाइफ भी बढ़ गया, और कॉस्ट सेम है, सिर्फ 100 रुपीज़ कॉस्ट बढ़ा है। अभी बाद में पता चला कि उसमें चार्जिंग जब स्प्रेइंग के लिए जाते तो जल्दी डिस्चार्ज होता है। सो देखिए कि अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी का क्या है, एक बार टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप कर गई आपका काम हो गया, ऐसा नहीं. इट हैज़ टू बी डेवलप कंटिन्यूसली एज पर द नीड. और आपको वो जो फीडबैक मैकेनिज्म मैंने शुरुआत में बताया था कि फीडबैक आपको लेते रहना है कि ये स्टेज पे आ गया, अभी फीडबैक ले लो, क्या है इशू, सो दिस इज द इशू, लेट्स सॉल्व दिस इशू. अगले स्टेज पे जाके कोई नया इशू आएगा शायद, तो उसको सॉल्व करते हैं. सो दिस इज देन अप्रोप्रिएट वे कि हर टाइम आप अपग्रेड होते जाओ, नहीं तो कुछ टाइम के बाद आप पीछे पड़ जाओगे और नोकिया हो जाएगा आपका. हाँ, आप मार्केट से निकल जाओगे. सो वही है कि बेसिकली हमने फिर पता चला कि फार्मर स्प्रेइंग के लिए जाता है और स्प्रेइंग बैटरी बीच में डिस्चार्ज हो जाता है और उसको घर आना पड़ता है स्प्रेइंग छोड़ के और चार्जिंग करके दूसरे दिन जाना पड़ता है, तो उसका डे वेस्ट हो रहा है. सो वी स्टार्टेड प्रोवाइडिंग दीज पम्प्स विद द सोलर पैनल एंड वी एस्टेब्लिश बैटरी सोलर पावर्ड स्प्रे पम्प चार्जिंग स्टेशन नियर फील्ड एरियाज. सो वहाँ पे 10-12 पंप ऐसे रखे रहते हैं और 80 रुपये पर आवर के पर स्प्रे के हिसाब से उनको वो रेंट पे मिलते हैं. तो फार्मर को अभी सर्विस भी हो रहा है और एसएचजी को इनकम भी हो रहा है. अगेन इंसेक्ट ट्रैप के बारे में भी मयूर ने बताया. इंसेक्ट ट्रैप का मैं शॉर्ट में स्टोरी बताता हूँ. आप अगर कोई टेक्नोलॉजी अच्छा बना नहीं सकते तो कॉपी करो, दैट इज ऑल्सो नॉट ए बैड थिंग. मतलब ओला उसका बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल है. उबेर बहुत अच्छा प्रॉफिट मॉडल था, ओला ने उसको एग्जैक्ट कॉपी किया एंड ओला इज अर्निंग गुड मनी आउट ऑफ इट. मतलब इससे उबेर का धंधा बंद नहीं हो गया, लेकिन ओला का भी धंधा चल रहा है. सो अगर कोई अच्छा टेक्नोलॉजी आप बना नहीं सकते तो यू कॉपी द बेस्ट मॉडल विच इज अवेलेबल इन मार्केट. सो इनोवेशन इज ऑल्सो लाइक कैन बी कॉपीड एंड इंस्पिरेशन. मतलब बेसिकली ये चीज़ में हमने वही किया है मैम. सो यहाँ पे हमने कॉपी किया है, बेसिकली लिटरली कॉपी किया है. सो जो इंसेक्ट ट्रैप आपने कैंटीन में देखा होगा, कैंटीन के लिए ये फर्स्ट वाला, ये इंसेक्ट ट्रैप वाज अवेलेबल इन फॉर द कैंटीन पर्पज़. हमने इसको कॉपी किया. इसमें यूवी लाइट होता है जो कीड़ों को अट्रैक्ट करता है, मार देता है. हमने इसको कॉपी किया फार्म यूज़ के लिए. सो हमने इसको यूज़ किया फार्मर फील्ड के लिए. और इसको अभी हमारे फार्मर में जो लाइव स्टॉक के फार्मर है उन्होंने लंपी स्किन डिसीज़ के लिए भी यूज़ किया. उनके एक भी काऊ को लंपी स्किन डिसीज़ नहीं हुआ बिकॉज ऑफ दिस इंसेक्ट ट्रैप्स. सो फार्मर नोज हाउ टू यूज़ द टेक्नोलॉजी, बट उनके पास वो अवेलेबल होना चाहिए. सो पहले बार हमने जब ये बनाया तो वो थेफ्ट प्रूफ नहीं था. ये थोड़ा स्पेसशिप जैसा दिखता है और स्कूल के बच्चे इसको चुरा के लेके जाते थे. सो वी स्टार्टेड डेवलपिंग थेफ्ट प्रूफ मॉडल. मतलब उसको एक पोल के साथ किया, नीचे एक कैन में उसको सीमेंट के साथ फिक्स करना शुरू किया, तो बच्चे उठा नहीं पा रहे अभी इजीली. सो इट इज़ देयर, सो इट इज़ वर्किंग. अभी कोई इशू था कि कॉस्ट, एक यूनिट हमारा नियर अबाउट 1 एकड़ के लिए था एंड इट वाज कॉस्टिंग नियर अबाउट 5-7,000 रुपीज़. सो फार्मर्स बोल रहे थे कि थोड़ा लो कॉस्ट करो. सो वी डेवलप्ड अ मिनी मॉडल, माइक्रो मॉडल बोलते हैं अभी उसको, वो 3,000 में मिलता है. द लास्ट एग्जाम्पल इज दिस. मतलब क्या क्या अदर एग्जाम्पल है, जैसे ये 16 स्ट्रीट लैंप है, इंटीग्रेटेड बैटरी और ये सब इनबिल्ट है. ये फ्रैक्शनल एचपी पंप इज डेवलप बाय BAIF ओनली. बहुत सारे ट्राइबल फार्मर्स है जिनको दिन में सिर्फ 2 से 3,000 लीटर पानी लगता है फॉर इरीगेटिंग देयर क्रॉप बिकॉज दे आर हैविंग 1 गुंटा और 2 गुंटाज ऑफ लैंड. बट हम देते हैं उनको 1 HP का पंप, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट स्कीम में 1 HP को ही सब्सिडी है, 1 HP एंड अबव. और 1 HP पंप कैन पंप नियर अबाउट 20,000 लीटर पर आवर. उनको दिन में लगता है 2,000 लीटर और हमको 20,000 लीटर पर आवर का पंप देके कोई फ़ायदा नहीं. मतलब इतने से काम के लिए एक हाथी लगा रहे हैं हम चूहे को खींचने के लिए, तो कोई ज़रूरत नहीं. सो वी डेवलप्ड फ्रैक्शनल HP पंप. दिस इज़ लो कॉस्ट पंप. इट कैन कम अंडर 25,000 रुपीज़. इसमें भी हमने कुछ नहीं किया, बस पैनल लिया, एक DC पंप लिया, एक चार्ज कंट्रोलर लिया है, बस 3 चीज़ों को एक साथ में जोड़ा एंड दिस इज़ वर्किंग वेरी वेल ऑन फील्ड एंड नाउ फार्मर आर डिमांडिंग इट बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द ट्राइबल फार्मर दे रिक्वायर्ड इट. दूसरा एक माइक्रो सोलर डम जो दिन में सूरज की रोशनी आपके कच्चे घर में देता है, रात में उसी को साइड में पैनल है. ये IIT खड़गपुर का है, लेकिन आई एम अनदर एग्जांपल. इसमें भी हमने BAIF में बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. अभी गैप्स में बताता हूँ थोड़ा, ये लास्ट स्लाइड है. सो गैप्स में बेसिकली ये वाटर बॉक्स एक बहुत अच्छा टेक्नोलॉजी है, हॉलैंड का टेक्नोलॉजी है. इसमें 16 लीटर का वाटर स्टोरेज रहता है. एक बार आपने प्लांट को पानी दिया तो अगले 6 महीने तक पानी देने का ज़रूरत नहीं, लेकिन इसका कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है. सो इसको इंडिजिनस बना के लो कॉस्ट बना सकते हैं क्या? सो कॉपी वाला थिंग में दिस कैन बी अप्रोप्रिएट थिंग. पेपर बेस बना सकते हैं क्या? बायोडिग्रेडेबल. अभी ये दिस इज़ नॉट ए बायोडिग्रेडेबल थिंग, बट इसको बना सकते हैं क्या? तालिया ट्री, दिस इज़ एन अनदर टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जाम्पल ऑफ इजराइल. ये इजराइल वालों ने किया है, बट इसको इंडिजिनस बना सकते हैं क्या? कैन वी मेक दिस इज एन इंडिजिनस एग्जाम्पल. देन देर इज़ बायोडिग्रेडेबल मल्च. अभी कल ही मयूर जाके आया वो देखने के लिए, तो लेकिन देर इज़ अ कॉस्ट इशू. अभी बायोडिग्रेडेबल मल्च बहुत कॉस्टली है, तो उसको लो कॉस्ट में लॉन्च कर सकते हैं क्या? कोल्ड स्टोरेज, अभी कोल्ड स्टोरेज बहुत कॉस्टली है, उसको लो कॉस्ट में कर सकते हैं क्या? अभी हमारे एक फार्मर का परसों फ़ोन आया कि उसका सारा मटेरियल कोल्ड स्टोरेज में ख़राब हो गया. क्यों? क्योंकि अचानक से वो AC का गैस लीकेज हो गया और वो मटेरियल ख़राब हो गया. तो उसमें IoT अभी भी नहीं है. मतलब कोल्ड स्टोरेज में सिंपल IoT वी कैन प्रोवाइड कि आज आपने टोमेटो डाला तो अभी कोल्ड स्टोरेज का टेम्परेचर कितना है उसको मोबाइल पे दिखना चाहिए, टोमेटो कौन से स्टेज पे डाला वो स्टेज में कितने दिन तक उसमें रह सकता है, उससे पहले उसको वार्निंग मैसेज आना चाहिए कि आपका टोमेटो का एक्सपायरी डेट आ गया, आप निकालो बाहर जल्दी से। मार्केट रेट उसको पता चलना चाहिए कि आपने टोमेटो डाला है आपने उसमें तो पुणे का मार्केट रेट ये है, नासिक का मार्केट रेट ये है। ये सिंपल IoT रिक्वायरमेंट इज़ देयर। एंड अनदर रिक्वायरमेंट शायद आई है आप, हाँ हमारी फेलो है, शी वर्कड ऑन द वेस्ट हीट ऑफ कोल्ड स्टोरेज। सो उन्होंने कोल्ड स्टोरेज की वेस्ट हीट जो बाहर क्लाइमेट में जा रही थी उसको कैप्चर करके हॉट स्टोरेज बनाया है। सो इमेजिन कि बड़े बड़े कोल्ड स्टोरेज ऑन द हाईवेज, देयर आर ह्यूज कोल्ड स्टोरेज, उसको अगर हॉट स्टोरेज के साथ कनेक्ट करें तो उसमें अगर हम ग्रेन रखते हैं तो उसको कीड़ा नहीं लगता। कितना ग्रेन गवर्नमेंट के गोडाउन में सड़ जाता है, उसको साल में कीड़ा लग के वेस्ट हो जाता है। अगर उस सारे कोल्ड स्टोरेज को हम हॉट स्टोरेज के साथ कनेक्ट करें बिग साइज मतलब ह्यूज साइज में, सो कोई ग्रेन लॉस नहीं होगा। सो दिस इज सिंपल टेक्नोलॉजी बट कैन बी स्केल्ड अप एट वेरी ह्यूज स्केल एंड कैन बी डाउन स्केल्ड एट यूर रेफ्रिजरेटर्स। ये रेफ्रिजरेटर के सामने आप वेजिटेबल रखो, बैक साइड में ग्रेन रखो, कीड़ा नहीं लगेगा। सो क्योंकि रेफ्रिजरेटर की बैक साइड कॉइल इज ऑल्सो इमिटिंग हीट। हाँ, ये DC रेफ्रिजरेटर का एग्जांपल मयूर ने दिया, बट इसमें भी बहुत लिमिटेशन है। इसमें आप माइनस के टेम्परेचर में नहीं जा सकते और उसमें लो कॉस्ट में कोई एग्जांपल नहीं है। मतलब शायद IIT कानपुर ने कुछ बनाया है बट इट हैज़ टू बी टेस्टेड ऑन द ग्राउंड एट। RO प्लांट का एग्जांपल दिया मयूर ने, बट उसमें भी इश्यूज़ है क्योंकि RO प्लांट हैज़ अ रिजेक्ट वाटर इशू जो हाई TDS का होता है। एंड इफ़ यू आर डिस्चार्जिंग दैट रिजेक्ट वाटर ऑन द ग्राउंड इट विल पोल्यूट द ग्राउंड वाटर एट हायर लेवल। जो पंजाब में हुआ है ना, ग्राउंड वाटर का TDS बढ़ा है, सो वैसे ही हमारा भी TDS बढ़ता जाएगा अगर हम हाई TDS का पानी फिर से ग्राउंड में छोड़ रहे हैं। सो वो रिजेक्ट वाटर का भी हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। देयर हैज़ टू बी टेक्नोलॉजीज फॉर दीज काइंड ऑफ एप्लीकेशंस। सो दिस वाज माय प्रेजेंटेशन। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mahesh sir. We had been getting a lot of questions regarding what kind of work BAIF is doing. So I hope the presentations by both Mahesh sir and Mayur have clarified everyone's doubts. I now invite Ms. Neha Shinde. She is Thematic Program Executive at BAIF. She will be taking the session on natural resource management.
All. My name is Neha and from past 13 years I am working in BAIF and I am working in the natural resource management team. So I'll just go through what are the applications which will be useful for you. Okay. So on behalf of BAIF also I welcome you all and Bahadur. Yeah, screen. It's not getting shared over here. Natural resources on which we are working, so that is solar energy, water resources, then minerals, crude oils, all these are included into natural resources, land resources, natural gas, animal resources, forest resources and wind power. So in BAIF we are working on water centric livelihood and natural resource management. So this is not considering the water sector. So these are the theme areas which you can work on. Okay, so basically you can work on watershed and water resource management. There are also scope for working in climate change mitigation and adaptation. There is a piloting project that has been going on in spring shed development. So how springs can be revived, old springs can be revived using science and technology. That is one of the sector. Then there have been a lot of things going around the water, food and energy nexus. So how IoT technologies can be used to arrive at the food, water and energy nexus. That is one of the theme areas in which you can focus your research. Then there is also a theme of ecosystem based adaptation, then tank rehabilitation, river basin management, ravine land reclamation, drought proofing, landscape development, farm pond networking and divergent based irrigations. So these are, I have listed only the themes in which you can focus your research areas. Okay, so we'll go one by one also. So this is one of the applications which you can focus on. So what is there, and this is related to food, water and energy nexus. So what is the condition in the villages is that there are pumps but they are not efficient. Okay, so they are very low efficient pumps. So we can focus on how these pumps can be made efficient. Okay, and then how water can be made available through these irrigation pumps, and how water use and energy use can be focused on. Okay, and the next thing is how we can correlate crops to water and energy. So how much water they are utilizing for crops, how much energy they are utilizing for crops, and how crop planning can be done using energy, food and water. So this is one of the areas in which IoT technology is needed. Okay, so we need sensors, we need solar pumps, we need flow meters, we need energy meters, and how these flow meters, energy meters can be integrated to a smart panel. So all this, if we integrate to a smart panel, and all the data related to water and in energy, it is received to the farmers, they can decide on which crops they can take. So we can think on developing a decision support system for irrigation scheduling for the farmers. This is around the food, water and energy nexus basically. So this is one thing. Then there are applications related to geospatial technologies also. Okay, so GIS and remote sensing, these are two platforms which can be used for application in the water sector. So we need to understand weather prediction data. Okay, so we are talking a lot about climate change. Okay, but how can we prepare models and how can we prepare simulations related to climate? Okay, so what is the current situation and what will be the predictions, how we can give predictions related to climate. So what will be the temperature, what will be the rainfall in the past, what was the rainfall in the past 30 years, and what will be the rainfall and temperature in the future 30 years. So if we are able to produce prediction models related to simulation and modeling of temperature and rainfall that are of very high value for designing of projects also and for implementation on the fields also. So this is one of the sector. Then we are also using, we also need technology to understand the deforestation status. What is the vegetation status, what is the deforestation status, how is the area been degraded. So remote sensing and GIS applications, they can be used for these platforms. So there are a lot of potential applications of geospatial information. So this includes how we can use AI in inland fisheries also. Okay, so which species should be introduced, and AI can be used for that this species can be introduced in inland fisheries, and what is the production we are getting from each of the fisheries, and that can be useful to the farmers also, so that we can let them select which species to be selected so that they can get the maximum production from that. So AI is nowadays also used in fisheries. So we can think about that also, that how AI can be used in fisheries. This is one of the sector. This most of the this is what BAIF is doing. I'll just not cover that. Okay. So these are the potential opportunities for applications. So first one is program on land degradation and neutrality. So this is a very new concept that is emerged in India and all over the globe now. That how to this is about land degradation and neutrality. So there is no baseline available all over the world, that how to measure the baseline about land degradation and neutrality. What is the current status of land degradation and how we can bring it to neutral at least. Okay, so already land has been degraded. Okay, but how to neutralize it, and a baseline is not generated for that. So you can think about how a baseline can be generated to analyze land degradation and neutrality. This is one of the scope. Then as discussed by others also, there are problematic soil areas. So you can think about, so there is salinity problems, there are waterlogging problems. So what can be done to reduce the waterlogging? what can be done to reduce the salinity of soils. So this can be areas of research. Then there is also scope for ecological restoration. So we now know that there are ecosystem services that are offered by various ecosystems, and there is no particularly framework or there is no any baseline to conduct the ecological restorations. So how the ecosystems are contributing to the overall environment, there is no baseline, or there is no single methodology for doing that. So you can think about, so there are ecological services related to cultural services, they are provisioning services, they are regulating services. So you can think about one you can take one of the services, that provisioning services. So there is no baseline available, there is no methodology available how to calculate which provisioning services the environment or the ecosystem is providing. So you can take one focus area and you can generate a baseline on that, and that will be a framework that will be generated for the all, and this can be then taken up by the policy makers also. So this is one of the areas in which you can think of working. Then related to renewable energy, Mahesh and Mayur have spoke. Then related to climate change mitigation and adaptation. So as discussed, there are no predictions available, future predictions and past predictions. So if we are able to develop simulation and models related to predict future predictions of climate, mainly temperature and rainfall, because you know that if it rains today over here, if it is raining over here, half a kilometer the situation will change. So we are not getting the real time data related to the climate, related to the rainfall also. So if we are able to prepare future prediction models, that will be of great use for the villagers. We can actually prepare the villages so that they can adjust or they can adapt to the climatic risks that are going to occur in any areas. So that is one of the focus areas. Then there are programs on soil health management also. So nowadays a lot of soil sensors are available, or how to calculate soil health measures are available, but these are very high cost. So how low cost soil sensors can be made available, and how the farmer itself at his house or at his field, he can take the soil moisture readings, and then he can understand if this is the soil moisture of my land, how much water should be applied for that particular crop. So that is one of the areas in which we can work, and on that we can reduce the water use also. So we will contribute to the water use efficiency also. So that is one of the sector. Then there are water quality issues. So one example is that in Karnataka, there is a lot of problem related to fluorosis. Okay, so we can design projects, or we can design plants which can reduce the fluoride content or the arsenic content or the nitrate content also. So there are a lot of projects and lot of technology that is available, but how this can be made available to the farmers, that is a very big thing. So we have to think on that things. Then water use efficiency. Then aquifer management is one of the areas in which we can think, that we don't know how much water is there in under the ground. Okay, so there are hydrological models or geohydrological models that are run, and there are surveys that are needed to be conducted. So you can study that how we can prepare the aquifer management system, and you can develop a decision support system for the groundwater also. So if a farmer has this much water in his well, so how much time he should use the water, and how much when he should stop extracting the water from the well. He should get that decision support system on his Android phones also. So IoT applications can be used for these things. So that is one of the areas. Then there are other areas related to wastewater and zero farm waste also, that can be discussed. And these are other applications, that is resource support organization and international partnerships. So this is these are the potential opportunities, and this is areas for research. So as we discussed that so as we have discussed that these are the potential areas of research which you can pick, and you can write your proposal around one of the theme in these areas. There is one slide missing. That was related to gaps and emerging trends. Yeah, okay, so these are potential areas in the water sector, and there are a lot of gaps. There are gaps related to data. We don't get real-time data anywhere. Real-time data means how much water is extracted, how much is the temperature, how much is the rainfall. There are a lot of gaps in that. So how these gaps can be met is one of the thing. Then there are gaps in the, you can think about linkages also. So you can prepare prediction models, or you can use IoT's applications for giving decision support related to the markets also. So the market rates gets fluctuating, and the farmers, they are not getting the price to their crop, to their harvest, whatever they are doing. So you can study the market system that is existing. So if, for example, there are people from Satara, they are transporting all their harvest to Pune. So you will have to study the Pune markets, the Pune market rates, and you can develop a decision support system which can be then made available to the farmers of Satara through an Android app, so that they can get the market rates which are existing, and they can take a decision related to when to bring the harvest to the market. So that is one of the applications which we are also working on, and we have worked on some of the sectors. So these are for some of the potential areas which you can focus for your proposal and for the vice fellowship also. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am, for that very concise and informative talk. Yes. Yes, a lot of dots have been connected by your talk. And I think one area that was mentioned in the morning as well by Dr. Bansal sir was that of One Health, which is a very emerging area in the health sector. And to elaborate more on One Health and tribal health and nutrition, I would like to invite Dr. Poonam Patil. Dr. Poonam Patil is the health expert at BAIF, and I'd like to hand over to Poonam ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Everyone is out of snap now. So again we are coming on health topic. In morning session, Praveen sir has covered many emerging areas on health, but still some of the points I would like to cover over it. So health, we can say that health, in health and nutrition, if we are focusing, then public health, if we consider as a emerging issues in public health, then many issues come as in front of us. But then again, as a buffet of plate, we are again confused to which to pick up from that as a proposal or to fine tune it. We will just look at the gaps, and then it will be simpler for you to, that this will be the pinpoints for some of the proposals or some innovative ideas in that. So just an overview of the sector. Public health consists of, like we say, community health. It consists of preventive and curative health. So preventive health, if we are focusing, it mainly consists identifying the main issues at community level, what are the health issues at community level, then measure that issues and try to minimize these issues. This minimization, identification, measurement and minimization of these issues is preventive health. So before going to hospital, what are the preventive measures to for occurrence of disease? That is preventive health. And public health mainly covers all these preventive actions, because preventive action is focused by government also, because as considering India, it is we are not in a form that we are having all infrastructure for health. Budget, our mainly national budget is also very minimal for health structure. So government is focusing on preventive health to decrease the burden of diseases and health system. So preventive health is very important, and main 3 themes in this, that identify what are the gaps and challenges, then try to measure these challenges, how you can measure it, and any science and technology can be used to minimize this. So key issues, Praveen sir has already elaborated, many key issues are there, but some of the main key issues which are booming at this presently situation are inadequate health infrastructure, that we know that in very rural area and tribal area also infrastructure and accessibility of health system is very low. That is very important issue. So how we can identify these key issues, what are the key issues, and how we can, means first step we have identified key issues, then second was how we can measure these issues, as I said, and third is how we can minimize these issues. So first, infrastructure facilities are not there, so accessibility is not there, but that again comes at longer stage. Long term means government involvement, and then time duration. For constructing any infrastructure, it takes long time. So immediate, as we say in clinical practices, acute and chronic. If any acute problem is there, what we can give immediate solutions. So acutely what we can do at present stage, then specifically AI is there, telemedicine is there, what innovative ideas we can give for some pinpoint issues by AI or telemedicine. Then second is public nutrition. Public nutrition is very vast topic, but just I will cover main topics, that undernutrition and overnutrition. These two are the main problems in nutrition. So overnutrition gives rise to urban problems like obesity, and then obesity related all the non-communicable diseases, lifestyle changes diseases, and undernutrition like malnutrition, PEM diseases related. So this is the pinpoint why these issues are emerging. Urban is having over obesity, overnutrition problem, and tribal or rural health are having malnutrition problem. So this can be focused area why these issues are emerging, identification. Then again same 3 steps, that how we can measure this. Now malnutrition, everywhere we know that malnutrition is very promptly assessed everywhere, but how we can see that that families can themselves can rule out that their child is undergoing malnutrition, because many of them are unaware that their child is malnourished. So this can be a innovative idea, that if we develop some technology or something, that devices or some kits that will give an idea to measure the malnutrition, means mainly in it BMI is considered, arm circumference is considered, but that rural areas people should know how to measure them. So just narrowing it, how we can come to the point that how we can assess or make it simplified to them, that they can themselves get empowered to rule out the malnutrition at their level. Then another issues are like, I will go through it. One Health and AMR. One Health is very much now emerging at the point. One Health is environmental health, human health, and animal health. These 3 collaborative healths together makes One Health. So if they collaboratively work together, then the possibilities of zoonotic diseases, which are many transferring from animals to humans. Just we have seen that COVID was one of the example. So this One Health, if we are focusing, then zoonotic diseases can be minimized. But multi-sectorial approach should be needed for that. So One Health is not just the medical term, but it is concerned with veterinary, livestock. So at every point if we are focusing, then the human problems will be decreased. So in relation with that, AMR is increasing. AMR, I think everyone must be knowing. What is AMR? Anyone can? Yeah. But antimicrobial resistance is not just increasing in humans, but it is increasing in animals also. And AMR is transferred from animals to human with value chain, food value chain. So if we are focusing on livestock health, that minimizing the use of antibiotics at livestock, then the usage of antibiotics at if livestock is decreased, then automatically the food chain means we are consuming chicken or animal source food, then it will get decreased. So how we can think on it? If ethnomedicine, like herbal medicines, are given instead of commonly used antibiotics, which are at low cost, at rural level available at low cost, accessibility is also there, and people are preferring in the tribal area for this ethnomedicine also. Ethnomedicine is herbal medicine for livestock. If we are promoting that, the antibiotic usage for livestock will get decreased. Then similarly the value chain which are having residues of antibiotics which are transferred to humans, that will get decreased. So like this, just going to the root cause of that and trying to minimize it will also be an innovative idea for the regeneration. Then again, communicable diseases, we say that communicable and non-communicable diseases. Do you have any, means I think everyone is not from medical background, so just little bit I will, terminology is little bit medical. So communicable diseases are ones which are transferred from airborne, means various modes that are transferred from air, food, then fecal material, water. So these are very common at rural area. Then non-communicable diseases are also very much common at rural area because the relevant data is not available. We say that in urban diabetes is this much percentage, cancer is this much percentage, because data is available. At rural level data is not available, so we just can't predict what is the percentage of diabetes at rural level. So relevance of data, how we can get the data, then we can know the prevalence of disease at that level, that stage, means what is the geographical area, what is the rural area or tribal area. If we are getting the relevant data, then we can propose that there is the more prevalence of this disease. Generally what is in our assumption that tribal or rural people are not having any exposure to pollution, or they are consuming natural food. So these non-communicable diseases, cancer or diabetes, hypertension, they are not common in them. But when we see the statistical data parameters of this, more prevalence of these diseases are in rural area because they are unaware of this. They are not knowing that what is diabetes. Even hypertension no one is knowing in urban area. If you say if you are having BP, they will say yes. But do you have hypertension? They will say no, I don't have any hypertension. So many of the terminologies are like that people are unaware, but they are going through it. Same way is that rural area, many of them are facing these non-communicable and communicable diseases, but they are unaware. And government is also unaware because data is not there. So this is the gap, that data mainly is not available at any site, and the people are not aware of what disease they are having. So non-communicable diseases detection and all these things will be a focus. Then limited availability of clean water, sanitation facilities. These are main emerging areas. Maternal child health is also one of it. Mental health, illness and lack of awareness. This is also one of the area. This is mental health is globally a booming topic, but mental health issues are more at rural level because addiction is very promptly, alcohol mainly addiction is very this one at rural level. So mental health issues are also there, and mainly they are not considering mental health as illness. They are all considering that as spiritual some problems and approaching these faith healers. So this mental health illness issues are not diagnosed at rural level. So challenges and gaps. So first, as we have seen all these key issues identified, now what are the challenges and gaps in between this? As I said, mainly diseases are undiagnosed and untreated. So sequences of diseases and consequences goes on in the community. So undiagnosis is very important. So level of diagnosis should be at the ease, at the primary point of contact. Then lack of skilled, unskilled workers are there. At grassroots level, data is also not available. And then research, proof of concept. For example, we can say proof of concept if we are experimenting something. So we get that proof of concept, yes, this drug is applicable for diabetes, but for that allopathy goes for trials. Clinical trials are there, observational studies are there, and then after analysis of data and all research, they are putting forth that this is proof of concept, this drug can be introduced for diabetes. But such proof of concepts needs to be there for small, by using pilot studies for small things. It may be anything, like if you are saying at village level, unhealed cracked heels problem is very commonly. So this is very common at every family, very small problem but common at every family, and everyone is facing that. So small issues, but if you can take that problem and study on it and say give some proof of concept, that will be one of the innovative idea. And mainly government is also looking for sharing some hands on giving the solutions for, like main government is facing for tuberculosis. Since for 50 years government is trying to eradicate tuberculosis, but still we are not at the stage that we have eradicated TB. So why TB is not going, what is the root cause, how it can be eradicated, that can be a point. How at house level it can be diagnosed, because the main issue in TB is that when the patient get diagnosed, still then it has made 2-3 cohorts positive of TB. So TB is not eradicated. One is getting treatment, he is making 3 other persons positive. So this is the root cause, how he can be identified at the pinpoint, so that the eradication can be controlled. Then geographical areas is one of the issues. Many health facilities are not available due to geographical areas. Skilled workers and all these are not available due to geographical areas. Then for One Health or like this, multi-sectorial coordination is not there. So these are the challenges and gaps. So how we can use the science and technologies for this. AMR we can propose, like first 2 sessions were there for bioenergy. So AMR can be proposed solution by waste and waste management, bioenergy solutions. Then telemedicine, AI applications. Then diagnosis at ease, like self-testing kits for diabetes through urinary, means by using urine, because blood testing meters are available, glucometers, but then again costing is one of the matter, then again usage is the one of the matter. So very simplified kits can be developed for diagnosis, like for malnutrition or BMI diagnosis devices. Nutritional accessibility can be made available by nutrified food, fortified food. Then upscaling, one of the for tribal health we can upscale the traditional health practitioner, which are the primary points of contact. So this can just make the primary health comprehensive health services ease. Then expected outcomes, we can say that if by your any project or proof of concept capacity is built, community or traditional health practitioners, like their capacity is built, then the health system gets built up. Availability of data, by making availability of data also effective planning can be done. Then early screening and detection of diseases lowers the disease. Low cost diagnosis. Then sustainable menstruation, enrollment into enrollment in schemes, improved nutrition and less disease frequency. These are the some of the outcomes which we can focus. So these are some innovatives we have done. These are Charak centers. By upscaling traditional health practitioners, some Charak centers like OPD centers, only Charak centers where they are practicing this healthcare practitioner at tribal level, they have developed this. Then this is for sustainable menstruation. We have implemented vending machines and incinerators for pad disposal. Some glimpses are there. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so I know it is quite difficult session after session and all very vast thematic areas and sectors. But thank you for your patience and the whole effort. I mean, to put everything in one day, actually it requires more kind of time. Nevertheless, I think the effort is just to orient you about the sector and emerging areas, potential areas for science and technology tools for solving some of the problems, and share some tips based on the field insights of my colleagues who are directly working on ground. So that was the whole purpose. I think we are towards the end. We have a session by Dr. Tarun Kant from AFRI Jodhpur. We have a session by Dr. Utkarsh. It will be again 15 minutes. So we still have around 45 minutes to go. But at this stage, I think we will take quick bio break of 5 minutes. Grab your tea and snacks quickly, and please come back in next 5 minutes. So that's my request, so that we are able to finish say by 5:45 at least. So, and after coming back, actually we didn't get time to introduce each other. So if there is a time, we will see after towards the end, we will see. We would like to know actually what is the journey of each one of you. I'm sure you all are highly accomplished women scientists. So I would also request you to introduce yourself, but after Professor Tarun Kant's session, maybe we can have a round of introduction. So yeah, so let us break for 5 minutes and come back.
Finally, we have Professor Tarun Kant sir with us. Dr. Tarun Kant is Scientist G and Head of Genetics and Tree Improvement Division at ICFRE, Arid Forest Research Institute at Jodhpur. And he will be taking the session on sustainable development. Since our schedule has gone for a bit of a toss, I request Dr. Tarun Kant sir to please limit the talk to 20 minutes if possible. Sir, if you could share your screen.
Yeah, I'll share my screen. I'll share my presentation then.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. Full screen presentation available now? Okay. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Shamaji for, in fact, giving me this chance to interact with the young women scientists and to be able to speak on a topic which is sort of, I should say, a burning issue or the buzzword of our times. In fact, I also thank the entire team of DST and particularly the committee, the chairman, for organizing this very, very important event, because I think hand-holding and getting interactive at this stage when the scientists are ready with ideas and giving them direction how to come up with the projects and all, I think this is very, very imperative, very, very important. So thank you all for having me here today. I wish I was there in person to be able to interact offline, because online takes away a lot of things from it. But nonetheless, I'll make the presentation. I'll be talking on sustainable development, particularly on sustainable development goals, and the sustainable development goals, how they offer opportunities to everyone to not just better our future, not just be more responsible while we do our daily activities, the way we live our lives, or in the 21st century. But at the same time, it also gives us an opportunity to do something about it And since we all are into science and technology, we are scientific researchers, I think it gives us an opportunity to know about making projects which address the sustainable development goals. So with this background, I would like to, in fact, share that I think we all understand what is sustainability. Sustainability is basically a requirement of today because we are living in a very fast-paced society. The times are like we are moving at a very fast pace. As a human being, as Homo sapiens, if we compare this species with any other animal, we'll realize that we are much ahead technologically in terms of everything that we're doing from the nearest our relative, the chimpanzees or monkeys or even other primates or anybody if we compare. And this is because we are doing things which were not possible earlier, and we are shaping this whole Mother Earth in a very in a way which is, I mean, we call it development, but again, it has got its footprint of lot of damage that we have done to this Mother Earth. And that is why the concept of sustainability came into existence. And it is nothing, Hindi mein if we call it, it's called Satat Vikas, sustainable development, something where we have to take into account that we are using the resources which are limited. And our actions have got reactions, which is also shaping the earth the way it is. These all are leading to climate change. These all are leading to depletion of resources. And the way we are growing, the way we are consuming, our patterns of consumption and production are so skewed at this point in time that it is the development we are heading towards catastrophe. And if we don't wake up, if we don't look at the principles of sustainable development, we will not leave anything for our future generations. And it's very important. Sustainability is something where we have to make sure that whatever we are taking from the nature, it has to be returned back, replenished, improved from the point of view of not just us, the earth, but also for our future generation and from all the different living beings that are living on this earth. That is all about sustainability. And because of that, the Sustainable Development Goals came into existence. The Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by the UN Sustainable Development Summit on 25th September 2015, and came into effect from 1st January 2016. And as you all may be knowing, there are a total of 17 goals. And within these goals, there are detailed targets to achieve each goal. And when it started, it was in fact 15 years back. It was a program for the 15 years from 2015 to 2030. And within this 15 years, with a gap of every 5 years, there were targets given within each goal to address the root cause of poverty. And this came up from before the Sustainable Development Goals, or known as SDGs. There was the MDGs, or the Millennium Development Goals. Now, these Millennium Development Goals were basically targeting only the developing countries or the underdeveloped countries. But then it was felt that it's not just the underdeveloped or the developing countries which are at stake. It is basically the developed nations which are causing a lot of problems. And every nation is responsible for it. And that's why the SDGs were born. And they were they were connecting 5 primary areas of people, the planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. That we should do things, we should prosper, we should thrive. But at the same time, we should be able to be responsible. And these were the 5 things that were connected, which you can see from this picture here. So these are, in a nutshell, a total of 17 SDGs, and I'll take you quickly through one by one all of these, what these 17 SDGs are. And then during the talk, I'll be basically talking about, I'll be focusing on 4 of the primary goals that the government of India are really working very hard at national framework level, which are poverty, which are hunger, and what those flagship programs are. There are flagship programs. So that will give an idea on where science and technology can contribute and how science and technology contributed already in those achieving those SDGs. And then how, as being a person associated, being a scientist in forestry stream, what we are doing as scientists and as, I mean, just to showcase what science can do for like climate action, for life on land particularly. These are two streams which I am able to connect myself. What our institution is able to connect. So that will give an idea to all the worthy women, young scientists who are sitting here, that how researches can be planned. So it will be just a example of living example of how researches can be done and what more can be done. And this is just a slide showing how 2020, 2025, 2030, how in 4 stages, how different targets were assigned and how total 169 targets are there. So this is the goal number 1, no poverty and poverty in all its forms everywhere. Goal number 2, zero hunger. And hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Now it's very important. We have to achieve this with sustainable agriculture because agricultural practices right now are very unsustainable. We are poisoning our land. We are using chemical fertilizers, chemical pesticides, and whatnot. Punjab has become a capital. We have to achieve it all sustainability. Our population is increasing, will be 9 billion soon. And once that figure reaches, we'll be requiring resources equal to 3 times the resources of Earth, which is not possible. We have to think about it. Then goal number 3, good health and well-being. I think a lot of speakers have already spoken about it in today's session on this. Then goal number 4, quality education. I mean, education, government is doing a lot. There is PM Shri scheme given to all. It's not just now Navodaya and Kendriya Vidyalayas. It is a PM Shri scheme which is connecting the even state level schools. Then there is goal number 5, gender equality. Very, very important. Unless we have equality, we cannot think of progressing. And I think a lot has been done, and we have gone a long way on this aspect also. Then clean water and sanitization. This is, I think, very, very important, connected to the very basic and very fabric of quality life. Then affordable clean energy. Energy footprint of country has increased massively, and we have to still keep it affordable, and we have to still think about clean energy sources. We have to switch over to the we are basically consuming maximum share is the non-renewable. We have to go towards a renewable clean energy. Goal number 8, efficient work and economic growth. Because work culture, economic growth, we have to promote sustainability here also. Then number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. India has right now big plans of industry. We have Make in India in a big way, and we are inviting a lot of foreign direct investment in the country. And that is where we have to also look at sustainability. And that is where there are a lot of opportunities for scientists right now making such technologies which are addressing the sustainability issues. Because whatever we are doing, we have to connect with the industry. Industry is one of the biggest things that will give us, that will make us a developed country. We have to have projects, we have to have science and technology where we can do something about it in a sustainable manner. So every researcher has to think of sustainability, whatever they are doing. If a researcher is doing something, writing a project, they should have in the back of their mind that whatever I am doing, whatever technology I'll make, whatever I'll give it to the grassroots level, that should have a sustainable footprint. So everybody should be thinking from that point of view. This should be part of our second nature, think of sustainability. I'm a researcher in forestry domain, so that has become sort of my second nature, to think of sustainability all the time. Then reduced inequality, very, very important. Then sustainable cities and communities. Smart cities are coming up now, big cities, but we have to be sustainable. Then sustainable consumption and production. Our production is right now not very sustainable. We are producing for the increasing masses, but we have to make it sustainable. Then climate action, very, very important. I'll be talking a little about it in my due course today. And we have to, it is very urgent. Very urgently we require the way we are polluting, we need to act right now. We are really far behind and we have to really work with time. Then life below water, because this is something, there is a curtain, the sea surface, the ocean surface. Below that, only a very few people are looking below that. We have to think about life below and life on land. That is the most important. Everything that we are eating today is coming from life on land primarily. 80 to 90% is coming there from that. Our oxygen, our carbon dioxide sink, a lot of it is life on land. Then last is partnership for the goals. It's partnership, networking, not just within the country, but outside as well. We have to connect and we have to do networking. And everything is to be done for the sake of sustainability. So now coming to, this is all about all the 17 goals in a nutshell. I just skimmed through it very fast. Now I'll be talking about the science and technology. It's not just today, it's not SNT, it's now more importantly STI. So Government of India is now looking at it as STI, science, technology and innovation. We have done science and technology a lot. Every university is doing, every research organization is doing, but innovation is the most important thing. Until and unless we innovate, we're not going to the edge. There are a lot of countries ahead of us. Now, if we want to move ahead of the rest of the countries, if we want to make the Bharat a Vishwa Guru, we have to think of innovation. Innovation before others think of innovation. And through science and technology and through innovation, I think we can achieve. And together, STI and SDGs, when we think of them together, I think we can achieve, because SDGs is the concept which also talks about Vasudev Kutumbakam. And STI is what will make us, the Make in India mission, make us Vishwaguru. So these two walk hand in hand. We cannot think of moving ahead without clubbing them together. And what India is doing, we have an advantage. As you all know, India is one of the 6 pilot countries of the global pilot program of the STI for SDG roadmap of the UN. We are one of the 6 pilot countries. So out of all the countries, we are in the list of 6. And that is where the initiative under the Technology Facilitation Mechanism, TFM, launched as part of the 2030 implementation of SDG. Now, India has a very strong innovation capabilities. We all know we are innovative people. When Indians go in any country where Indians are, be it US, be it UK, be it anywhere, we are shining there. We are respected because of our innovation skills. And if we look at India, we all jugaad hum bana hi lete hain. We all are experts in making jugads. Now that jugaad mentality has to be brought up, it has to be upped a scale in terms of our thought process and bringing that jugaad mentality into our high-tech scientific research. And if we do that, we have got everything. We have got that mindset. We have got everything in us. We just have to make the right steps. Thinking of SDGs, we can do it. And India has a history of sharing the technology. Once we do it, we have seen it. We have made our own, during COVID times, our own vaccine. And we just not made it for us, we made it for the country. With our Honorable Prime Minister's mission, we have done it for the entire world, we have given it. And that is where, with that mentality, we have to progress. So this is the STI for SDG roadmap of India for integrated ecosystem for large-scale technology adaptation. And as you can see here, we have flagship welfare schemes that is launched by Niti Aayog, by the country, by our central government. A lot of schemes are there, the flagship welfare schemes. And they have got SNT, the Science and Technology Department, the principal advisor, is the primary agency which is, responsible for it. But the technology solution platforms are there, which come from the public and private participations. Then there are the line ministries, there are S&T cluster, academic institutions, all clubbed together in a very coordinated manner to achieve these flagship schemes. And that is where science and technology becomes important. So whatever I'm showing on the screen, there is in every ministry, in wherever you are, all those who are listening to me, all the researchers, the young scientists, the women workforce, the Nari Shakti sitting here with the science and technology background, you can pitch in anywhere you are. You can work for SDGs anywhere you are. And believe me, whenever you connect the SDG with the STI, you are going to march ahead in whatever you do. Because SDGs, without thinking of SDGs, nothing is possible today. So here are some of the four of the SDGs I'll talk, where the government of India is very, big flagship programs are there. And this touches the zero hunger, the good health and well-being, the clean water and sanitation, and the affordable clean energy. These are the four primary important aspects where the government of India has focused, and I'll be talking about. So these are some of the programs of the government of India. I won't go into the details. The point of showing this here is to let you feel the kind of technology is there in it. How some project somebody might have envisaged. A lot of people working separately, coming into a network, doing science and technology projects, and then finally all that culminating, converging into technology. So today is the time of converging technologies, and that has for zero to end hunger and achieve food security, and to improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. For that, India has one nation card program, and here digitization of the targeted public distribution system was very instrumental. So the technologies for digitization of all this was very instrumental. So the digital technologies, researches in those aspects, AI has come into the picture. AI has to be integrated with this. So these are all the options. Work on, develop new project, think innovatively, innovations to be brought in. Tools are there, we have to be innovative and use them. Then Poshan Abhiyan, and the objective of this Abhiyan is to improve nutritional status of teenage girls, primarily the pregnant women, breastfeeding mothers, and the really small children. And for this, there was the Anganwadi centers, they are updating daily data. So again, the ICT is very important in this. ICT, technologies for ICT monitoring and all is possible because of some S&T work somebody did at some point. Then again, the e-NAM, Electronic National Agriculture Market. And this is again very important. Around 17.2 million farmers have already registered themselves on e-NAM platform. And agricultural trade of around 18-20 million rupees have been done through this platform. Again, this uses a lot of technology in it. So this is like one SDG I told about. Another SDG where that is the good health. A lot of health programs are going on. The PMJ, where the Pradhan Mantri Arogya, which is also known as the Ayushman Bharat scheme. Now here technology inputs are tremendous. The sound IT ecosystem, the API gateway platforms, there are 3 layers of operating at a time. 3 layers are operating here. And here there is a business support system, there is data management layer, and security and system support layer. So this is all IT. Here is IT focus on all these. Then there is National Digital Health Mission. Similarly, where there is like a lot of things like the health facility, HFR, e-pharmacy, telemedicine services there, doctors are connected. So all this is possible through the ICT and the STI interventions. Mission Indradhanush, which is for the vaccination drive. And here, this is a mission targeted for vaccination, for electronic vaccination intelligence network. Again, these are programs which are only possible with S&T inputs. Then clean water and sanitation. This is another area where Jal Jeevan Mission Grameen and Swachh Mission Grameen I have included here. Here you can see again, a lot of S&T interventions are there. Even in Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, it is real-time monitoring and update is there. Now the toilets that have been made are eco-tagged and mapped on integrated management information system. So, I mean, use of GIS tools. So GIS, where this is functioning at a tribal, even in a scattered, this is possible. Now, then coming to SDG 7, that is affordable. I'll just share my screen once again. My presentation, is it in full screen?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible and we can hear you. If you could please wind up in the next 3 to 4 minutes, it would be great.
Okay, I'll try to wind up. So just I'll just showcase some of the things. So this is, I mean, this is connecting. I don't know when I just got disconnected because I was just speaking until it prompted. So I was connecting to this forestry, environment, and research towards SDGs. So basically, climate action and life on land. Now, restoration of the degraded hills is the work that we carried out at Afri, Jodhpur, where this is an area where research was carried out, and some things using rainwater harvesting, afforestation practices were streamlined to achieve this restoration of degraded hills. Then rehabilitation of saline and interline lands. We have to increase the productivity of land. There is 20, the government of India's mission is to have 26 million hectares of land that has to be brought under restoration process by 2030, which is a big amount. And that can be achieved through some of the models that we have done. So this is again connecting with the SDGs. This is the research. This is the kind of research those who are into plants and forestry or agriculture can plan. The rehabilitation of waterlogged areas, phytoremediation of the effluent inflicted soils, researches can be done on this. Then people can even do observational researches for studying the sacred groves in the villages. These sacred groves are point of conservation and they connect with the betterment of the ecosystem services. Then development of agroforestry. Now, agroforestry is another intervention where trees are grown within the forest land and is important for raising the tree cover. Development of green technologies for timber, because I am into forestry, we also look forward to producing sustainable ways of seasoning of wood, and then also connecting with the livelihood of tribals for value addition of products from the forestry. There are a lot of forestry fruits and products which just go waste because people don't know about it. So tribals people can connect by developing small things like pickles, chutneys, squash, murabba, and then teaching the tribals. These kind of things can be done for connecting with the SDGs. Then urban forestry models can be taken up along the roadsides. So there are a lot of things. Now, key research areas where technology, I will just go through this in 2 minutes. Key areas where science and technology can be used for sustainable development goals. Besides what I have shown in forestry, sustainable agriculture is one area which can directly, a lot of research is going on, a lot of research is required, but we just have to connect the aspects of sustainable development goals. If we do that, whatever research we are doing will become even more worthwhile. Sustainable energy, we have to again connect there. Biotechnology is one big area. It's one big area where possibilities are limitless. From better healthcare, from better veterinary service to human healthcare, to sustainability in terms of forestry, agriculture, from making genetically modified plants which won't require chemical fertilizers and pesticides, to biofuels, to whatnot. Biotechnology can be used. Green chemistry is another area where research should be done, which can support in fact, green chemistry, a lot of work is going on and a lot more is required. These are the areas which should be really touched upon, and a lot of funding opportunities are there. Sustainable mobility, then sustainable infrastructure. So, I mean, this is all. I think I have touched upon these S&T aspects. We have to we have to have, there is a lack of access of technology right now. There is capacity building is required, and we are a well, India has got indigenous knowledge, lot of indigenous knowledge. The ITK needs to be documented, and that can all be taken up as the S&T gaps which I've highlighted. Technology transfer is another important aspect because a lot of research that goes on never gets transferred to the industry. International cooperation is many times missing in many of the institutes, and many of the workers are not able to connect. Adaptation of innovations is another area, and climate resilient technologies, people are not thinking from those aspects. So these are some of the technology gaps that I've tried to highlight, which I think should be thought of. I won't delve much into it because of the paucity of time. Again, indigenous ecological knowledge and modern information dissemination should be tied together. We have to think of lab to land more. Lot of theses, lot of papers just end at the lab. We have to think of applied research. We have to ensure progress of science. We have to do basic science, but that basic science should finally, at the end of the day, connect with its applied aspects. We have to have demonstration projects more. We have to have more capacity building programs. We have to think of public-private partnerships, industry collaborations, innovation hubs, entrepreneurship, and the linkages that are required in multi-stakeholder management. We cannot think of piecemeal projects. I would insist on all the young researchers, all the Nari Shakti, to think from the point of view of networking. Don't think of your project. Don't think of small projects. Think of networking. Join hands with your fellow workers and come up with networked all India coordinated level projects. That is the need of the time. That is where we can make India march ahead. And if you can do global cooperation, that will be even better. But to begin with, let us connect with our, we don't even look at what is going on in our neighboring lab. We should do connections there. I think that is what has to be done. So I'll leave this talk with the words of our Honorable Prime Minister, which he in fact talked about at the United Nations Summit at the time of adaptation of the SDGs, is that I also hope that technology, that the TFM mechanism, that is, will turn technology and innovation into an effective instrument for global public good, not just private returns. With that thought, I leave you with this. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. I think thank you very much, Dr. Tarun Kanji. It was really very well, especially last few slides. Some of those are really transformative ideas, and even I wanted to write down all that you were screening. So I think that has given a lot of food for thought.
Madam, I have shared the presentation with Dr. Chaudhary, and you can have that copy of it.
Yeah, sure. And we will be sharing with some of the interested fellows also. And thank you for that, sir. And now we are towards concluding session, but quickly we can have round of introduction. There are around 15, I think 20 fellows that have been with us. So at least let us try to understand their affiliations and interest while they participated in this workshop. And then we have last presentation by Dr. Utkarsh for another 15 minutes, and I will be doing concluding remarks. And with that, I think we are ready to wind up today's session by say 6:15. So we are little time wise we are that way on time, but I think still a delay of 15 to 30 minutes. So maybe a quick round of introduction. Please only mention about your name, little bit about yourself quickly, and give your mic to other fellows.
Institute of Health Sciences, and I aspire, like I'm currently doing my project with the hot and cold system, where I'm utilizing waste heat of cold storages for dehydration purpose. I wish to do with the field trials with farmers, so that would be what I'm looking forward with aspire.
Hello, I'm Dr. Manali Chakraborty. I'm a postdoc fellow in IIT Bombay. Currently, I'm working working on horticultural byproduct valorization, like how we can extract some bioactive compound, and we using some green methods, and do some work on the rural development, parallelly, I'm also working on microalgae and its food application. Thank you.
One from that side, one from we wanted to save on time.
Hello everyone, I am Diksha Gavi. I have completed my post-graduation in virology in 2019. Currently I am working as an assistant professor in Government Institute of Science, Aurangabad. And I have joined this workshop to gain more insight related to DST Women Fellowship. And I think Shama ma'am has made justice to it. So thank you very much.
Hello everyone, myself Kajal Telmur. I'm from Aurangabad. Currently I'm pursuing a PhD in transportations of ants and molecules through animal fascia and animal skin. And that's it.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Priyanka Khole. I have done PhD in agriculture engineering. Right now I am working as a subject matter specialist in Krishi Vignan Kendra Sagroli. Thank you.
Hello, good evening all. I am Dr. Sunita Popre. I have completed my PhD in food science and technology. Today I am here interested for the postdoc, and there is a very good sessions. Thank you.
So hello everybody, this is Supriya. So right now I'm doing PhD in data science, and my problem statement is pest prediction using environmental parameters. So I'm here to collaborate with other scientists who are working in data science field and agriculture domain. So thank you.
Hello everyone, I Dinkal Kasundra. Currently I pursuing my PhD in chemistry, and recently I applied for the Vice PhD fellowship. To know more about this fellowship, I joined this workshop.
I am Dr. Rajashree Borgohai. I have completed my PhD in chemical engineering from IIT Guwahati, and currently I have joined DBT RF fellow at Uka University after a 4 years of career gap. And I have applied for Wise Scope also, and that's why I was very much interested to this session. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Shushmita Datta. I am pursuing PhD currently in food biotechnology from Uka University, Gujarat. I wanted to thank BAIF for conducting such a good seminar because it was very informative and we got so many new ideas. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sunita Dhotre. I'm from Bharati Vidyapeeth. I came here with a purpose of having some of the interdisciplinary interactions, and to which I got a whole pool of knowledge. So I would like to thank Chama ma'am, Dr. Chama Avasthi. Thank you for this opportunity and giving us the first-hand information about. I would like to also apply for the fellowships if I'm eligible, and looking forward for the future projects.
Myself Priyanka Arun. I'm a BAIF employee. I work as a senior project officer in the BAIF Pune HO.
Hello everyone, this is Sarita Gosavi from Nashik. I've currently registered for a PhD at Pune University, and my interest for that is the herbaceous vegetation on rocky plateaus in Pachgani Mahabaleshwar area. I'm also associated with Bhavalkar Ecological Research Institute in Pune. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Radhika Kanade. I completed my PhD in forest ecology. Currently I'm working as a postdoctoral fellow with SOPICOM, that is Society for Promoting Participative Ecosystem Management. We work in the field of natural resources management, and my current research focuses on water, food and biodiversity nexus. Thank you.
Shall I stand? Good evening everyone. I am Dr. Vaishali Kamble Raichurkar. I have completed my PhD in Electronics and Telecommunication. I am a WSOB scientist, and this is my last year. I had a talk with Shama madam, but I haven't seen her. Today I see her. She is really a very humble and informative lady. I like that. And also I want to share one thing that I have tried for 2 years to write my proposal when I submitted it. But right now, in one day, you have covered all the topics which are required to submit the proposal. It is very, very, very good help for every one present here. And it is a really very good resources you made us available. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, BAF, and also, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amita Marathe. I am doing PhD at BAIF Uruli Kanchan. My topic of PhD is environmental science, and the specific topic I can say it is biofertilizer for rice using nitrogen fixing and methane oxidizing bacteria. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Murmay Naik. I'm a clinical veterinarian. I did my PhD in veterinary surgery in large animals. Currently, I'm working as a veterinarian at CCBF, BAIF in Uruli Kanchan. So the whole aim of coming to this program was to get an overall idea about how to apply for these different government schemes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Pavitra Nayak. I work as research scientist at EMPRI, which is located in Bangalore. I basically work in bee pollinator conservation and carbon sequestration projects. And apart from that, we also work on multiple climate change related projects. And we are here to get an idea about how these projects we can put forth our projects for this domain. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shruti. I also come from EMPRI. I'm a project scientist there. We are working on one of the DST projects funded by DST. It's related to how climate change is impacting forest phenology. So I've come here to collaborate with a lot of researchers here. I think I'm taking a lot of contacts from here. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sana. I'm working as a project scientist at EMPRI, Environmental Management and Policy Research Institute, Bangalore. And I'm working under a project called Plastic Waste to Carbon Dots.
Hello everyone, I am Ravina Telang, working with EMPRI, Bangalore. I'm working on the project on voluntary disclosure of GHG emissions in the state of Karnataka. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Saloni Bagade, and I'm currently assistant professor at Biodiversity Department, Garware College. And I have not started my PhD yet, but I'm very much interested to pursue my PhD in environmental sciences. So that's why I'm here to explore more areas. Thank you.
A very good evening all. I am Kranti Wagmare. I have submitted my PhD thesis last month, and I'm actually looking forward for the career opportunities, especially at BAIF, specially mentioned, and all the sessions were very useful. Thank you.
Good evening all. Myself Mronalini Sonne. I am doing PhD in environmental microbiology. My subject is isolated bacteriophage in freshwater body under the opposite to fish pathogens. So currently I am found some funds, so I'm coming for this. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Hello, good evening. This is Saima Rashid Mir, and I am connected to DST since I got DST Young Women Scientists FOSB projects twice. Currently, I am working as an assistant professor in Department of Higher Education at Pune, Maharashtra. And I'm also working as a principal investigator on the project entitled Development of Leaf Clearing Solution as an Alternate to Chemical Clearing Methods for Dry Flower-Based Handicraft Making, funded by Department of Science and Technology. Definitely, I truly and I proudly acknowledge Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Shamma ma'am, Vandana ma'am, Pawan sir, Tripti ma'am, Joshi ma'am, Praveen sir, everyone. For their support, for their funding, that I achieve most of the goals in my research. My research mainly focused on waste to wealth, which means conversion of waste plant materials into economically useful products to intervene in societal benefits. I got the 2 patents granted by the government of India. I have provided training programs to many women in Pune, Maharashtra, which include the preparation and preservation of leafination of leaves and preservation of flowers, foliages, and leaves, and their conversion into economically useful products, especially to intervene in the societal benefits. And yes, with great pleasure, I must say that many of my trainee women are self-employed, as this has turned it into the secondary source of income for them. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Myself Shivani Gon, and I'm currently doing a postdoc from IIT Bombay. I have done my PhD from Department of Civil Engineering. My research area mainly focused over the climate extremes and disaster management. Currently, I am working with the Sitara, IIT Bombay, and I'm working mainly over 2 projects. First is the global synthesis of the drought declaration criteria, and the other one is the climate extremes and their impact over the different crop types under different scenarios like RCP scenarios and SSP scenarios. So thank you very much, BAIF, for providing this opportunity to know more about this WISE fellowship WISE fellowship, and I hope I'll make it next time. Thank you so much.
Draw inspiration from him in developing so many technologies you saw from the morning. Some of these are now called as nature-based solutions or nature-positive solutions. Slight difference being, nature-based is what is based on nature, like vermicomposting or something related to natural products. Nature-positive is what is useful for nature, but it can be high-tech like solar or something else. Even you could consider information communication technology, like 60 people joining on online can save travel time and emissions. As some people have said, topics that you take around you can be very simple, like this is Kamal Kakadi, Uttar Bharat mein pura khaya jata hai. It's very nutritious, rich in potassium and so many other minerals and also some bioactive compounds. And that has been, these are called as underutilized resources. And you could look at that, and there are so many in and around. Kartoli, a vegetable very common today, was not so 25-30 years back in our college days, but now it is widely grown and makes more than ₹1 lakh income from farmers. So bringing such superfoods can help farmers, and you can have science and technology application to it. What are its bioactive compounds and health benefits? Millets everyone is talking about, but much needs to be studied about that and their ecological impact and not just nutrition benefits, biodiversity benefits, by studying those farms and comparing them with the mainstream chemically farmed areas. You could do those kind of studies. And of course, the agroforestry, as the earlier speaker spoke, the benefits in terms of not just economics but also environmental. You can look at that. And bamboo is the green timber. It's a part of agroforestry and was very common earlier, and now again it is going. You may be aware, in Nagaland, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated a complete bamboo-based airport last year. So that is the potential, and much can be done about it to absorb more and more carbon and move towards net zero. You see here Kadaknath, the black colored hen, and you may have heard about it. It is promoted as being a remedy for anemia because its blood is rich in iron and whole parts in the sense. But then there are breeding issues, and Krishi Vigyan Kendra like Bastar, Chhattisgarh, they have worked on it. And there are other issues you can look at. And there are other local breeds that can become famous some other day due to some other reason. If you look into it, this has been ignored, biodiversity. Left side you can see cattle. Gir is now widely husbanded across India because of high milk yield and of course resistance. Like in hot central Indian states of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Holstein Friesian or Jersey do not do well. There is high mortality, but Gir withstands that, and that is Desi answer to high milk production and also high nutrition. One can look into that. I'm here to suggest various research topics in and around your environment. And antibiotic overuse, as my colleague Dr. Poonam mentioned earlier, is a serious concern, and how one can promote herbal medicines, at least in healthcare, to reduce the antibiotic dosage is a research topic some of you can certainly take up. You can see soil carbon decline, so many articles by ICR and others in the last 20 years. Look at it. Number of tractors going in the farm increased in the last 20 years with economic development. Number of cattle going into the farm reduced, and then you see the soil carbon decline happening because so much of dung is probably not going. Research that you can certainly undertake. Nature-based solutions I talked about. It's also called as eco-agriculture, regenerative agriculture, as Dr. Kauthale also mentioned. Honeybees, their populations are reducing. People talk about it, and something you can study. Italian bees, Apis mellifera, are being promoted, but then there is Under the Mango Tree startup from Mumbai. They are widely promoting Indian small bee, Apis cerana. Look at it and study it, its viability and benefits, both ecological and to the farmers. Farmers can earn 2,000-3,000 rupees a month sometimes if they do good beekeeping. It also improves the agriculture productivity, so more crop income. Pests, diseases, more crop per drop process, Swaminathan said. Look at it, measure it, and there are no yardsticks sometimes, as some of the earlier speakers said, like there is no baseline. So you can develop scale, publish about it, and then it gets world attention. You can try for that. At the bottom you can see the ladybird beetle. There are so many pest predators in our farm that die and are pushed away by chemical fertilizers, excess use, chemical pesticides, excess use. And if they are maintained, they control the pest. Look at it, study it, you can do it easily, and that would give you good research publications and help the society also. We can see some of that tomorrow in our Urari farm visit. Allied topics, the waste management is a rising issue. Someone talked about waste to wealth, and that's the funda we have to take and develop in coming days. And of course sewage and fodder or other crops grown on it, how good they are for health, because you are what you eat, and if you eat poison, we become poisonous. So we have to keep in mind and look at these kind of issues, like the vegetables grown along rail tracks in Mumbai. You can see the photograph below, and we don't know what it is doing to the health. One can study that, and this can be happening in elsewhere also. I have seen fodder crops grown on sewage around Madurai city. Economic incentives are very important. It is for which we all work, and then how these nature positive solutions like agroforestry help farmers in improving income. Study that requires economic dimensions also, not just science and technology. Look into it. And carbon credits are much talked about. Hardly any delivery happens, but there is an example of Grow Indigo giving actual credits to farmers in Haryana, in Karnal district, specifying space. One can go visit and see how that can happen elsewhere. Climate smart farming. There's a very interesting technology I saw in my past work in Guntur district, Andhra Pradesh, where there is Rayatu Sangh, the Farmers Association, promoting community-based natural farming, where they do PMDS, pre-monsoon dry sowing, cowpea, moringa, then sesbania, that is agastya. They just sow in the month of April with pre-monsoon showers, and it grows. Datura and castor also grows, and that is all dumped into the soil the moment monsoon comes, and that gives higher carbon content over the years. And that's a very interesting technique developed by traditional knowledge, as Mr. Mahesh said. We have to look at it and develop it further, and that is all part of circular economy. You may have heard this word, and India has traditions of already doing it. How do we paint it, underline it, and stress it and take it further is the challenge now for science and technology. Zero waste is the world today in the circular economy, and some of the issues that are mentioned by my earlier speakers include, for instance, cancer train from Punjab because of high pesticide use, and then consumers' health. There is a carcinogenic compound detected in mother's milk also, and then you have botanical options, as Dr. Poonam said, that you need to explore. bioremediation. Dr. Anand Chakravarti took the first patent in 1976 for oil spill management through microbial interventions in the marine areas. How can we do it on the land and develop the USAR lands of Punjab, which are spoiled due to high salt deposit, and Mr. Mahesh said, look at that. Pectin, my colleague here, Mr. Chakravarti, talked about valorization. Lot of fruit and vegetable is wasted in and around market yards, but pectin is very important digestive compound, can address many diseases, and there are many other polyphenols and other bioactive compounds she talked about, how they can be commercialized. Think about it, develop projects for that. You just have to develop a model, conceptual framework you have to give, and scientific proof of concept testing. Actual implementation can be done by others. Farm ponds, you will see tomorrow. I won't talk more about it, but then these are the kind of innovations that we need, and also the superfoods. I end my talk by saying that we are working on Living Lab project in Karnataka, where Dr. Kauthale will explain tomorrow. We are trying to move away from pesticides and fertilizers to toxic-free farms using natural predators and growth promoters and so on. And that could be the future for many other parts of the country. And for that you need good baseline, and developing baseline indicators, monitoring criteria. That is some research that you can take up, because that is not available, as some of my earlier speakers said. Effective microorganisms, how can they be useful in agri-residue management? The whole problem of residue burning in Punjab is because there is no enough EM available there. It's a multidisciplinary work. All the best for that, and thanks for your patient hearing. Bye.
Okay, thank you. I think, yeah. So, thank you, Dr. Utkarsh. I think it was again, environment ecology is also growing area, and it is all comprehensive, multidisciplinary. So, it's very difficult to give justice to such thematic area. So, yeah, so we are almost towards the end of the session, and before we leave, I would request my colleague Ashish Doramani to give announcement about tomorrow's field visit, and you take this thing about tomorrow's field visit, and he will be giving you updates about logistics and other. But before we move to those details, Ashish, I would like to hear from each one of you. We are together almost from say 9 a.m. or 9:30 to almost 6:30 now. So lot of knowledge gathering. But out of that, if you could tell us just one word that you liked or you gathered or you captured from the today's session, and there you can always talk about 2-3 words, but then I want you to talk about only one word, one sentence, because then there are so many. So quickly, so that it will help us summarize our learnings or takeaways for the day. So can each one of you, let us not go, or we can go sequentially, maybe, yeah. Quickly, quick direction. Okay, and I would request Santarpana to quickly type it. Okay, next. Agriculture will be agri-tech, right? Very nice. Even I have remembered that. Yeah, next. Any one word? Yes, voluntarily, quickly. Be specific and for proposal. Be specific and to the point for proposal. Anything else that you gathered today? Integrated framework for? Integrated framework for One Health. Okay. Anything else? Dung is the new gold. Dung is the new gold. Okay. So we want next project from you, ma'am, on dung-based businesses and dung-based circularity. Okay, next. Okay, the project proposal should have specific objectives and specific outcomes. Next. Yes. Oh, great. It's all about science and society, especially for WAS-wise. Yes. Okay, science with women. Okay, great. So I think we are expecting some gender positive or women friendly project idea from you, ma'am. Okay, next. Sustainable development. Okay. Science for application or applied research. Anything else? Wise welfare. Okay, wise welfare. Okay, yes, of course it is. We talk about quality of life gains. We talk about various benefits to the community. Technology transfer from lab to land, correct? I think there is lot of thrust. Many speakers spoke about that. Anything else? Mothers for Mother Nature. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Anything else? Opportunities for women in STEM. Opportunities for women in STEM. Sure, sure. Definitely it is a big opportunity given to you all. Sorry? Yes, it is practical application of knowledge for various pain points or problem areas in the society. Yes, you have not spoken. Anything that struck you today, take away? Yeah, I think many of the speakers did talk about how we can leverage our inherent knowledge system, how we can bank upon our traditional wisdom, and we can draw some learnings and improvise those, scientifically validate those. So back to our roots, back to our kind of ancient wisdom. Yes, okay, what else? Okay, go green. I think there were many speakers also spoke about green businesses, green technologies, and safe diet. Safe Kaya. What is that? Okay, safe Kaya. Kaya is Mother Earth. Okay, definitely. Environment friendly, yes. Correct, sure. Scientific validation of Indian knowledge systems. Definitely, many speakers spoke about it. Anything else? Those who have not spoken? Scaling up. Yes, it should not be restricted only to laboratory. It should be on the ground. We should strive to scale it up by partnership with multiple stakeholders. Is something that someone spoke. Anything else? Those who have not spoken? Cooperative research. Yeah, it should be collaborative, it should be participatory, it should be bottom up research that we spoke about. Anything else? One Health approach, yeah. Anything else? Renewable energy, green and bioenergy. Many people spoke on that as an emerging area. What else? Optimum use of resources, correct, because that is the new challenge. The resources are in degrading state, and for everything we have to optimize, and we have to see there is continuous trade-off. Employment generation and sustainable livelihoods is something that we can aim through our project. Any last two things? Use of AI tool, artificial intelligence, because in BAIF we keep talking about artificial insemination. So tomorrow you will see, you are going to Urli Kanchana, you will see. So AI means different thing for different people. So here it is artificial intelligence, use of IoT. Last interdisciplinarity of research, multidisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity is something which is, especially when we are talking about societal research, we are talking about applied research. So great, let us clap. Okay, so yeah, so thank you Santarpana. I think these are some of the key takeaways from today's sessions. With this, I would like to ask Ashish quickly to talk about tomorrow's thing, and then I would request Dr. Shama to give concluding remarks. नहीं फिर डॉक्टर जतिंदर मैडम इज स्टिल देयर आई कैन गिव ओके माझं प्रेझेंटेशन अपलोड करायचं
Okay, it's now time to say good evening almost. So I will just take 2 minutes. We will starting tomorrow at a little bit early. We have arranged breakfast at 7 a.m. in the morning at our canteen. But the breakfast will be starting served from 7 a.m. in the morning, and the bus will there is a bus, the 32-seater bus will be there. It will be at the gate of our hostel at 7:15. So we will gather by 7:30 at the bus, or you can get in by the bus, and we will wait for 10 minutes, maximum 10 to 10 minutes, and we will start to the Urli Kanchan. It's about 1.5 hour journey, depends upon the traffic of Pune. It's about 55 kilometers from here. So we need to reach there by around 9:30. So 9:30 we will be tomorrow at our central research station Urli Kanchan. We will gather first in a training hall. The head there, Dr. Khadse, will start with introductory remarks and some briefing about the activities there. Demos will be there, and we will have some interaction with our women federation members who are doing some good products related to health, nutrition, and we will also take you to the campus, which is based on basic thematic areas like agriculture, bio inputs, energy, livestock, research and development. So we have given one note on in your kit there. So we will also try to arrange one stall of our federation, women's federation there. So at the around 1:30 we will end the tour, followed by the lunch there. Okay, so we will be starting at Warje, Pune here, and I have received options. Around 24 members have opted for the field visit. So you can contact me if any more additional information you need. So I handed over to ma'am for conclusion.
So yeah, bus will be there waiting here only opposite our hostel, and it will start, it will wait for you till 8 o'clock. Please come on time, and those who are staying here, there is no problem. So 8 o'clock the visit will be started, and then I think it is just 1 hour early morning, and then I think you all will be back by 3 o'clock. And Shama madam and all, she will be leaving for airport, and sir will be coming, and Trupti will be coming to Pune. So yeah, and let me tell you, it will be very enriching kind of visit for you all, and our scientist team will be there, and it is all problem solving ideas of research. I think you will learn a lot, and thank you. With that, I think we will end, and those who have joined online, I will just tell them to switch on their camera. Jatinder ma'am, if you want to just say last concluding words maybe from your side, and then we can wind it up. Is she there? Yeah. Jatinder ma'am, are you there? Yeah, your voice is not... Just one sec, ma'am, your voice is not audible. Okay, fine. Okay, ma'am, you are not able to. So, yeah. So this was a kind of, I remember we started this discussion of having such orientation and in the group of experts, and then we realized like several years we have been working on how best we can source the proposals, good candidate, good themes and problem solving ideas, and the very starting point is because we were not getting enough and as well as good quality research projects. We felt कि there is no dearth of talent pool. You all are having organized knowledge. Only thing is some kind of handholding, some direction is required in terms of certain areas that as a screening panelist we look for, what we look for in the proposals. So the whole effort is also one also feedback is that same type of research projects are coming. So mushroom, for example, so many projects on mushroom. So we also felt that when there are so many newer challenges, newer areas and emerging areas of science and technology application or science and technology and innovations application, we felt that why don't we have some such session, and it is all collaborative and coordinated effort. You can see so many experts, they are all experts who are partnered and who are affiliated with DST. A lot of efforts have been put in by Vandana Singh ma'am, who is a head Vice Kiran, Dr. Kshama, she was continuously in touch with BAIF team. I would thank her for choosing BAIF. All my team members, Santarpana, Ashish, Dr. Poonam, all the thematic specialists, Dipali, many of them, they have been working on continuously because such effort requires a lot of coordination, and so that the program goes seamless. So I think it is not a kind of easy and hurriedly done program. It is very well thought, and I am sure the fellows who have joined offline and online, it will benefit. The recording will be available on YouTube also. Some of these presentations, certificate, and also the kind of group photo we will be sharing with you on email also. So we will be in touch with you in a small group, maybe because today there were many who were telling us ki, we have a solution, we have technology, but we don't know how to take it to the field, or what customization is required in our technology, or we want technology adopters. So I think there is some disconnect between the technology providers and those who can take technology from lab to land. So it's my sincere appeal by organizations like BAIF. There are many other organizations with whom you can partner for such kind of lab to land approach, and I feel that will also give you, you can focus on your core expertise, and that extension part we can focus maybe, which is our core expertise. So I think it will be a very good marriage together, and with this it was a long day, and please take rest, and let us meet tomorrow for the field work. So with this I would like to okay, so yeah, so I would request thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Jatinder ma'am. She gave able leadership, and she has volunteered actually to seek suggestions from other experts also, and she sincerely believes such kind of efforts are required, so that there is a good ecosystem where whatever schemes that DST and Government of India has conceptualized and has developed and introduced for the benefit of women scientists, there is really some good outcome out of those schemes, and we want to see more and more good quality proposals. And all the best to all of the aspiring students and fellows. With this, I think, knowledge, you will be able to pitch good proposals, and you will get through this fellowship, and we sincerely hope to have good project ideas from you. So with this we can conclude. Maybe Jatinder ma'am. क्या प्रॉब्लम है, उनका आवाज़ क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? Okay, okay. Ma'am, actually we are not able to hear you. Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, yes. I think even if your voice is not...
And thank you, Shama and Vandana, her team. And you need appreciation, and also these candidates and all the experts. A lot of thank you, lots of applause. Thank you. Okay, okay.